What if Bella was lesbian? Sounds pretty weird. Let's what happened in the video. Edward Pov. It had taken weeks for Alice to convince me that this human girl was my mate. I had already seen it in Alice's hundreds of visions, most of which showed us together and smiling. The rest of the family took it pretty well that I would be a mate with a human girl. Carlisle and Esme were ecstatic that I had finally found a mate. Alice was excited for a new best friend. Visions told her they would. Jasper was too, but concerned how well he could handle her blood, and Emmett was thinking all about how he could tease me about it. Rosalie was the only one. She was the only one, but after reading her mind I could tell that she was jealous that I picked one that wasn't her, not that she wanted me to, but she just wanted me to swoon at her feet. Family meeting. I heard Alice call out from the living room. In her mind I could hear this had something to do with my mate, so I quickly blurred down and beat my family. Rosalie also figured what this was about, and in her thoughts I could hear her frustration. The rest of the family filled into the room, and Alice started off. Okay, so Bella is coming to her first day of school tomorrow. We are going to play this exactly like my visions, except for the part of Edward having difficulty with her being his zinger. I frowned again at this. My poor Bella is in so much danger from me. I could hurt her so easily. Plus the visions showed my reactions to her blood, and I was in no way anxious to scare the shy girl. I looked at Alice and noticed her in a vision, and I caught the brief ending with me smelling one of Bella's shirts, eyes pure black. Alice looked at me and I nodded back. That could work, she added. What could work? Emmett asked, annoyed in our one-sided conversations. I am going to stop by Bella's house and borrow one of her shirts for Edward to get used to her house, Alice replied. Rosalie scoffed, is there any reason for me to actually be here? When no one replied she simply blurted out of the room and into her garage to play with her cars. Emmett looked disappointed, but he ran after her. Carlisle and Esme looked at Alice. What is she like? Esme asked. She's shy but kind, sweet, totally innocent, and incredibly clumsy. She has broken so many bones from just random falls. Plus I can't read her mind, I responded, cutting Alice off. She looked annoyed that I did, but she was my mate. Well, not yet. Alice turned to Esme and started talking about my Bella, while Carlisle and Jasper seemed curious as to how she can block my telepathy. We talked about her throughout most of the day, all of us anxious to finally meet her. Bella Pov, lol, I tell you, no, Bella Pov in second persons is hers. I was ready for this. I looked up at the countdown, under 2 minutes. I kept my breathing down and my heart rate calm. Panicking was not a smart thing to do now. Not that I would panic. Done this at least 100 times now. The sound of my phone ringing pulled me from my thoughts. I unzipped the pouch on my pants and pulled out my phone. I grimaced at the name. He had to call now. Hey Dad, I answered the phone. Hello Isabella, crap, he's pissed. I would just like to point out my surprise when I grabbed your bag from the pickup zone like you asked, and the attendant informed me that the flight it came on was only a cargo plane, no passengers. Now, would you like to tell me where you are? I'll be out of the plane in about 1 minute, I added sheepishly. Really? I heard him shuffle around. I don't see any planes on the tarmac. Bella, are you doing it again? I sighed, yeah Dad, and before you say anything look up and notice the only semi-cloudy sky. This is easy. Relax and take a deep breath. I'll see you on the ground. I heard him sigh, fine Bella, be safe. I will, love you, I finished, throwing my phone back in the pocket. Less than 30 seconds. I stood up and walked over to Sparky, one of my friends, even though he's kind of a dick. We weren't really hugging friends, so we simply fist bumped and walked over to the red light on the wall. Come on, doorbell, time to go, he told me. I smiled at him, see you later Sir Sparks a lot. He rolled his eyes before looking up at the red light. I followed his gaze and placed both my hands on either side of the open door, wind whipping around my face. I heard the beep the same time I felt him tap my shoulder, and I launched myself out the open door. Edward Pov. We were waiting in the parking lot. Today was supposed to be the first day with Bella. I had been practicing her scent as much as I could with her shirt, and though I was better, it still hit me like a wrecking ball every time. I looked around at my family, all who were waiting for Bella's wand to show up as well. Even Rosalie was curious, though she tried to hide it as she worked. Something had happened to the engine and I smirked internally. At her mental debate about how to find out what car she was driving without coming out as interested. It's an old rusted Chevy, Rose, thing is supposed to be falling apart, I commented at her. She glared at me before turning and going back to finish her work, slamming the hood shut and looking on her arms for grease. Satisfied that she was clean, she leaned against the hood. I smiled at her, planning on telling her that her elbow had a small amount, but the sound of an older engine driving closer pulled all of our attention. We sat there waiting in anticipation. Alice and I were the only ones who had actually seen her. Sort of. It was actually Rosalie that noticed it first. He said, "Older Chevy, right? That doesn't sound like a truck, more like a hot rod." I frowned at this. Maybe it was just because it was falling apart that it sounded off. But my thoughts were proven wrong as the car got closer, and Rosalie became more and more positive that it wasn't a truck. I scowled as both Jasper's and Emmett's thoughts began pointing in the same direction. Rosalie figured out the vehicle the same moment it pulled into the parking lot. 1967 Ford Mustang Shelby GT 500. All of us stared confused as the deep blue muscle car drove around the lot, revving until it expertly backed into a parking spot. After the car cut off, everyone stared, anxious to see who would pop out. And pop out they did. She looked gorgeous and confident as she scanned the parking lot with a bright smile on her face. As her eyes began to get closer to my family, I stood taller and smiled at her. Her eyes scanned me before moving on, no change in her look. "Oh, rejection," I heard Emmett think. I snarled quietly at him but continued to watch her as she reached back into her car and grabbing her backpack and an apple. She closed her door and elegantly strode across the parking lot, only stopping near the office door to look back to us. I smiled, thinking I had caught her attention, but as her head tilted as if thinking I heard a thought that put me off. "Why is she looking at me like that?" Rosalie wondered. After looking at her again, I realized that Rosalie was right and she was being looked at, but not in lust, more in curiosity. She shook her head as if clearing her thoughts before strolling into the office. Everyone stared at her disappearing figure, or in Rosalie's case, the midnight blue Mustang that had no purpose being in this lot. "Alice, who was that?" Emmett and Jasper asked at the same time. Both Alice and I stared at each other, completely confused. She forced a vision, but regardless of what she pushed, all she got was Bella pulling up in red Chevy. This didn't make any sense. "I don't understand," I told her. "Guys, come on, who was that?" Emmett asked, exasperated, while Jasper tried to judge her emotions. "That was Bella Swan, the shy, clumsy new girl at Forks High School," Alice replied as if it was nothing, but her thoughts betrayed her internal conflict. It was silent for a moment before their thoughts started shouting. "That was his mate." She wasn't embarrassed with all the looks, she wasn't shy at all. Plus she was actually quite balanced walking away from her car. "Are they sure? That Mustang is defiantly not a broken down Chevy, looks gorgeous and in great condition. Wonder if she has." I tried to block out their thoughts before responding, "Yes, Emmett, that was my mate." "I'm not sure why she wasn't embarrassed, Jasper, maybe it's just with us. And she might have more than the one truck, and stop focusing on the car, please." We all started walking towards the school when the bell rang, each focusing on their thoughts, except me, who was focusing on Mrs. Cope as she handed Bella her slip before Bella flashed her a brilliant smile and backed out of the office. Now back outside, I watched her as she quickly scanned over her classes and shoved the list into her jeans pocket. She started walking forward before Eric Yorkie interrupted her. I growled as the boy thought about asking her out as he introduced himself to her. She smiled back at him. Then she spoke for all of us to hear. "Hey, yeah, I'm Isabella Swan, just call me Bella though. And yeah, I would really love the help getting around. I swear I could get lost in my own house." Eric laughed at her and internally he jumped, thinking that she was into him. Again I growled, but I could only watch as he escorted her away, giving a running commentary all the way. I watched her walk out, and as soon as she disappeared, Alice was pulled into a vision, and I followed her. It showed Bella with bright gold eyes running along someone. It looked like they were about to turn so we could see who it was, but the vision ended before we could. "No," I snarled at Alice, "I've told you that's not happening. I will not condemn her to this life of being a monster." Alice frowned as our siblings around us asked us what we were talking about. Alice had another vision of Bella being one of us, a vampire. They all rolled their eyes at our continued debate, but I focused on Alice's thoughts. She was thinking back to every single one of the visions that showed Bella as a vampire and comparing them to the one she just had. Her thoughts were too jumbled for me to keep up, so I simply waited for her to come to some conclusion on whatever she was contemplating. And it didn't take long. Her gasp alerted me to her conclusion. It was whom she was with and her smile. In each one of the other visions she was smiling shyly and always with me. But in this new vision she was grinning like a Cheshire cat and running with someone else. "Edward, what does this mean?" she asked. "I don't know," I murmured before walking off to my first class. Empov. I was bored as I sat in my second period senior English. Rosie was supposed to have been in this class, but last minute they changed it, so now I was by myself. And I was bored. Suddenly an intoxicating scent wafted through the door. "Thanks, Jess, I'll see you at lunch," I heard a girl shout. Through the door walked Bella Swan. Confidently she walked over to Mrs. Dress and handed over her slip and introduced herself to the teacher. "This is a senior-level class," Dress said, scowling. Bella smiled. "Yeah, I have been taking advanced classes in Phoenix." Dress tried to continue scowling at her, but Bella's relaxed smile put her off, so she just nodded before directing Bella towards a seat in the back, right next to me. Inwardly I did a touchdown dance as Bella walked up the aisle towards her seat, smiling at everyone. She reached her seat, but before she sat down she reached her hand out to me. "Hey, I'm Bella Swan, and since we are practically partners I figured I might as well start off on a good." I grinned at this and watched when her eyebrows lifted my smile, and based of that smile, "I'm guessing you make look tough, but you're a total prankster and child at heart." I chuckled. "I'm Emma Cullen, and oh yeah. My family calls me the kid of the bunch, even though I'm kind of the oldest. And as for pranks, well, you're just going to have to find out for yourself." She grinned back at me before shaking my hand. "Oh, I think we are going to get along just perfectly." I was about to respond, but Dress calling attention forced our conversation to end. I was curious why this Bella wasn't the shy one in Alice's visions, but so far I liked her. Near the end of the class, Dress finished her incredibly dull lecture and gave us time to ourselves. Before anyone else could talk to her I claimed her attention. "So Bella Bear, what illegal thing did you do to get sent to Dismal Forks?" I noticed as heads turned in front of us, trying to get the gossip of the new girl. She nodded solemnly. "I hosted an orgy at my last school, guess they didn't like it." My jaw, along with everyone else's, dropped. We stared at her shocked before I noticed Bella was trying to hold it together. I pulled myself together and feigned a glare at her. "Oh Bella Bear, that was not funny." She laughed brightly. You should have seen your face, priceless." She continued to laugh at my failed attempts to glare, but I could feel my cheeks pulling, so I knew I was smiling. When she finally calmed down she finally gave her real answer. "No, my mom remarried and she wanted to travel around with him, so I decided to move in with my father." I nodded. "Made sense. You enjoying the cold weather so far?" "Hey, it's not bad, don't really mind a cold, but it's a big difference from the Phoenix heat." I laughed at this. "Yeah, the rain can be a big difference." She sighed. "Yeah, it also makes it hard to find something to do. Everything outside gets cancelled in the rain." She sighed again before looking at me. "What about you, Em? What do you do for fun, besides taking steroids?" I scoffed. "Steroids, please, this is all me." She rolled her eyes. "Please, I'm betting you're a total disappointment down there cause of how many steroids you take." I grinned mischievously. "Is that a request to see it?" She shook her head. "Faye, seriously, when we get to science, then maybe I can check." I frowned confused. What does science have to do with anything? She grinned and I realized I fell into her trap. "So I can borrow a microscope, of course, how else do you expect me to see it?" We laughed at her joke, and I could hear a couple of chuckles in front of us. "Oh Bella Bear, that's cold," feigning a hurt look. She grinned. "So Emmy Wemmy, did Dad hold your viewings?" she asked in a baby voice. I grinned back. "Nah, cause I know once we get into science class, I am totally going to prove you wrong." She laughed. "Sorry Tiny, I don't play that way." I frowned, confused again, but before I could ask what she meant the bell rang ending the class. I watched as she quickly threw her stuff together before turning to me, confused as to why I hadn't moved. "You coming, Em?" I smirked. "Nope, Dress is my history teacher as well, I don't even have to move from this spot." "Lucky huh?" She turned and looked at the scowling withered Mrs. Dress before looking back at me with her eyebrow raised again. "Oh yeah, Em," she replied sarcastically. "So lucky." She gave me one last wave before disappearing from my sight, randomly strolling up to a group of people and jumping in. I grinned. She was cool. "Edward Pov." I scowled as I walked down the halls toward the cafeteria, listening to the thoughts of all the students. Everyone was thinking about her, every clique, group, and club. She randomly would introduce herself, talk to them for a few minutes before running off to go talk to someone else. She had no filter and could make a joke about anything. She didn't judge and was friendly to everyone regardless of dress, race, or age. It was nice, but it wasn't what Bella was supposed to be like. She was supposed to be shy. After grabbing my tray of repulsive food, I walked over to sit with my family, all who were staring at Emmett incredulously. I quickly read their minds and discovered what was going on. "You talked to Bella?" "Yeah, Eddie, she's in my English class, she was cool." I ignored him calling me Eddie and focused on his thoughts of them talking. My frown grew at their conversation. Bella wasn't supposed to be like this. What had changed? "Hey Bella. Come join us." I heard Jessica Stanley shout. I turned and watched Bella say goodbye to another group of kids, who I recognized as the chess club, and walked over to the popular kids' table. I also noticed she was carrying a packed lunch. She sat over at their table and said hi to pretty much everyone there. Everyone except for Lauren gave her smiles and replied in kind. They began talking about random things as Bella's eyes wandered the cafeteria. Eventually her eyes landed on our table. Again she barely gave me a passing glance, and her eyes settled on Rosalie. Her face crunched up and she rested her chin on her palm. "Hey Jess, who are they?" she asked. Oh, she already has eyes for the Cullens. Probably drooling over Edward. Jessica thought. Oh, those are the Hales and Cullens. The Hales are Jasper and Rosalie. The Cullens are Emmett, Alice, and the super hot one is Edward. Bella took a breath. Please tell me the super hot blonde is Ingle. The blonde? Jasper? Oh, I guess she liked the silent type. No, they are with Alice. Bella groaned and put her head on the table. Damn, so freaking sexy, totally my type. Jessica laughed. Yeah, I guess Jasper is pretty attractive. Bella lifted her head confused. Wait, her name is Jasper? What? Who is her? What do you mean? Jasper is the guy next to the pixie girl that looks like he swallowed something sour. Oh, no, not him. The super hot bombshell sitting next to Emmett. She is totally my type. Our table occupants and the ones at her table, plus whoever could hear nearby, jaws dropped. I stared at her completely shocked. She was interested in Rosalie? But that would make her a lesbian. And my mate wouldn't be a lesbian. That didn't make any sense. Ah no, that's Rosalie, she's with Emmett, the big one. Ah, that's what she meant by she doesn't play that way. Ha, that's going to make Edward's wooing tactics kind of pointless. I turned to Emmett as I heard his thoughts, my face incredulous, along with everyone else at my table. Hey Bella, are you a lesbian? I heard Mike Newton ask, forcing me to turn to see her response. Huh? Oh yeah. She replied nonchalantly. It took several moments for an expression that looked like she remembered something to cross Bella's face. Oh, if that like freaks or weirds anyone out, I'm sorry I guess. She told them. I listened to the thoughts of those around her. The guys were disappointed at first, but then they thought of how hot it was. Most of the girls were a little uncomfortable, while others were entirely interested, and the last few were just fine with it. Oh, don't worry Bella, Angela, one who was both fine with it and a little interested, you're totally fine. Bella smiled at her before grabbing her water to take a drink. As long as you don't think about trying to get any of this, Lauren snarled, gesturing to herself. Bella coughed up the water she was drinking, and it took several moments for her to stop coughing, and when it did it turned into chuckles. She looked at Lauren, still smiling. Don't worry Lauren, I prefer my women a little more. She ran her gaze over Lauren's thin body, matured. Lauren's mouth dropped and she blushed, mumbling about something about the restroom. She stood up and quickly walked away. Bella smirked at the people at the table, all who gave laughs and high fives to Bella, all pleased that someone had gotten the better of Lauren. Tyler, who had finally recovered from the loss of dateable material, decided to tease Bella. So Bella, Rosalie mature enough for you? She sighed and glanced over at Rosalie. Oh yeah. Stunning, confident, looks great in heels, and oh my god, is that car grease on her arm? I looked at Rosalie and noticed her shocked and embarrassed, but Bella continued, that is so hot. A bombshell that isn't afraid to work on cars. I think I'm in love. I watched Rosalie as she rubbed the grease a bit, but then decided to leave it, her thoughts showing how she was embarrassed that she caught, but more that Bella found her attractive in not only looks but her love of cars. Jasper laughed at the embarrassment that he felt from. I would have smiled at this if I weren't so annoyed that Bella seemed to more and more be an actual lesbian. This didn't follow Alice's visions at all. Jessica claimed Bella's attention again and explained our family dynamics and how we were all adopted. Bella seemed to lose interest when Jessica talked about how dreamy I was, which made me scowl more. The rest of lunch was spent with me watching Bella through the minds of others as she laughed and told jokes, waving and talking to others as they walked past her table and made eye contact. I could hear that everyone generically liked her. There were a few who didn't like her simply because she said she was lesbian, which they found out as Jessica walked around and spread the gossip. My seemingly permanent frown only seemed to grow, as she would inform whoever asks that she is in fact a lesbian. Emma took personal pleasure in reminding me as frequently as he could that she was interested in the softer sex by thinking of Bella in all sort of compromising positions with any female he could think of. By the end I was near to ripping his head off. There was no way that my mate was a lesbian, there must be some reason she is saying this. And I would find out. Because her next class is biology with me. I decided to avoid the moment of her scent being blown by the fan by showing up later to class. I walked through the door seconds before the bell rang and noticed Bella was just starting to walk towards her desk. Confused, I read the teacher's mind. Nice kid. She knew what she was talking about too. Shame. Oh well, for today let's. I stopped focusing on him as he began thinking about his lecture, and I followed Bella towards our desk. Ours. My smile grew at the thought of something being ours. She sat down on her chair and placed her bag on her desk. I walked around her, seeing her shocked expression in my peripheral vision. I sat down next to her and prepared myself. I took a deep breath, and her scent hit me like a wrecking ball, but because I prepared myself I was ready. Hello, I'm Edward Cullen. She tilted her head before a strange smile came across her face. Hey, I'm Bella Swan. I decided to voice my latest theory in her claim of being a lesbian. Can I ask you a question? I believe you just did, she replied, smirking playfully. I ignored her jib. You told everyone that you are a lesbian. She straightened. Yes, I did. I was just wondering if you only told them that in order to keep the boys from bothering you. She immediately stiffened and her eyes narrowed. No, in fact I told them that because I wanted to know that I am interested in the fairer sex. And I would appreciate if you don't make assumptions like that ever again. If you do, then you have my complete permission to keep them along with any other words you have for me to yourself. With that she turned and faced the front of the class. Behind us I could hear whispers of the groups behind us. Holy crap, that is the first time I have seen her that pissed. Yeah, I wonder what Cullen said to tick her off. Not even the people who didn't like her simply for being gay pissed her off that much. She just ignored them. Looked like she threatened him. Dude looks like he got totally rejected. I ignored the others and tried to fix my relationship with Bella. If I insulted you then I apologize, I was simply asking. She scoffed and rolled her eyes. I'll take your apology in consideration. I scowled, as she didn't even turn in my direction. You know, it's rude not to look people in the eye when you talk. She turned and glared at me. And what, it isn't rude to insinuate awful things about others? I stiffened in my chair. Save it, cutting me off and turning away. I don't really care. I bristled at this, but before I could respond Mr. Banner started the lesson. I didn't stop me from hearing the thoughts of the people behind us as they passed notes talking about how hard Bella was slamming me. Before long, the rest of the class had passed the notes around, and I could hear them all mentally amused. Although there were a few females who hoped her hurting me would force me to seek comfort in them, which was ridiculous. I had my mate right in front of me, if only she would see it. For the rest of the class I tried to start conversation, but she would cut me off or just ignore me. By the end I was fuming while she seemed that she didn't care about my words at all. As soon as the bell rang she quickly gathered all of her stuff before walking over to one of the other tables that was crowded with people and jumping into the conversation. I scowled at the desk, contemplating walking over to talk to her over walking out. Looking back I noticed that the crowd had grown, and most were trying to think of a way to ask Bella what I did to piss her off. I huffed in annoyance before walking out of the room. Edward Pov. I looked over and noticed that Cullen left and turned back to Bella. So Bella, what did Cullen say to piss you off so bad? I asked, noticing everyone leaning in to hear. She turned and glared at his now empty seat. Damn, if looks could kill. The douche said that the only reason I said I was a lesbian was to avoid getting hit on by all the guys. All the girls gasped while a few of the guys shook their heads. What an idiot, can't believe that he said that. Damn, sorry Bella. Dude just had to look and see you drooling over his sister, and I bet he wouldn't have thought that. Bella laughed. Well yeah, but then again I bet he sees everyone drooling over his sister. I mean, have you seen his sister? Everyone laughed at her joke. Anyways, I'm glad I won't have to sit with that annoying jerk anymore, she stated with a sigh of relief. Everyone looked concerned and confused. What do you mean? I asked. Oh, I already took this class, so I am moving up to chemistry tomorrow. I was talking to Mr. Banner to make sure I was able to, and he said that he would make sure I went up. Everyone groaned at the thought of her leaving. She was a lot of fun. But everyone murmured started agreeing with her as she explained what else he said to her that pissed her off. I began memorizing as much as I could, planning on telling Jessica in hopes to get rid of the annoying Edward Cullen fan club. Bampov. After Rosie and my last class, we were walking toward the car past the office when we heard Bella talking to Mrs. Cope inside. Are you sure you want to change classes, Miss Wan? Yup, I took AP Biology last year, and I really need Chem. Mr. Banner called Mrs. Adrian, and she said that she has another opening. So I would really love to shift classes. I had to cover my laughs as I realized that Bella would be leaving the one class that Edward had with her. Rose figured this out at the same time, and I could feel her shaking with silent laughter. She is transferring to my class, she choked out. My laughs became louder. Eddie is so pissed when he finds out. Oh babe, we are so going to have to keep this from Edward, she commented. I nodded in agreement as we listened as Bella completed her transfer out of the class before walking out. When she walked out, she noticed us. At first her eyes lit up, then it turned into a glare. I took a step back as she took several forward, kind of scared at how intense she looked. What happened? Emmett, I don't know if you and I can be friends anymore, she informed me. I freaked out. She was cool. Why couldn't we be friends? What? Why can't we be friends? She looked at Rosalie. Because you totally grabbed the most amazing looking girl in this school. And I don't think you are going to like me very much when I steal her from you. Rosalie smiled at her. Thanks, Bella, but I don't think you will be able to handle all of me, she finished with a smirk. Bella raised an eyebrow. Is that a challenge I detect? Because if so, then I am so up for it. Rosalie laughed and shook her head. As fun as you are, I do think that I am going to have to stick with Emmett for now. I kind of love him. Bella sighed theatrically. Damn, worth a shot. Rose and I laughed at her depressed face as Jasper and Alice walked up to us. I noticed Jasper's tight expression and realized the thirst was getting too much for him. I placed a hand on his shoulder, both to restrain him just in case and as a reassurance. He nodded to me before turning towards Bella. Hello, I'm Jasper, and this is my girlfriend Alice. Alice was smiling, but it was a little forced. Hi. Bella smiled brightly at both of them. Hey, nice to meet you guys. Jasper gave her a tight smile. That's quite an entrance you made today with your car. It's pretty impressive. A '67 Mustang, right? She nodded. Yep, she's my baby. Rose nodded in agreement and looked at the car in question. I love the color and the way it ran. Sounded beautiful. Yeah, it took some work, but I was finally able to get it to running perfectly. Rosalie perked up at this. You worked on your own car? Bella nodded. I'm not the best at it, but I love maintaining my baby. I always freak out that I will have to send her to a shop for work, but they would mess her up, so it's just me until I could find someone I can really trust. Rose jumped on this. I could check it out if you want. I do all the work on my family's cars. Bella Bear grinned like she just won first place in the Olympics. I think I would love for you to check out my engine and undercarriage. Rose rolled her eyes. I feel I'm going to have to remind you that I am looking at you Mustang's engine frequently, aren't I? Constantly, she winked. Sorry, I would love to stay and chit-chat, but I have to take off right now, and I have a dreading sensation that your brother will be showing up soon, and I don't think I could handle another 5 seconds with his judgmental comments without shoving a knife through his stomach and pulling out all of his innards. So I'll see you dorks tomorrow, she turned to Rosalie. Oh, and gorgeous, I will defiantly see you tomorrow as well. She winked at Rose again before turning and sauntering away. Rose rolled her eyes again as Bella walked towards her car. I laughed at Bella's playful seduction techniques. My advanced hearing picked up on Edward's light footsteps approaching quickly. I gestured to Rosalie and she nodded back, understanding. We both shielded our thoughts from him. We found that if we needed to hide something from him, all we had to do was think about how amazing our sex was. He usually whined or left us alone when we both started getting graphic. He turned a corner into the lot at the exact moment that Bella started up her Eleanor. He glared at the offending vehicle as she drove around the lot towards us. She rolled down her window when she got close. I saw the smile on her face, and while I may not be psychic like Alice, I figured out what she was going to do. As soon as she blew a kiss at Rosalie, I jumped in front of her. "Ah!" I shouted, falling to my knees. "I'm hit. Oh, the pain. Rose, go on without me. Run before she gets you too." I looked to see Bella give me one last glare before laughing and driving off. Edward stomped his foot like a 3-year-old. "Come on, family meeting at home. Something is wrong with Bella." Both Rose and I rolled our eyes at his voice, and I was the one they called the child. Rosalie Pov. Edward complained for almost 2 hours about how something was wrong with his Bella. He also spent a little of that time yelling at us to stop saying that we kind of like this new Bella, or that he wants us to stop thinking about sex. But the meeting turned when he informed us that she was deliberately rude to him. Emmett frowned. "Really? She was nice to everyone though. I doubt that she would single you out like that." "Well, she did," he replied, acting high and mighty. "We were talking, and then she got all defensive when I asked her some things. I stiffened at this. $10 you insulted her." I thought to him. Edward glared at me. "I would never do that." "What did you ask her?" Edward turned away and ignored me. "What did you ask her, Edward?" He huffed. "I merely asked why she decided to inform everyone that she was a lesbian." I stared at him slack-jawed. "He did what?" The rest of the group asked him the same question. Carlisle interrupted us. "Everyone please calm down." Edward smirked at us as he was defended by being the favorite. Edward was just asking why she decided to tell everyone, and while it may be a little invasive and rude, Edward's smirk went to a shocked look at Carlisle's words. He only asked a question that is basically harmless. I looked at Edward and noticed when he looked away from us. He was hiding something. He did something else as well. Both Jasper and I reached the same conclusion and voiced it. "That's not all he did." Edward glared, but I continued. "You said something else to her, didn't you?" Edward bristled. "I merely informed her of a theory I had been working on." I leaned forward. "What theory, Edward? Stop stalling and tell us." He stood up straight and tried to stare me down. I asked her if she told everyone that she was gay simply to avoid attention from the boys at this school. Silence. Then everyone started talking at once. Emmett was opening yelling at him, pissed that Edward was rude to his friend. Jasper was calling him an idiot for talking to a woman like that. Alice was shaking her head and told him that he had taken away her best friend. Esme was reprimanding him for saying such things. Carlisle looked disappointed and was trying to tell him where he went wrong. And I was sitting on the couch, leaning back. It had started as just a bit of shaking. Then it progressed to little giggles, then up to chuckles. By the time it had reached laughs, everyone had stopped to look at me like I was crazy. "What's so funny, love?" my husband asked. Edward snarled at my thoughts. "Yes, she is," he shouted. "PFFT, what a child. I don't think Isabella Swan is Edward's mate anymore." Everyone stared at me shocked, so I continued. "Well, first off, she's lesbian, and while I would have no problem taking off Edward the item she doesn't want on her lovers," Emmett and Jasper winced while Edward continued to glare. "Secondly, you said she was lying about who she was to everyone at school the first day she met you, kind of a dick move. Finally, she informed us that she probably couldn't spend 5 more seconds with you without attempting to take your life." Everyone stared at me with various degrees of shock on their face, except Edward, who just glared at me. "I know she is my mate," he snarled quietly. "We may not have talked much, but I still know she is." Alice decided to speak up then. "I don't know about that anymore, Edward." He looked shocked at her, but she continued. "When I'm near her I get new vision, and they show her as a vampire, but she's never with you anymore. She's always running with someone else." Edward snarled at her and they began debating back and forth. But I was thinking about what he had just snarled at me. Something didn't sit right with what he said. I ran it over and over. Suddenly something clicked in my head, and when Edward looked away, I knew I nailed it. "Edward?" I asked, feigning sweetness. "How long were you talking to her before you insulted her and called her a liar?" He didn't answer, but I had caught everyone's attention again, and they were all looking at him curious as well. I scoffed at him. "You probably asked right after you introduced yourself, didn't you?" Carlisle scoffed. "Edward would be smarter than that, he would know that would be rude." Awkward silence as Carlisle looked at Edward for confirmation. When none came, Carlisle's mouth dropped in shock and Esme gasped. "Edward?" Esme scolded. "You just met the girl. You had no right to question her like that." The moron in question looked on in disbelief as Esme continued to scold him like the child he is. This day was getting to be so much fun. Alice Poff. Bella's future was no longer making sense. One vision she would be who I saw before, and she would be shy or clumsy with her group of friends or us. Others she would be the one we met today and running around with random people and easily making friends. I sat in my room doodling in my sketchbook, trying to figure out what was going on. The family meeting finished an hour ago when Edward stormed off after Emmett continued to tell Esmond Carlisle how much fun this new Bella was. I had checked through my visions and saw that he was planning on checking on Bella by climbing the tree that looked into her house. Everyone was against it, but his claim that she was his mate made our opinions void in his mind apparently. I had also seen that Bella wasn't home right now, so I had no problem letting him go. I tried looking for her in the future, but I kept getting some strange vision of me hiding in the forest by the driveway giggling. I shook my head from these and focused on the two different Bella's problem. I breathed out a loud sigh as I sat there totally confused. I got a brief vision of me standing in front of Carlisle's study after he called for me. Seconds later I was in the exact same position before he called. "Come in, Alice," he called through the door, unsurprised at my presence. I walked through the thick mahogany door and entered. I scrunched my nose as the smell of old worn book hit me. "You were about to call?" "Yes, Alice. I have a running theory why your visions are so strange with Bella." I sat down at the chair in front of his desk and motioned him to continue. "Well, your visions are subjective, they only show if a decision is made, correct?" I nodded, "And if two people randomly meet, and they only act on instinct, just say the first thing that pops into their head, then you wouldn't be able to see the meeting or anything that happens after, correct?" Again I nodded, "Yes, but as soon as they make a decision again I would be able to see them." "Okay, so here is my theory. 17 years ago, you had your first vision of Bella, which is when her parents decided to have her. When you saw this you began focusing on this Bella, who would grow to be shy and clumsy. However, at one point, she and some other party had a random meeting and both acted upon instinct. And thus she became invisible. But by this time, Edward and you had already come to know her as his mate. So whenever you tried to look into Bella's future, you were actually looking at your decisions and plans, not hers. And now that you have met Bella after she went through the random meeting, you are able to see her future as well. But both Edward and you are only focusing on the older Bella, which is why you still have visions of both." I sat back against the chair and stared at Carlisle. It made sense and fit the situation. The only flaw could be the actual random meeting itself, which I voiced to him. Yes, as both could plan on traveling or either could just pick a random path to trot down. It would have to take a ton of different events to cross to make the meeting of two people entirely random in your precognition. The only way I think it could work is if both people just started walking and kept their thoughts on something irrelevant, and at one point their paths crossed. I frowned. I didn't like the idea there was something that could sneak by my visions. But at least I had an explanation. "So the visions I have been having of Bella, those aren't of her but of our idea of her?" "That's my theory." I hummed thoughtfully. I was about to respond, but again I was hit by the same vision of me standing alone in the forest. "Ugh, I don't get this," I groaned coming out of the vision. Carlisle tilted his head. "What was the vision about, Alice?" I quickly explained my visions to him, and Carlisle placed his hands under his chin as he thought over this new dilemma. "And you say you get this one when you try to focus on Bella? And that this takes place at the front of our driveway?" he asked. "Yes, on both," I replied. He nodded to himself. "Then perhaps you should seek out this scene from your visions. You may get some answers there." I thought over it before agreeing. I thanked him before blurring out of the house, hearing everyone except Edward just relaxing inside. It took me several minutes to actually find a scene from my visions. I was surprised to find that it was just inside from the turnoff from the main road and onto our driveway. After getting there I looked around and noticed nothing. I huffed and leaned back against the tree, trying to force a vision. My face crunched up as I concentrated. Nothing. I slammed my head against the tree, creating a small dent. I bit my lip and tried to think of what to do. I was about to take off back to the house when I heard it. An older engine was driving on the road towards our driveway. I waited for it to pass, but surprisingly when it got to only several feet away from the turnoff the engine cut. I frowned as I heard the person open the door and walk over to stand in front of our driveway. "Wow," I heard a female say, "they must really hate having neighbors." I had to cover my mouth to hide my laughing as I realized that this was Bella Swan. Edward went running to her house to check on her stalker, and she came driving over to us. Bella continued to question whether or not this was actually our house, debating that Charlie said it was an unmarked driveway against the fact that the driveway was terrifying and she was probably going to be killed. After much debate, she got back in her car. Using this, I took off ahead of her as she slowly pulled through the way, still mumbling how she was going to get attacked by an axe murderer. I reached the house. Everyone. We are going to have a guest soon. Everybody blurred to the entryway, all with varied degrees of confusion on their faces. Who's coming, Alice? Esme asked. I giggled before skipping off. Oh, I'm not telling. I want to see the shock on all of your faces when they get here. By now they could all hear Bella's car as it slowly rumbled up the way. I could see realization of both Rosalie and Jasper's faces, along with a large smile on the former. Both Carlisle and Esme were confused, as they never heard it. Emmett just didn't stop grinning like an idiot, so it was hard to tell if he actually recognized it at all. Finally, Bella pulled into the meadow and parked her car. It actually took her several minutes to get out of car, no doubt in awe of the house. She finally opened the door and got out, and we could barely hear her as she now mumbled about rich axe murderers with gorgeous torture chambers. Both of our parents frowned as they tried to figure out who this was. Bella took a deep breath before walking up the porch steps and over to the door. She quickly pressed the doorbell and to restrain Esme from going too fast out of curiosity. After a short pause, Esme walked over and opened the door. Hello, I'm Isabella Swan, you must be Mrs. Cull. She trailed off. Alice Pov. Oh yes, I am, but please call me Esme dear. Can I help you? We all listened as Bella responded with something that sounded like an ah, and something in Spanish rolled into one. I leaned around the corner and noticed Bella's totally awestruck face. I smiled and leaned back, whispering too low for Bella to hear. Here comes lesbian attempt number 2. Everyone looked shocked and confused, but Bella came through for me. Will you marry me? It was Esme's turn to respond with something incoherent, but Bella shook her head. Wait. No, don't answer that. Carlisle looked a little relieved. We need to go on a few dates first. Will you go on a date with me? Esme sputtered, but Carlisle with a smile walked into the entryway and Emmett, Rosalie and I, Jasper whispering that he needs to hunt before he sees her, leaned our heads in to see Bella's reaction. She didn't disappoint. As soon as she saw Carlisle walking up, she groaned theatrically before resting her head against the doorframe. I'm sorry, Carlisle chuckled, but that we be my wife you are asking for in marriage. She sighed again and lifted her head. Sorry, Mr. Cullen, but it's hard not to when your wife sounds as kind as she gorgeous. Carlisle smiled. I have to agree, and do call me Carlisle, Isabella. She nodded and smiled genuinely back, of course, but in return call me Bella. Bella it is. Now what can we do for you? She smiled but looked at Esme. Actually, I'm here to see if I can borrow your wife. Carlisle's eyebrow rose again. I'm completely redoing my room, paint, cabinets, dresser, the whole shebang, and my dad told me that Esme here was an interior designer, and I just wanted to ask for some advice. I finally noticed what Bella was wearing. Her outfit was totally different from what she was wearing earlier to school. Now she had a big pair of painting overalls with the words "Paint me like one of your French girls" in elegant text painted on the side and a white t-shirt underneath. Her hair wasn't falling down in cascades, but rather pulled back into a messy ponytail. On her back she had an old backpack that had been covered in so many different layers of paint, it was impossible to tell what it originally looked like. Her ragged combat boots completed her image. She looked ready to work. Espov. I don't mean to come here asking for help, but… Oh, relax, Bella, I cut in. If anything, you are saving me from asking Emmett to destroy something so I can redesign it. I have been aching for a new project. I gently touched Carlisle's arm, telling him that I'll be in my office if he needs me silently. He nodded and said goodbye to Bella before walking back to his office. I gestured for Bella to follow me and turned to start walking towards my office in the back of the house. I did realize when Bella noticed the heads of my kids peeking around the corner when she started giggling at them. You guys look like you belong in a 90s sitcom, she said to them. Emmett and Alice laughed, but Rosalie lifted her eyebrow. Not you, Rose, Bella reassured her. Nothing below the runway would be good enough for your beauty. Rose smiled but kept her eyebrow up. But that still wasn't enough for you to pop the question on our first meeting? Clearly trying to tease Bella. It didn't work. Nah, I may flirt with you, but based on you, man, I don't exactly think I'm man enough for your taste. But if you want, I can ask you on our first date. I turned to watch Bella pat Rosalie on the shoulder as she walked past, chuckling at Rose's shocked face. I smiled as she teased my kids lightly. "Hey Alice and Tiny, it's nice to see you too." I frowned. "Tiny? Why do you call Emma tiny?" Suddenly she blushed. "I don't think you all want to hear about that." Emmett guffawed. "Oh heck no, I'm telling Mom." I heard Bella mutter tattletale under her breath. "Bella here thinks I'm a disappointment in a certain department." I rolled my eyes, already used to Emmett's talk about their sex life. Rosalie, finally recovered from her shock, leaned forward towards Bella. "Trust me, he defiantly isn't lacking." Bella grinned mischievously before leaning forward and closing the distance between them, placing her lips right next to Rosalie's ear and sighing gently. She whispered softly, so quiet that if we weren't superhuman, and I could show you things that wouldn't leave you lacking. She leaned back to look at Rosalie, now totally dumbfounded and speechless. She nodded to herself like she completed a goal before turning to me, waiting expectantly. I chuckled at her innocent expression and turned to continue walking. She followed as Alice laughed on the floor, and Emmett stood there trying to form a coherent sentence. "Hey Bella. I do not leave my girlfriend lacking," Emmett yelled out. I wasn't looking at Bella, so I didn't notice her grin victoriously, as if some experiment she just did turned out the way she wanted to. I wasn't looking, so all I heard was the light chuckle she gave. "You drew this?" I asked, sitting in one of my comfy rolling chairs, gesturing to the drawing she handed to me. "MMHMM," she replied as she meandered around looking at my equipment. "I want to paint my walls like that, each unique, and maybe some animal life peeking around, but yeah, like that." I looked back to the drawing. It was gorgeous. It was a deep dark jungle after a rainstorm with the sun peeking through the canopy above. Vines twisted all over trees as drops of water sat in various moments of fall. It was incredibly detailed, even the plant life was varied, but each one was vibrant. "This is incredible, Bella. With this I'm not even sure why you need my help." She laughed. "Well, it's not the walls I need help with actually, it's the furniture and other knickknacks." I tried looking for stuff to match the feel of the room, but I couldn't find anything that worked. I nodded. "The furniture completes the picture, and with your walls looking like this, you have a very specific picture." She laughed brightly at this. "Yeah, I walked into that room, and I just looked at my ugly purple walls, and all I thought was jungle." I smiled. "I agree, sometimes I just walk in a room and it just speaks to me, though few speak to me like this," I told her, gesturing to her drawing. She scrunched up her face. "Mine always seem to, and they always come out completely unique and random. My room at my mother's, each wall is a different location. The north wall is a frozen tundra, the south is the Sahara, which was incredibly difficult, the east wall is a rocky beach with during a lightning storm, and the west wall is beautiful sandy beach with a blue sky and clear water." I stared at her slack-jawed. "Wow, that's incredible. Do you have any pictures? I would love to see it." She frowned. "Not on me, but if you give me your email I can send them to you." I quickly nodded and promised to give it to her before getting to the problem at hand. "What color scheme are you thinking with the jungle life?" "Oh, actually I went to the store and grabbed them earlier. I already knew what I wanted before I came here, so I just had them sent here. If you want I can just go." She trailed off, standing up, but I cut her off. "Oh honey, please sit back down. We have Emmett for all the lifting." Bella chuckled but sat down. Downstairs I heard Emmett making some questionable comments. "Emmett," I shouted, "for the human, get your rear end up here." A few seconds later Emmett popped into the room. I frowned. He was too fast, but looking over to Bella, I saw she was back to looking at the catalog of bedframes. "Emmett, make sure to use human speed," I reprimanded quickly. Using a louder voice, "Emmett, can you go grab the paints from Bella's car?" Bella stood up and walked over to Emmett, standing right in front of him holding her keys between them. If I find my car in anything less than the pristine condition I left it in, I will remove something from your body with a rusted spoon, and then I will proceed to mount it to your forehead with a staple gun. Understand?" she threatened. Emmett smirked. "Don't worry, Bella Bear, Rose loves her cars just as much. I know not to do anything stupid." Bella stepped closer and dropped her voice to a level so I wouldn't hear, "But I did, maybe, Emmett, but she may threaten and not follow through. I would, so keep my baby safe, and you won't have to have your jewels medically sewn back on. Capish?" Emmett swallowed audibly at Bella's threat and nodded silently before Bella dropped her keys into his hands. Downstairs Jasper and Alice were rolling on the floor at her threat. Even Rosalie and Carlisle were chuckling as the weak human threatened the big scary vampire. Emma turned and walked out of the room, cradling the keys like an egg. I raised my eyebrow as Bella turned around. Feel better threatening my son? She bit her lip. Not particularly. I wouldn't trust that kid with a brick with his playful attitude. Not that I don't like him, he's great. But Eleanor is my baby. I smiled at how similar she could be to Rosalie before continuing on our conversation on what furniture to use. Emmett came in several minutes later, pretending to have difficulty lugging the 6 paint cans and giving the keys back to Bella and informing her that her car was still perfect. We continued to talk about the greens and what would look good with what for almost an hour before I heard him enter the house snarling. "Where is she?" "Calm down, Edward, she's upstairs with Esme working on a plan for her room," Alice responded. There was a brief scuffle. "You can't go up like this, Edward," Jasper told him. "You'll only scare her and give away our secret in the worst way possible." I was shocked that Jasper seemed to be all right with telling her that we were vampires. He and Rosalie, I suspected, would be the most against it. "Relax, Edward. Just read Esme's mind if you want to continue stalking her," Rosalie snarled at him. Edward snarled back but didn't respond. I cited my children fighting. I never enjoyed when they actually fought. Suddenly I felt a warm hand squeezing mine, and I turned my head to see the concerned gaze of Bella's eyes. "Are you okay, Esme? You look pretty down," she told me. I smiled gently. "So kind. I'm fine, Bella, just thinking of something, don't worry about it." She frowned but agreed and we continued to talk, me much less enthusiastic as my mind kept turning to the fact that Edward was deliberately reading my thoughts to observe Bella. Several minutes into our discussion I heard a soft growling from Bella's stomach, and only then I realized how long we had been talking. "Bella, are you hungry? I could make you something to eat, I rarely get to cook that much." She looked shocked. "Really? I would imagine that with 5 kids you cook non-stop." Instantly I realized my mistake and heard the other's breath in sharply. "Oh no, unfortunately they all like to eat out or make their own meals." "Huh, well then in that case I would love something to eat. But do you think that you could make something that is pretty healthy and low on the meats? My Tai Chi instructor has me on a diet." I must have looked shocked because she laughed at my expression. "Yes, I do take Tai Chi. It helps with balance," she told me. I smiled at her, then looked down at the surplus of open books spread across my work table. "Do you remember what you picked for everything?" She nodded and held up a list I didn't notice she was filling out. "Do you want me to order everything for you today?" I asked. She bit her lip thinking about it, then shook her head. "It's going to take me some time to do all the sketching on the walls, and plus after that I have to paint it all by myself, so it will take some." I jumped at the idea of helping her more. "Actually, both Alice and I are great artists. If you want we can help you with that." She smiled at this. "I was hoping you offered. I saw you sketching as we talked, and I think your art looks amazing. Is Alice as good as you?" I laughed before directing her out of the room. "Oh yes, Alice is much better than I am. She has dedicated herself to being an artist, while I simply am one to help with my work." "Oh, then I defiantly have to ask her for help. Plus she seems so fun and bubbly, I would be a great person to work with." I overheard Alice coo at this as we neared the living room. Entering, I looked back to watch Alice take in everyone doing their own thing. Emmett was back at his video games complaining as he lost again to Alice, claiming she was cheating. Rosalie was reading this month's Car and Driver in her fluffy white chair, and Jasper was studying his chessboard game that he had going on with Emmett. "You play with them for a bit, Bella, I'll cook you up something quick," I told her. She looked back concerned. "Are you sure? I could keep you company if you want." I smiled at her, but Edward was in the kitchen telling me that he wanted to talk to me, and Alice was whispering that Bella would leave if she finds out Edward was here right now. "I'm positive, Bella, relax, I won't be long." She turned back to the kids and I could tell she was contemplating on whom to tease first. I shook my head smiling and turned to deal with Edward. "Jacob Pov." I smiled as I looked down at the chessboard, feeling the emotions as they traveled the room. Alice was hoping, no doubt anxious to show her sketches. Emmett was both nervous at Bella and pleased she was here. Rosalie was glad too, but showed that she was still a little off from how easily Bella had messed with her earlier. And Bella was contemplating as she compared picking each person. I looked at the board and finally decided to try a tactic I had been planning out that would beat Emmett. He only plays in the moments, and so long-term tactics work best against him. I moved my knight into place and called out to Emmett, informing him of my move. Now with nothing to do, I looked up to observe Bella, and based on her emotions, I could tell she was up to no good. She started to walk towards Rosalie, but instead of taking the path behind the couch she walked in front of it. She moved to keep walking, but feigning that she forgot something she turned back and looked at Alice, and just happened to stand directly between Emmett and the television. "Hey Alice, I don't mean to be rude at all, your mom mentioned that you were an excellent artist, do you think we could trade sketchbooks later?" she asked sweetly. "Bella, move, I can't see," Emmett shouted, moving side to side to get a better angle. Alice caught on to what she was doing and quickly used this moment to kill of Emmett's character. As Emmett whined, she turned to Bella. "Of course, I love sharing my work. And I would love to see what you have." Emmett left the couch to come over to the table, only taking a moment to look at the move I made before playing his next move and quickly walking back to the couch for another attempt, barely feeling anything for the game. I smirked at him. He played like I predicted. I pretended to think about my next move so that Emmett doesn't figure out that he is playing into a trap. As I stalled, my eyes fell to Bella again, who stopped talking to Alice about art and was working her way over to Rosalie. She had a strange sense of glee combined with longing, but looking into it, I realized it was directed entirely at Rose. The glee was for her, but the longing was for something or someone else. "Hey Red, anything good this edition?" she asked. Rosalie looked up. "Red? Really?" Bella gave her a charming smile. "Yeah, 'cause you're as beautiful as a red rose." Rosalie rolled her eyes and Emmett called out, "Hey Bella, when are you going to stop trying to steal my girl?" "When she stops looking so incredibly beautiful, so I'm guessing never," she responded instantly. I frowned as I read her, feeling a great deal of anticipation and curiosity. But when Emmett turned around to make eye contact with his wife, the love they felt overpowered anything. "No, my Rose will always look this beautiful," Emmett said lovingly. Bella laughed before stepping to the side, her feelings strangely gleeful. "Okay, you two have your heterosexual moment now, I wanna go see how bad Em is losing at chess." I tensed but then forced myself to relax. Thankfully I had opened the window behind me, blowing her scent away from me. Bella walked over and plopped down on Emmett's unused chair and studied the chessboard. I could feel her curiosity as she studied it, then I felt a huge amount of understanding. I tilted my head slightly. Could she see my strategy? "You play?" I asked. She bobbled her head around, sort of. I grinned at the thought of a new opponent and reached down into the cupboard to pull out a second board. "Oh my god, how many boards do you have?" she asked. I smirked. "Not enough, you want to play?" She nodded and we silently set up the board. Rosalie must have found something she assumed that Bella would like, capturing Bella's attention as I made the first move. I was patient, so I sat back in the chair and tried to relax with her scent, which was bad, but if I could handle hundreds of heartbeats around me for hours, then I could handle one around me for a few minutes. Bella turned to the table and saw my move and quickly made her move, her feelings, her face giving away nothing. She turned back to Rose and continued their talk. The next 10 minutes was filled with this, me moving my pieces and seconds later Bella moving hers, barely giving the board a glance. And in those 10 minutes I became incredibly confused as I tried to figure out her strategy. Her pieces were widely spread out, but all of them were covered, so in order to defend I had to spread myself out as well, but I was still protected. Suddenly Bella moved her queen all the way over to my side, in complete view of my rook. I smirked internally at this amateur move. I was about to take it when she stood up, still talking to Rose. I cut in. "Surrendering so soon, Bella?" She stopped and turned to me. It was when I felt her waves of glee that I started to worry. "No, Jasper, I was going to leave you in contemplation of the checkmate you just landed yourself in." My jaw dropped and I looked at the chessboard. Then I realized that her queen could take out my king. And I couldn't go back any further, couldn't go to the left because of a rook, and the right because of pawn. She beat me. She beat me and I don't even know how she did it. Bella chuckled at my flabbergasted expression and strutted away, clearly pleased with herself. Emmett started laughing at my expression. "I can't believe you actually lost, Jazz." Emmett laughed out. I glared at him and without even looking moved my bishop into place. "Checkmate for you as well, Emmett." His face dropped and all three girls started laughing at us. Bella plopped down beside Rose and they continued their conversation, while both Emmett and I studied the board I lost in, trying to find out how I got beaten. Then I heard Edward start to head towards the living room. All of the vampires in the room tensed as he got closer. I could feel his eagerness along with anger directed at Rosalie for talking to Bella. Edward entered the room and I almost laughed when I felt the incredible amount of dread coming from Bella. Edward glared at me as he read my thoughts before attempting to capture Bella's attention. "Hello, Bella. It's nice to see you again." Bella blew out a breath, sounding exasperated. Edward. Emma chuckled at Bella's short response, but Edward seemed elated that Bella acknowledged him, so he pushed forward. "I heard that you were painting your room," Edward commented. Bella stiffened. "Yes, I am." Edward smiled, what he probably thought was a charming smile, but Bella seemed to feel that he was creepy. "I was wondering if you needed any help with it." Bella sat up. "Oh, yeah, actually I really do." Edward was elated. "Oh, it's no problem, I coo." "Alice, do you think that we could look at your sketches now?" Bella cut him off. "I really could use your help." Emma chuckled at Edward as he watched Alice hop up, super excited to show someone her sketches. Edward tried to snarl at Alice to stop her, but I quickly snarled and stood up. "Don't you dare threaten my mate," I warned him in my thoughts. Edward glared at me as Bella followed Alice out of the room, and I felt the relief from Bella as soon as Edward was out of her sight. I looked pointedly at Edward at this, but he ignored me. We all listened as Bella walked with Alice, talking about how she wanted to paint her walls. I was impressed with the detail she was going after in her walls, they sounded incredible. Though I did chuckle when Bella said that she was worried that Alice's style would be too different from hers. Alice had been painting for so long that she could probably copy any artist's style and paint their best pieces better than they could. Finally we heard Alice's door close, and we knew that Bella couldn't hear us, regardless how loud Edward got in his pouting. Edward glared, but I simply shrugged. "I'm entitled to my own opinions, and I think you can whine like a little kid sometimes." He pretended to ignore me, but I could feel the anger rolling off of him in waves. But before I could comment on his temper tantrum, Em cut me off. "So even though Bella Bear isn't Edward's mate, is she still alright to come over?" "She's cool, even though she keeps hitting on my Rose." Edward sputtered, but before he could reply Rose responded to Emmett. "She may keep hitting on me, but I don't think she is actually interested like that. She looks at me like she is thinking of someone else." I smiled and looked down. Everyone always saw Rosalie as shallow, but she generally noticed a lot about people that others didn't. If not for my gift I wouldn't have even realized it. "I agree," I told them. "Every now and then she looks at Rose and has huge amount of longing, but it isn't actually directed at her. Someone from her past maybe." Emmett shrugged. "I'm not really concerned, she seems too playful to actually try and steal Rosie, plus it's kind of hot," he said, wiggling his eyebrows. Rosalie rolled her eyes. "Em, you are such a pervert." He winked. "You know you like it though." I winced at the lust coming off the two, and Edward looked disgusted at their thoughts. Edward finally seemed to recover. "Bella is my mate, she is just confused." "You really can't figure out that she isn't your mate, can you?" I thought to him. He glared at me. "She is my mate." Before I could call him out on his pouting, Carlisle and Renesmee ran into the room, the latter holding a pile of human food. Edward looked to his father for support, but whatever he heard in his mind must have told him that he wasn't getting it from him as his face dropped. "Not you too, Carlisle," he shouted. Carlisle shushed him but spoke out loud. "I'm sorry, Edward, but I don't think that this Bella is actually your mate. I think the visions that Alice has been having of her lately have been of our decisions involving her. And now that we have met the real Bella, Alice's visions are starting to show what her future would look like." I leaned forward, curious. "So the visions that we thought were from Bella were our own decisions about her?" He nodded, so I continued. "What about when Bella changed, wouldn't Alice have seen that?" He explained his random meeting scenario, and while it sounded far-fetched it made sense. "But wouldn't Alice see Bella after the meeting occurred?" He shook his head. "With all the changes that I think Bella must have gone through to change from what Alice saw to the girl we see today, I think Bella practically became a whole new person who Alice didn't know at all. Therefore Alice couldn't see her future." I nodded thoughtfully, but before I could ask another question Edward jumped in again. "But Carlisle, she has to be my mate," he whined. Esme patted his arm, trying to calm him down. "Edward, I do think she could have been, but this girl, she is nothing like the girl you believe to be mates with. She is confidant, an artist, balanced, and interested in females." Edward stormed out, clearly pissed and annoyed that they both sided against him. Rosalie chuckled at his childish antics before getting up to go check on Alice and Bella. I watched as Carlisle and Esme communicated silently to each other before Esme followed Rosalie up to Bella with her food. "Espov." I ran up the stairs holding Bella's food after reassuring Carlisle that Edward would be back. I was saddened that Edward was still without a mate, but it was easy to see that the two wouldn't suit. Edward was quiet and reserved while Bella was incredibly outgoing and lesbian. I stepped over the last step and looked and saw Rosalie standing at Alice's open door with her wide. I listened as both of the other girls laughed loudly. I walked over at human speed and peeked into the room. What I saw made my jaw drop. Alice was sitting in front of an easel wearing a bright pink tutu and leather jacket with studded knee-high combat boots that I wasn't even aware we owned. However, the catch was Bella, who was only wearing black lingerie with black stilettos and holding a beautiful green dress over her shoulder, looking back at Alice trying to keep a seductive look but falling into giggles. "Done!" Alice shouted, pulling both Rosalie and I from staring at Bella's incredible fit body. We may not be attracted, but it was impossible not to be interested at how amazing she looked. Bella walked over and placed the dress on a hanger and pulled off the heels before running over to see what Alice drew. Both Rose and I walked over to see as well, closing the door behind us to hide Bella's half-naked figure. A perfect replica of Bella greeted us. It wasn't colored but a detailed sketch. She looked amazing, and Alice was able to capture Bella's seductive look perfectly, even though she was giggling. "Oh Alice, that's perfect," Bella told her. "Now it's your turn." Alice giggled and jumped up to glide over to where Bella was standing. "How do you want me?" Bella grabbed her sketchbook and a pencil before walking over to Alice. "Let's have you going for the younger look. So how about you put your foot on your toe? Yeah, like that. And grasp your wrist behind your back. Oh, tilt your head down and bite your lip. Little more teeth. Perfect. Close your eyes a little for that hooded look. Perfect. Hold that for a moment." Bella quickly did a quick sketch of Alice posed like this, just capturing the moment. Not knowing that Alice could stand like that for hours without moving. After finishing, she compared the two before walking back to the easel, only clad in underwear. She started working on a more detailed image. Deciding now would be the best time, I placed her food on the table next to her. She looked down then up, as if finally noticing our presence. "Oh, hey Rose. Thank you for the food," she said, smiling before looking back at the sketch. "So what do you think?" "Well, I think Alice's sketch is incredible and that you look amazing in it," I told her. She smiled at this and Rosalie asked her, "What exactly are you two doing?" Bella grinned as she drew. I wanted to see if our art matched slightly, so Alice proposed that we each drew the other in an outfit the other chose for us. I was wearing that dress, but neither Alice nor I actually like me in it. I look too young, so she suggested I take it off. I instantly did and was about to put it away when she was like, "Stop, I want to draw you like that," so I did. And next thing you know, we were giggling about how each of us should try to go for seductive. And yeah, that's what's going on. Rose chuckled at this explanation, and I smiled as Bella took a bite of the food I cooked. She moaned, "Oh goddess, I don't understand how your kids don't eat your cooking, you are a goddess." I smiled at her, "Thank you, dear." Rose cleared her throat. Bella, do you want to put on some clothes or a robe?" Bella lay down as if just noticing her near nakedness, then back up to Rosalie. "Nah, Red, I usually don't even wear this much for painting, so I'm pretty comfortable." She paused before grinning at Rosalie. "Besides, Red, why would I hide what you are so clearly enjoying?" Rosalie looked like a deer in the headlights as she was caught staring. Alice and I broke down in laughter, Alice completely losing her pose. Bella's eyes snapped to Alice. No, Alice, stay still." Alice looked put out, "But I let you giggle." "Giggle while keeping the pose?" "Yes," she replied, laughing hard and completely ruining the picture. "Absolutely not. Now stay still." Alice was about to get back in the pose when she thought of something. "I just realized something, you hit on both Rosalie and Esme, but never me." "Why? I'm not good enough?" Bella deadpanned. "Do you want me to hit on you?" Alice rolled her eyes. "Answer the question." Bella sighed. "It's just that you're really not my type. You're beautiful and adorable, but I have always been attracted to older women, it's just me." Alice tilted her head. "Are you saying I'm too young?" "Yes. You're like a bouncy pixie. Now sit still, Pix." The vampires laughed as the human called the 90-year-old immortal young. Alice though groaned but got back into her pose, twitching now and then to keep up her act as a human. Bella spent 20 or so minutes rotating between drawing Alice quite expertly and eating her food. Rose and I stood behind her watching her erase then add lines, and gradually Alice began to appear on the paper. She was nearing completion when Alice's eyes glazed over and she entered a vision. Thankfully, Bella was focused on something on the paper that she wasn't happy with. When Alice came back, she looked really miffed. "Edward is coming back and he will come straight up here," Alice whispered to us. I looked at Bella's near-naked form and knew that she wouldn't want Edward to see her like this. Luckily Rose thought similarly to me. Pulling out her phone, she pretended to have received a text and groaned loudly. Bella turned and took in her phone in dismal expression. What happened? Read. Rosalie looked at her. Edward is coming up here, and he probably wants to show off his painting skills. Bella groaned as well, then looked down at her nakedness. When she looked up, she looked like she saw something from a nightmare. Oh, he is so not going to get to see any of this. I don't care about Jazz or M, but Eddie gives me the heebies. She looked at me sheepishly. I'm sorry, Esm. I don't mean to be rude, it's just. I waved my hand. I understand, dear, you don't feel comfortable with him. She smiled gently at me. Suddenly her face was covered by her shirt and overalls. Enough chit-chat, get dressed. Bella laughed at Alice but did what she said. In a moment she was back to what she was drawing, now on Alice's easel, covering the painting of her with a nearly finished sketch of Alice. Keep your thoughts away from Bella, Rosalie told us. Both of us nodded and thought of different things to protect Bella from Edward's telepathy. And it was just in time as seconds later we heard Edward on the other side of the door knocking. I moved to the door and opened it partially. Yes, Edward, can I help you? Hello, Mother, may I come in? It depends on why you want to. Bella is uncomfortable with you, so if you are here for her then turn around now. His eyes hardened. I wish to speak with my mate. I stiffened. You will not take that tone with me, young man. And I believe that we have covered that she is not your mate. Edward looked shocked that I scolded him, but his childlike antics had to end. Suddenly Bella called out from behind me, who is trying to interrupt my masterpiece in the making. I scrunched up my face and Edward grew a smile. Edward is here to talk to you. Bella made a quiet sound of disgust. Well, tell him to go away. Females in here only, and unless he has cut something off and grown some double Ds, I still believe that Edward is a male. So tell him to bugger off, then come back and tell me if this thong looks good or not. Alice and Rose laughed outright while I simply chuckled lightly. Edward looked terrified. Boss's orders, I smirked, then shut the door on his face. Esm, please let me in, he called out. Edward, you make her uncomfortable, and I will not have a guest uncomfortable at my house. She has been nothing but wonderful to my family, so leave her be. She is not your mate. Edward groaned but left the door and returned to the living room. Bella breathed out a sigh of relief and went back to finishing her drawing. You can relax now, Alice, I'm just doing the finishing touches, Bella told her. Alice stretched out pointlessly and hopped over to see what Bella was finishing up, even though she had probably already seen through her visions. I joined her and stared at the work that Bella did. While it lacked the life that Alice was able to pour into hers, but it still was an excellent drawing. She captured Alice's face perfectly. Oh, Bella, this is beautiful. I love it. Alice told her joyfully. I agree, Rose told her. How did you get this good? Bella shrugged. I took several workshops, and I found that it was a great way to release stress. So I started taking classes and practicing as much as I could, and one thing led to another. Well, you must have been an excellent student, I commented. She looked sheepish. Thanks, Esm, but it's still nothing like Alice's. She was able to capture so much more. Alice scoffed. I'm obsessed with only two things, painting and shopping, and both I have been doing for so long it should probably be impossible. But if you just started and you're already this good, then you are defiantly going to be incredible. Bella was about to respond, but her phone started playing the scene from Star Wars. KSSEH, CHHHH. No, Luke. KSSEH, CHHHH. I am your father. KSSEH, CHHHH. No. Bella pulled out her phone, answered it, ignoring us as we laughed at her. Hey Dad, what's up? Nothing, Bells, just wondering if you were actually coming home. Bella laughed. Yeah, I'm planning on grabbing the women then taking off in a little. Alice mumbled, not me though, not old enough. Bella smirked at her. Oh, don't worry, Alice, I'll kidnap you too, and we can all live together in sin. Over the phone, Chief Swan sighed. Bells, please be smart about your kidnapping, please. I'd rather not have to arrest my own daughter. Bella chuckled. Don't worry, Pops, by the time you get there, they'll be begging to stay. He groaned. Oh, Bella, I did not need to think about that. Just get home soon, please. Alone, preferably. Last time you left with a girl without telling anyone, the parents called the police on your mother, and they found you skinny dipping in the pool in the back. So alone, please. I don't need that on you second day back. Bella grinned. Alright, Pops, I'll save the kidnapping and scandalous lesbian adventures for tomorrow. See you soon. Bella hung up as he started groaning again, still chuckling. Alice raised an eyebrow, skinny dipping. All of us tensed. No human would have been able to hear Charlie's side from the other side of the room. But Bella just grinned. Yeah, she was from a few doors down, and she looked great under the water. Bella winked and turned to me. Sorry seems the chief is after me. It looks like I have to take off. Would you two mind helping me this weekend with the walls? Both of us nodded. And what am I? Chopped liver? Rosalie asked, crossing her arms and trying to glare. Bella ignored her and finished grabbing all of her stuff before looking at Rosalie. Not gorgeous, it's just that I've seen you with engine grease in the car and driver, so I'm worried that I'll let you paint and end up with a wall with a Maserati or BMW painted on it. Which would kind of clash with the wilderness look, she finished with a smirk. We all started walking out of the room and down the stairs. Hey, I may not be as good as you three, but I still know how to paint, Rosalie scoffed. Bella grinned and shrugged, then feel free to come over too, it's not every day that I get three gorgeous women getting dirty in my bedroom. By now we were used to it, so we just rolled our eyes and continued to the walk to the foyer. Feigning that they didn't know, I called out to the boys, everyone, come say goodbye to Bella. All of the boys walked in. Emmett was groaning about Bella leaving, Jasper was still trying to figure out how he lost, Carlisle was smiling gently, and Edward was putting up a smile to help make Bella more comfortable. It didn't work because as soon as he walked into her field of vision she tensed. He must have heard a reaction in my thoughts because he frowned but held back. Thank you so much you guys. I had a lot of fun today, she told us. I smiled at her, thank you for showing up, I do enjoy new projects. She smiled back, me too, I really hope to see you two. Rosalie cleared her throat, 3 ladies this weekend, hopefully. Alice cut in bubbly, oh Bella, we will defiantly be there, and I just know we will have fun. I frowned at her obvious reference to the future, but Jasper must have felt the atmosphere and hopped in, and I do hope to play you again Bella, and next time I won't be so lax in playing you. Bella scoffed, please, it will be easy to whip the floor with you, you plan too far ahead. Leaves you open for game changers. Jasper looked shocked, and Emmett laughed, it's true, kid plans out the entire game before it even starts. Bella rolled her eyes, please Emmett, at least he has plan, you just play the game one move at a time. It was Emmett's turn to look shocked, but you didn't even play with me? How you know that? Bella simply waved her hand and looked at Rosalie, leaving Emmett sputtering. See you later Red, I enjoyed our time together, she gave Rose a charming smile. Yeah you flirt, I had fun too, especially watching you model for Alice, she replied with a wink. I made sure that my thoughts went to Bella's room and by Edward's confused expression. I was betting that the other two successfully hid her from his mind reading as well. Me too, especially when I kept catching you enjoying the view, Bella smirked at Rosalie's flustered expression before turning back to me. Thank you again for all your help designing my room, it means a lot. I smiled again, I've already told you how much I enjoy new projects, so relax Bella. She grinned and said goodbye before slipping out of the door. In moments she was in her car and driving back down the long driveway. We all stayed silent as we listened to her slowly disappear. When she finally disappeared we all gave a collective sigh. Silently everyone disappeared, slowly going back to whatever they were doing before Bella showed up. I stayed by the door listening to my children. I frowned as I heard that there was something missing. Bella had brought something into this house and turned it upside down, and now that she left she took it with her. I shook my head, that rowdy human was going to be something else. But whatever it was, she was going to bring life to this family. Rosalie Pov. What do you mean you don't know whether or not she will sit with us? I asked Alice. Alice groaned, I mean I don't know, she keeps changing her mind. I frowned at this. I had been hoping that Bella would sit with us during lunch next, especially since Edward left to Alaska. Claiming that if he left, Bella would realize that she missed him. He said something about distance making a heart growing fonder. I was just excited that he was leaving. For the 3 days Bella had been a whirlwind at the school. She made friends with everyone, and I mean everyone. Artsy kids loved her, stoners relaxed with her, nerds studied with her, jocks were riveted to her stories, hell even the teachers loved her. At first some were uncomfortable with her being lesbian, mainly the popular girls. Yet that changed when Bella started sharing all kinds of diets and exercises that she uses to keep her weight down. It seemed that she had plenty those human recipes to lose weight that in one lunch, she had the entire cheer squad sitting with the art girls all trying to get in on her advice. Bella rotated through every single table, sometimes spending under 5 minutes with each group before running off and talking to someone else. However, she told Emmett on the first day after visiting us that she didn't want to give Edward the wrong idea. He still made her uncomfortable. Finally, the bell rang and Alice and I practically ran to the cafeteria. I don't know why, but I liked this human. She was fun to hang out with, and while her flirting may be flustering, it was actually enjoyable bantering with her. Turning the last corner, I saw both Jasper and my husband standing by the door already. I frowned as I took in Jasper's annoyed look at him. Finally getting close enough, I moved to ask Jasper what my husband did, but Alice beat me to scolding my husband. "Come on, Emmett, just tell us. She won't make any decision, so I have no idea," she cried out. "Come on, Em, I want to challenge her to another game," Jasper told him. Emmett smirked and I figured out why Jasper was annoyed. "You're not going to tell us if she's sitting with us?" Em looked pleased with himself. "Nah, you're just going to have to wait." I scowled at the idiot, and as soon as I did, he flinched. I kept glaring and he broke eye contact, looking anywhere but me, leaning on one foot then another. "But babe, you'll find out." I like 2 minutes, still avoiding my glare. When I stayed silent, he continued whining. "I'm not telling, so please stop." Jasper chuckled at his expression and I continued, "Please see Rosie." I leaned back a little and put on a more thoughtful look as I thought how to punish him. I grinned when I got it. "No sex for a week." I ignored his shocked look and sputtering, along with Jasper and Alice laughing hysterically, and walked into the cafeteria. I led the way to our table in the back after grabbing some food, ignoring Emmett as he apologized and begged me to take it back. I placed my props on the table and sat down. The other 3 joined me as Jazz and Alice laughed at Emmett's extremely put-out expression. I heard her before I saw her. I turned to the sound and saw that Bella was laughing with the cheerleaders. When they went to get in line, she said goodbye to them before making her way across the cafeteria towards us. I sat up straighter and waited. And waited. And waited. "Oh my God, does she have to say hi to everyone?" Alice remarked. I watched as Bella was intercepted by anyone and everyone trying to say hi or ask her something. She didn't seem to care who it was or what they wanted because she had time for everyone. Finally, she passed everyone and all of the students watched as Bella approached the Cullens table. She smiled at us as she got closer and shouted out, "Hey Cullens, you losers miss me?" I overheard a groan and watched as Mike Newton lifted his hands in the air, then put his face on the desk. "How the hell does that girl literally make friends with everyone in the school including the Cullens? They don't talk to anyone? How does she? You know what, screw it, I don't want to know." I smirked inwardly as Bella reached our table and plopped down in a chair and threw her homemade lunch on the table. "What's up, my sexy ladies? Oh, and you weird-looking guys too." Bella smiled at us before drinking her water. Jasper and Emmett scoffed. "We are totally just as sexy as those girls, if not more so," Emma told her, Jasper nodding in agreement. Bella had to plug her nose as she snorted, almost causing water to fly everywhere. She coughed up a lung before it turned into laughter. Then she looked at the 2 boys and stopped. "Oh, you were serious?" They threw up their hands, giving up much like Newton. Bella smirked at them before turning to Alice and I. "So you ladies want to come over Saturday or Sunday?" she asked. I frowned and turned to Alice. Noticing her glazed eyes, I realized she was in a vision. I quickly looked back to Bella to distract her, but she had already seen Alice. She leaned across the table to wave her hand in front of Alice's eyes. "Alice? You okay?" she asked. Jasper jumped in. "Yeah, she just has ADD moments. She just phases out." Bella paused and had a strange look on her face. Then she nodded and leaned back. She placed her elbows on the table and her chin in her palms and just looked at Alice expectantly. It didn't take long for Alice to pop out of her vision. Saturday would be perfect. Bella grinned. "Awesome, feel free to come whenever you want." Alice grinned, but Jasper quickly whispered what just went down, causing her to frown, but we were all distracted by shouting coming from a table of jocks. Bella turned to look back at them as one stood with a stupid grin on his face as he looked at our table, specifically at Bella. "Hey Bells," he shouted, "what about surfing in the moonlight?" Dramatic pause, naked. The girls groaned while all the boys laughed. I almost growled at the audacity at this boy when I heard Bella laughing. "Nice try, David, already checked that one off the list, and all I can say to that is cold." David frowned, but another boy shouted back, "What if you have someone on the board to warm you up?" A huge number of people groaned at this completely sexual remark, but Bella, of course, nodded, unfazed at his comment. Not bad, I'll add it to the list." With that, Bella pulled out a huge ring binder that looked like it had seen better days. She opened it and turned to the last page with writing on it and wrote down "surfing naked in the moonlight with sexy female." I noticed that the page was nearly full of bullet points. Before I could read them, the boys laughed behind her and I watched as they high-fived each other, clearly excited they made the list apparently. I felt Emmett move and turned to watch him gape at the words on the page. "Dude, Bella, what the hell is that?" he asked, shocked. Bella grinned, "Just a list of things I want to do before I keel over." With that, she slid her bucket list over to him and he flipped through the few pages. With each one his eyes grew. At one point his eyes rose and he gave Bella an approving glance. "Damn, Bella, some plans you've got here. I mean, the bungee jumping and skydiving are pretty common, but He looked down at the binder, then back at Bella. "Staging a bank robbery and gain access to the vault by seducing the secretary and having wild sex on top of the money?" She groaned, "Ugh, Tiny. Don't remind me on that one, I haven't even recruited my team yet." We all stared at her as she told us the only problem she had with the plan was that she hadn't set up a team yet. And to my utmost disappointment, Emmett seemed to agree with her. "That's definitely a problem," he said, nodding. "However, with a team you might have a problem with the seducing, the team may be against it." Bella frowned, as this was apparently a problem, then she brightened again, "But they would approve if it was the only way into the vault." Emmett and Bella spent several minutes discussing the future robbery, poking holes in planning. Emmett kept bringing up the police problem, and Bella would laugh and say I got that, which worried me immensely. Ignoring the morons, I grabbed Bella's list and looked at it for myself. It was scanning through her stupid, wild, and quite often sexual, when I noticed the bullet point of only 2 words. I frowned at it but kept reading. It was when the 2 words would repeat almost every page. Going from small letters to capitalized and even underlined. I frowned and looked up to tune into the conversation. It appeared that Bella had dragged Jasper in, as she vehemently defended her belief that she could totally have a make-out session with the secretary as she drove rapidly away with 40 or so cop cars chasing her. I had no difficulty interrupting. "What does find her mean?" I asked. Bella looked shocked at me, but quickly her eyes turned dreamy with a longing smile tugging at her lips. "She is the one." We stared at her statement, shocked, but she continued, "I've only seen her once, but she found me and in one look she changed everything," she sighed, finishing. "I think this could be the person from the random meeting Jasper whispered to us." I sat up straighter as Bella relaxed on the table and got this faraway look in her eyes. I can barely remember her, she was blonde and beautiful. And her eyes just drew me in. She shook her head and leaned back. "Anyways, I just want to find her once more." Alice and I swooned at a romantic moment, then Bella ruined it, then have wild monkey you know what. I rolled my eyes while Emmett and Jasper laughed while Alice just groaned. "Really, Bella?" Alice asked. "Very nice, Bella Bear," crowed Emmett. Bella looked at Em as if curious. "Why do you call me Bella Bear?" Em paused as if thinking about it, then shrugged. "Not sure, just like having my own nickname for you." One of Bella's eyebrows raised. "And who says that no one calls me that?" Emmett looked shocked. "What?" She smirked. "One of my friends' name is Theodore, he's my teddy bear, and I'm his Bella Bear." Emmett groaned. "Aw man, now I'll have to come up with something new." She scoffed. "Good luck, pretty much have all the ones covered by now." Jasper looked interested. "Really?" She lifted her fingers as if counting them off. "Bella, Izzy, Bells, B, Taco Bell, Doorbell, B." Emmett cut her off. "Doorbell? Really?" She grinned mischievously before looking at me. "Can I borrow your boy toy?" I narrowed my eyes and slowly nodded. She looked back to Emmett and her whole demeanor changed. Her eyes became slightly hooded and she slightly bit one of her lips. She slowly stood up, pushing her chest out. With one hand she moved her tray to the side and sensually climbed onto the table. My eyes grew wide along with my siblings. The entire cafeteria stopped talking and focused on Bella as she slowly crawled towards Emmett. Em was freaking out, trying to look anywhere except Bella. She looked down at his uneaten tray of food before again pushing it off to the side and moving even closer to my husband. I was about to growl and warn her off when a hand grabbed my shoulder. I quickly looked over to see Alice grinning like an idiot and winking at me. Getting her message, I looked back at Bella as she leaned forward, lifting both her hands and resting them on his shoulders. She leaned closer until her cheek was against his and her lips were right next to his ear. She took a small breath in. "Emmett," she breathed quietly out. Bella, what are you?" He was cut off as she breathed in deeply, causing him to shudder. She leaned in closer, still breathing in. The whole cafeteria took a collective breath in anticipation. And it was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Ding dong. Bella shrieked. Rosalie Pov. Bella and I were walking towards our next class, senior biology. We weren't in the same group, so we couldn't talk much during the class. Plus all the other humans seemed to want to steal her all the time. We walked together when I was able to glare the other brats off. Unfortunately, I failed this time because I was still laughing at Bella's prank on my husband. Flashback. Ding dong. Bella shrieked right in Emmett's ear. Emmett flinched backwards, his advanced hearing now ringing at the volume and pitch that Bella screamed at. The entire cafeteria laughed as Emmett jumped away from her and dropped right out of his chair onto the floor. Bella leaned back onto her heels, still on the table, looking pleased with herself. Winking down at Em, "That's why they call me Doorbell." Em glared from the floor, or tried to. His grin sort of ruined the look. "Damn Taco Bell, that hurt." He used a finger, as if he was trying to scratch the ringing in his ears. She smirked, before sliding back to her side and dropping into her chair. "It was supposed to hurt, and Taco Bell is taken." Emmett groaned but hopped back into his chair with a thoughtful expression on his face. Knowing my husband for as long as I have, it was simple to see that he was trying to think of a new name for Bella. I rolled my eyes and relaxed, knowing that Bella wouldn't actually go after my mate. Seeing as she's lesbian. Jasper cut in, "Hey Bella, could I ask you for a rematch sometime soon?" Bella grinned, "Sure Jazz, whenever you want to lose again let me know." The two continued to bicker till someone shouted for Bella. She turned and then looked back at us. "Sorry my lovelies, talk to you later." "Rose, you want me to walk you to class?" I rolled my eyes at her suggestive tone. "Yeah sure Bella." She grinned and took off to a different table. End flashback. "Did you have to torture my man like that?" I asked, still giggling. Bella smirked, "Yup, it was hilarious." I shook my head and we continued to the other end of campus for our class. "So, out of personal interest, how long will Eddie be gone?" Bella suddenly asked. I frowned, "Really? What do you want him back?" "Ugh, is she actually interested in the drama queen?" Bella made a vomiting sound. "Oh god no, he freaks me out. I wanted to know how much freedom I have till he comes and ruins the fun." I breathed out relieved, "Thank God, I was worried about you for a second there." Bella stopped and put a mock thoughtful look up. "Then again, Edward looks enough like a girl that I guess I could still be a lesbian." In the distance I could hear Emmett laughing at Bella's comment. I chucked two at both of them. "So? Do I have time, before he rains on my parade? Ignore the fact that it's actually raining?" I grinned. Sure enough the rain was falling quite hard outside. Not sure, I was hoping he would leave for a while, but knowing him, he might even come back tomorrow. Ugh, what a kid. She started walking again and a thought seemed to cross her mind. "Hey Red, what did he think when he found out I wasn't in my science class anymore?" I grinned at her Cheshire smile. "Oh, he had a panic attack. He overheard someone talking about it, and he flipped. Started whining about how he couldn't talk to you anymore." She snorted, "Yeah, 'cause I was talking to him so much before." We chuckled at this and continued talking about random things to do in science when someone called her name. We both turned to see Angela, the one of the few gentle souls in the school, running towards us, clearly having some internally debate. She reached us, a little breathless. "Hey, Bella, can I, ask you for, something?" Bella tilted her head. "Sure Ang, what's up?" Angela ran her hand through dark long hair, glancing back between Bella and I. In private please." I caught on. "It's cool," turning to Bella, "and I'll see you in class." I turned and walked to the class, only making it to the next corner before I was grabbed and pulled to the side. "Alice? What the hell are you doing?" I demanded. "SHH, we have got to see this," she replied, vague as always. "What are you talking about, Pixie?" She ignored me and quickly dragged me away. Thankfully most of the students were already in their classes. And speaking of class, what about my class, Alice? I saw Angela asking Bella for help already, so I excused you for the rest of the day. I sighed but let her drag me on. It was annoying as hell living with a psychic. We continued walking till we were right next to the back hallway. It was the only place in the school that you get privacy, but few students actually went back there during class. It was for before and after the day that it was used. Alice slowed to a crawl, allowing her vampire skills to turn her silent. Immediately I followed suit. She dropped down. Looking back she whispered silently, They won't see us as long as we are silent. I frowned, but Alice turned back and looked slightly around the corner. I shook my head and leaned above her. Bella and Angela were talking, Angela leaning against the wall, clearly stressing, and Bella was standing a few steps in front of her with a shocked expression on her face. You sure about this, Angela? But I thought Ben. Angela interrupted, me too, but. I don't know, I've always thought, just maybe. Bella swung her head side to side, yeah, I can get that I guess, who was it again? Angela blushed a deep red, I had to hold my breath as her scent filled the hall, Catherine Hobb, she mumbled quietly. Huh, Cat, I can see that, she's cute. I frowned trying to figure out where this was going. Bella took a deep breath, okay, I will, but. Are you sure? Angela leaned off the wall, yeah, I just want to get an idea. Bella rolled her eyes, you do realize it will be different, right? Angela made some shrugging gesture and lifted her glasses to the top of her head, yes obviously, I just want to know if I hate it or not. Scoffing, thanks Ang, makes me feel tons of confidence. You know what I mean, Bella. Bella sighed and ran her hand through her hair, alright Ang, I'll do this, she smirked lightly, but you can't fall for me, deal? Angela rolled her eyes, yeah sure, Bella, not really my type anyways. With that, Bella took 2 quick steps to Angela. Shocked, Angela stepped back, but was pinned against the wall when Bella raised her arms, trapping the taller girl. Bella leaned closer until their noses were barely touching, lips inches away. Angela quickly breathed in a gasp, her eyes wide at how close they were. My eyes widened as well, they weren't going to. So Angela, Bella whispered, you want to know what it feels like, do you? Angela gulped, and Bella leaned closer, tilt upwards in her boots. She gently grazed her lips across Angela's cheek, barely touching. Angela blushed scarlet and took in a shaky breath. Bella traced her lips toward her ear, whispering gently, I don't think you were asking for a small kiss, were you? Bella obviously wasn't expecting a response as she planted small kisses under Angela's earlobe and trailing back down. One of her hands began sliding up to the other side, grasping Angela's neck, gently pushing her head back. Bella gave her soft butterfly kisses on the sensitive skin, barely touching the skin with her lips. I took in Angela's headed eyes and rapid heartbeat, damn, Bella is good at this. Alice nodded barely, too focused on the lesbian moment to care. Bella reached the base of Angela's throat and planted a final gentle kiss, causing Angela's eyelids to flutter. The seductress leaned back, simultaneously tilting her head back down, so the slightly taller girl was looking down. Angela could barely focus on Bella as she rose up on her tiptoes, pausing on a moment before pressing her lips to the other girl's. Angela moaned softly, lifting her hands to grasp Bella's head. There was no tongue, just soft kissing. It only lasted several seconds before Bella drew away gently. She grinned wickedly at Angela's shocked face and took a few steps back. It was like a puppet string was cut. Angela dropped to the floor, her knees too weak to hold her up. She looked starstruck and out of breath. She bent her legs and placed her head between her knees. Bella walked over and leaned against the wall next to her, looking smug and feigning examining her nails. Suo? How was it? Angela gave a small whimper before whispering almost silently, oh my God, that was flipping incredible. Bella looked even smugger, a N-word or not? Smugger? Yeah, I've been told that I do that. Angela chuckled half-heartedly, plus Alice and I silently watching. Yeah, you defiantly do, Bella. Bella, surprisingly, got serious and dropped down next to Angela. Did you get your answer though? The girl paused, her trembling to think about it. I guess so. I mean, you're right that it would be different with another girl, but I tried to think what it would be like to kiss Catherine and just. Oh my God. Bella grinned, yeah, the fairer sex is much nicer. Angela tensed as if she realized something. Oh no, my dad is going to kill me. She looked up with panicked eyes. Bella, he's the pastor, oh he is going to disown me. And what will my mother think? And Bella put her arm around her shoulders and cut her off. Hey Ang. It'll be okay. Bella, you don't understand, my dad will hate me for this. Angela, relax. He's your father. He has to understand. And if he doesn't, then he doesn't deserve you. Angela paused, whispering quietly, thank you Bella, that means a lot. Bella smiled before launching herself up. Alright my new lesbian friend, we've got gym to go to. And I think it's your turn to pick volleyball teams. Bella put her hand out which Angela grabbed. Oh yeah, we all know Clap is just going to pick you again. The fight that almost broke out when everyone wanted you on their team made him want to keep you as a captain, so no one fights over you. Hey, it's not my fault that I learned how to play from a group of super hot beach volleyball girls. Yeah, well, you learned those skills along with apparently every other sport perfectly, and everyone wants your mad skills, and do you have to say they were super hot every time? Bella paused, thinking it over, then nodded, yeah, 'cause they were super hot. Angela laughed and they started walking towards us. Realizing the show was over, I grabbed Alice's shirt and started silently pulling her away. But when we reached the end of the hall, I heard their footsteps stop. We did as well. Hey, Ang? Bella sounded a little unsure. Yeah. She sighed, just know that if your family doesn't take it well, and it's too much, my house is always open. Charlie wouldn't care and we have a spare bedroom. Sniffles could be heard as the two embraced. Thank you, Bella. I smiled softly at Bella's kindness. She may be a huge flirt, have no filter or fear, but without a doubt she was an incredibly kind and perverted girl. Are you sure, Alice? Heck yeah, Rose, he's coming back already. He didn't even make it all the way to the Denali's. He comes back and asks if Bella was curious about him. With both hit him with what happened today and bam. He's ruined and starts actually thinking that Bella isn't his mate, she responded. I still didn't feel entirely comfortable, but what about Angela, Alice? If Edward leaks this out, it could really hurt her. And although I may be mean sometimes, I ignored her look. I'm not about to be a bitch to the only nice girl at school. Edward plays with her thinking he can use it to get to Bella. Alice frowned and tried to use her visions, but nothing seemed to show. Ugh, you're right. I don't see anything, but that's only 'cause he hasn't made any decisions yet. Fine, Rose, we won't tell. Though he is going to continue to pine after Bella now. I grinned. I still think that could be more entertaining. She is going to destroy him. Alice scoffed, but nodded her head agreeing with me. This was going to be a fun Friday tomorrow. Just as Alice predicted, Edward was a pain in the ass the entire night, plus the car ride to school. I so wish I had driven my own car. His questions ranged from what did she say to what did she think about him, even going as creepy as what she was wearing. The kid was messed up. I got snarled when he heard my thoughts about how childish he was acting, like another kid was taking his toy, but I couldn't care less. We drove into the school, all of our eyes scanning the lot for her blue Mustang. All of us frowned, as we couldn't find the car. But as I stepped out of the Volvo, that I have no idea why Edward bought, I heard a rumbling coming towards the school. I grinned internally at the thought of Bella showing up. However, my grin quickly started falling as I listened to the engine. It wasn't the Mustang. This one sounded more like the truck the first Bella was supposed to drive. Yes. Edward was undoubtedly ecstatic at my thoughts. But I actually couldn't care less. He wanted to think that the fact that Bella also drove the truck made her his Bella. He snarled, "Bella is mine." I shrugged. By now Bella pulled into the parking lot. It didn't take empathy to tell she was pissed. Both of her hands were clenching the steering wheel till her knuckles were white, and her face was set in a determined glare. I grinned at her glare. She could scare a vampire right now. She finally parked, getting out and slamming her door incredibly hard. She was mumbling incoherently, walking to the back of the truck and lifting out a tool bag. I perked up. She walked to the front and hopped on one of the front tires, lifting the hood. I wanted to be over there. Working on engines was my thing. I bit my lip. I mean, we were friends, but I didn't know if she wanted my help. She pulled her long sleeves up and, using a hairband on her wrist, tied her hair in a messy bun. Immediately she dropped under the hood and started fiddling with things, frowning as her hand was covered in grease. Blowing a strand of hair out of her eyesight, she lifted up, scanning the lot. Finally her eyes rested on us. "Rosalie." She called out, "What the hell are you doing over there? Get your sexy body over here." I grinned and quickly walked over, noticing the rest of the students also meandering over, curious about what was going on. I jumped up on the opposite tire and looked in. "What seems to be the OU?" "I know, the guy who fixed it didn't clean anything," Bella told me. "Did he actually do anything?" Bella grimaced. "I don't know, the kid is my dad's best friend's son. He's apparently a mechanic down at the res, not that he's actually any good. Hell, I'm better than this. My dad was upset I haven't driven it yet, made me leave Eleanor at home." She was right. The engine was covered in a nasty cover of grease, dirt and rust. Bolts were put on but didn't look tightened. In fact, they looked freshly stripped to the bone. It could have been an excellent piece of machinery if it had been put together cleanly. "Bella." There is no way in hell you can make this thing work perfectly in. I looked at my watch, 14 minutes. She groaned, I know, this thing needs so much TLC. But I just want to clean it up a little and try to see if I can get it to run a little nicer. I'll do the rest later. Can I get some help? I really didn't want to touch this thing without a 10-foot pole, but when I looked up to Bella's puppy dog eyes I sighed, ugh fine. She grinned before handing me a rag and a wrench. I leaned back, copying Bella's example and putting my hair up and rolling up my sleeves before getting to work. The two of us cleaned and talked about what else needed to be done. I was more than a little pissed when she told me how awful the transmission felt. I was going to have to replace that whole damn thing. By now most of the students had gathered by truck, including the rest of my siblings. Hello Bella, it's nice to see you again, Edward said, pushing to the front of the car with what he probably thought was a charming grin. Huh? Bella looked up and gave a disinterested look before looking back down. Oh, hey Edgar. Chuckles were heard all around and Edward stiffened. It's Edward, he seethed. Yeah, hey Rose, did you get down here? Bella asked, completely ignoring Edward. I grinned along with all the other students as Edward stomped away like a little kid, followed by quite a few teenage girls. I looked at Bella, knowing Edward could still hear us. So what, forgot my brother's name? She grinned back, nah, never forget names, just figured that was the easiest way to get rid of him. I shook my head and went back to work. Well, it worked. I tilted my head to the side and raised an eyebrow. You never forget names? That's a bit much. She shrugged. Remember my list? And the one you asked me about? Fine her, I nodded. Well, she told me her name, but I can't for the life of me remember what she said. So I promised myself I wouldn't forget someone's name. Even started nicknaming but still would remember names. Just how I'm now. I smiled. She may act like a badass, but she was a total softie at heart, and I told her this. Scoffing please, I am literally the most baddest girl on the planet. The students listening laughed at her comment as the two of us finished up. It was still a disaster, but it looked a lot better. Can one of the kids standing by my door not looking at my ass hop inside and give it a start? Bella called out. I looked on as quite a few of the boys blushed, plus Angela who was waiting. Angela recovered first and followed Bella's instructions. She started it up and I winced at the coughing and backfiring, but Bella just watched as it started up. It did sound a little better, less like a monster and more like a truck, but it still needed work. Bella motioned to Angela to shut her down and she did. The silence was deafening. Well, that sounded better, still awful, but better, someone from the crowd called out. Both of us nodded, looking at the engine still trying to see what to do to fix it up. Bella sighed and grabbed a rag to clean off the grease, but not before scratching her nose and leaving a long streak on it. Emmett grinned from the front of the truck. Wow Bella, I'm loving the new look, who's it by? Chevrolet? Bella turned to me confused and I motioned to her nose and her eyes widened. She reached back and twisted one of the mirrors to look at her face. She groaned loudly, causing my husband to start laughing. I watched as Bella stiffened and stood straight up on the tire, glaring at Emmett laughed harder. Bella huffed, then a small grin hit her face. Instantly she gasped and swung her arms around, leaning back. I could see it was an act, the kids around us could see it, and hell, the kids behind her could. The only person in the lot that couldn't was Emmett. He quickly, thankfully at human speed, lunged forward. Bella dropped back, right into his arms. Emmett grinned as he looked down at her. Damn, Bella. You sure you're lesbian? 'Cause you look mighty comfortable in my arms. Bella didn't even flinch at his comment. Oh wow, that could have hurt. Thank you, Emmett. She reached up and patted him on the cheek. Clearly pleased with herself, she grabbed Emmett's pure white shirt and pulled herself straight up and down. She grinned up at Emmett. Thank you again, Emmett. Oh, and actually it's Ford, though I thought you would know, look pretty familiar. With that she patted him on the cheek again before turning and grabbing her stuff. Emmett looked confused as he tried to piece it together. I cleared my throat and he looked at me. I didn't even say anything because he pieced it together a second later. The entire group of students that were still here laughed at him. He was covered in grease. Bella had rubbed it into his cheeks, and it was all over his shirt in dark black handprints. He turned and glared at Bella. Hey, what is all this for? Bella turned, now wiping her hands, the mark on her nose barely visible. What do you mean, Tiny? You were the one that caught me. Emmett looked shocked, but wait. I hate you, Swan. He finished with a glare that would have scared almost any human, but Bella laughed it off. Aw, I love you too. Now excuse me, I've got to go to class." And with that, Bella reached up and shut her hood, twirling her keys and whistling as she strutted away. The rest of the students followed her to the school. I turned and noticed Emmett's glare had turned to a grin, no doubt planning on getting her back. I saw his eyes light up as he came up with a plan when a feeling of dread came over me. I was quick to make sure that he didn't do anything too stupid. "Emmett, do not touch her car, she will try to kill you," I warned him. Emmett frowned as he realized I was right, no doubt trashing his current plan thankfully. Bella trying to kill Emmett then finding out she can't even hurt would be incredibly bad. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Lunch. Bella only popped by for a moment to say hi to everyone, even Edward, much to her dismay and his elation. Then she was off again. We talked briefly about plans for Saturday and what we should wear. I know she expected me to paint, but right now I was planning on fixing up that wreck of a truck. Espov. Carlisle, relax. While she flirted with me, I'm sure by now she realizes I'm happily married. Carlisle smiled at my comment. I know, just vampiric mate instincts kicking in. I don't like anyone looking at my mate like that. I just rolled my eyes at his protectiveness. Honey, we are just going to paint a room. Her bedroom. Again he looked a little miffed. Mate bonds, can't live with him, can't live without him. Would you feel better if you got to drive us to her house and warned her again that we are married? He paused, thinking over what I had meant sarcastically. Actually, yes. I would like to do that. I sighed. Honey. That was a joke? You are not driving us over to scare the poor girl. He huffed but was silent. I grinned at him before getting into a crouch. If I was going to be in a small room with a human, I was going to be well fed. I sniffed the air, catching several scents of deer. I grimaced, but it will have to do. Half an hour and $2 later, I was at the house grabbing all of my materials. Brushes, a few catalogs for the bigger items, and some blue tape if Bella ran out. I threw it all in my bag before quickly running out to the girls waiting by Carlisle Mercedes. Both Alice and I dressed similarly, in jeans and white shirts. Rosalie was in her blue overalls that she wore in the garage. "Ready to go?" I asked. They both nodded, and with that we were off. It was just past 9. Alice said we wouldn't be waking her up, and we could say we already had breakfast, lunch being the only complication. But for lunch I had packed a meal for all of us, happy to cook for Bella again. We arrived to the Swan residence to listen to the loud music blasting out the house. Rosalie didn't even say goodbye, just hopped out and grabbed her tool bag from the trunk, and walking over to the older truck sitting in the garage with the hood up and started working. Alice and I chuckled at her antics before walking up to the door and ringing the bell. Chief Swan's cruiser was gone, so Bella was no doubt home alone. A voice could be heard singing along as they ran through the house towards the door. Bella paused and there was a ruffling sound. Next to me I heard Alice giggle again. Before I could ask, the door opened and I got my answer. Bella was wearing her overalls, except she had decided to remove the top half, leaving her bra in full view. "Hello ladies," she leaned against the door smirking, but it quickly turned into a frown when she noticed Rosalie's absence. "Where's Red?" Alice grinned. "She decided your truck was more fun." Pouting, Bella shouted, "Red. You brat, you missed me in a bra. And I did some work last night on the truck. Come in when you want." Yeah, go inside and paint," Rosalie replied. "You know you want me." With that, Bella turned and walked back inside, gesturing for us to follow. The two of us walked forward and immediately stiffened from the intoxicating human scent that filled the house. I forced myself to relax and I felt Alice doing the same. I tried to distract myself and I found that distraction in the photos. There were almost hundreds of them. Most were of Bella surrounded by others her age. A few also had Charlie and a different older female, most likely her mother. The distracting thing was that Bella was rarely doing the same thing twice. In one she was looking out an open door of a plane, about to jump. Another had her surfing in a bikini. She had pictures of her biking, skateboarding, snowboarding, bungee jumping, skiing, horseback riding. It was incredible yet altogether terrifying that this human girl was in so many dangerous scenarios. I heard behind me. Turning, I saw Bella with a concerned look. "You coming?" I smiled. "Of course dear, just looking at all of the stuff you have done." She grinned and her eyes wandered the photos. "Yeah, I've done some stuff." She shook her head. "Come on gorgeous, we've got work to do." I chuckled at her flirting but followed her up. She had set her room up to be painted quite nicely. There was a plastic sheet taped to the floor, protecting the wood. The window was taped as well. The walls had already been painted in a sage green base coat, with 3 of the 4 walls already having sketches of the jungle scenes. "Alright," Bella told us, "I was thinking that I would start up on sketching the last wall, while you two got started painting. Each wall already has a small painting showing what it is supposed to end up looking like. Though if you want to change something, go for it. Doesn't really matter to me. That alright with you ladies?" Both of us nodded and we got to work. Painting with Bella was not surprisingly a lot of fun. She danced along to the music as she worked and sang, quite hardly too. But that didn't deter her at all, rather it seemed that she sang even harder and louder when she was singing tunelessly. She also enjoyed teasing Alice, as she had to stretch out on her tiptoes with the step to reach the higher areas. Rose joined us a few hours after we had started, which started a whole new set of problems as the two had a sword fight with brushes covered in green paint and somehow dragged Alice and I in until all of us we splattered with green paint. Bella at one point realized she should offer refreshments, but thankfully we were able to reassure her that we were fine. Lunch was a little harder, but surprisingly Bella was the one who gave us a solution. She took her brush and taped a fork to the opposite side, allowing her to work and eat at the same time. She offered us the same, so we were able to throw the food out the window when she was focused on painting. Plus it also gave us a bit more entertainment, as occasionally she was too focused and used her brush to try and grab some food, covering it in green paint. It was almost 5 by the time we finished, Alice using a bit of vampire speed to add more when Bella wasn't looking to speed things up also helped. The 4 of us stood in the center and spun looking around at the still drying walls. "Damn, we're good," Bella commented breathlessly. The 3 of us chuckled. "Yeah we are," Rosalie stated smugly. Bella simply smacked Rosalie in the arm with her brush, adding more paint to Rosalie's covered overalls. Rosalie gasped and swung her brush back at Bella. They glared at each other, and I sensed another sword fight coming on. Thankfully we were saved when the front door bell rang, the heavy sound of rain concealing the engine of whoever it was. "We'll finish this later," Bella warned Rosalie before taking off towards the front. Rosalie and I chuckled, but a quick curse from Alice brought the mood back down. "Alice? What's wrong?" I asked. She gave me an exasperated look that had me confused until I heard Bella answer the door. "Hello Bella, it's nice to see you again," a male voice said. Rosalie and Alice groaned. "I would have, but I kept it in." "Hey Edward, why are you here?" "Ugh, why does he have to keep up with his stupid fantasy?" Rosalie whispered, clearly annoyed. "I was just wondering if you needed help. I never got around to telling you before you left, but I am also an accomplished artist." Bella sighed. "Sorry Edward, the girls and I already finished. We were just looking to touch up. So we don't really need your help. Thank you though." We heard the door start to close, but Edward interrupted. "You've finished? May I see?" The door stopped. "Sorry Edward, but I wouldn't feel comfortable with you in my room." Edward scoffed. "That's ridiculous. Why wouldn't you feel comfortable?" "Edward." He interrupted her. "Plus you have my sisters and my mother's in there. Why would you feel comfortable with them but not me?" "Because I am actually friends with them." He scoffed again. "And we aren't?" "No," Bella deadpanned. "Why not?" Edward whined. Bella sighed exasperated. "Because we didn't exactly have the greatest of starts." "But we can work on that, can't we?" He whined again. "Excuse me?" Bella was very pissed. "We? There is no we. You were rude and accused me before we actually even talked to each other. No, there was no we, there was only you. And you can work on that by growing up and getting an attitude adjustment." With that Bella slammed the door on his face. He called out to her, but Bella ignored him and walked back while mumbling something about immature children. Before she made it around, we heard Edward run around the house to the tree by Bella's bedroom window, climbing rapidly. "You have to help me," he ordered us. "Excuse me, young man? You are invading her space and completely disregarding her requests, Edward. I am not helping you. This Bella is not your mate." Edward flinched as my thoughts hit him, no doubt with similar ones from the other 2 girls as well. She has to be my mate," he whined. I ignored him and turned to the door as Bella was about to walk in. "Who was it, dear?" I asked as she walked in. Bella looked like she was debating actually telling me before sighing. "It was your son Edward. He wanted to come inside." I nodded. "Ah, and you didn't, did you?" Bella rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. "Nah, sorry, but I really don't like him." I sighed. "It's alright Bella, I understand. Just because he's my son doesn't mean I don't know he needs a bit of growing up." Rosalie scoffed. A bit? I'm thinking it's more than a bit. Alice looked out the window to where Edward was hiding. Yeah, he just needs to leave us alone till he grows up a bit. A snarl came from outside before we could hear him scamper off into the oncoming night. I shook my head. Alright, let's move on to a brighter topic. What do you think about? We continued talking about the furniture that Bella wanted in her room for another half an hour, with Alice popping and using her vision to help us find what we like. Finally around 6 Chief Swan showed up. The front door opened and Bella tensed. It was easy to see that she was worried that it was Edward. She opened her door slightly and called out. Hello? Bella? That you? Charlie called out. Bella relaxed instantly. Yeah, Dad. Up here with my kidnapped females. Haha, re-eyed Bella. Sure you are. Bella grinned and turned to us, whispering, he's totally going to think I kidnapped you three. The three of us laughed quietly and went back to adding the final touches on the room. Deep steps could be heard on the stairs as he climbed up the stairs before finally opening the door. So how did it? You actually kidnapped them, didn't you? All of us chuckled, but I stepped forward to reassure him. Hello Chief Swan, I'm Esme Cullen and my two daughters Alice and Rosalie. And you don't have to worry, your daughter didn't kidnap us, we came along willingly. Chief Swan laughed and rolled his eyes. They always think they came along willingly. He stretched out his hand to shake hands. And please, Mrs. Cullen, call me Charlie. I smiled back. Then call me Esme. I reached to shake his hand until I realized it was covered in paint. Not entirely sure you want to shake this hand. He chuckled before embracing my hand in warm embrace. Trust me, Esme, you deal with Bella for as long as I have, and a little paint is nothing. Excuse me, mister, what does that mean? Bella cut in with a fake glare. Charlie rolled his eyes at her before looking at the room. Wow, ladies, this is incredible. You weren't kidding Bells when you said you wanted unique. She shrugged. Why live like everyone else when you can live like you? I stopped moving. I had heard that before, not too long ago. Yeah, you ladies staying for dinner? Charlie's question cut off my thought process. I could feel the two girls tense at the thought of trying to get through another meal, so I decided to save them. I'm sorry, but no, I still have to get home and make my family dinner. Another time perhaps. Charlie nodded. Well, it was nice meeting you three. With that he backed out of the room and disappeared down the hall into his room. Not much of a talker, is he? Rosalie asked. Nah, he's a little awkward, nice, but awkward, Bella told us. We quickly pack our stuff together as Rosalie told Bella everything that she did on her truck. It was a quick pack as most of the stuff was staying here with Bella. We threw everything together and minutes later we were standing by the door. Thank you ladies so much, you made the go by so much faster, Bella told us. Oh, Bella dear, we completely enjoyed painting with you. And I know Rosalie loved tinkering with another car. Bella smiled at me. Thank you, Esme. After a long goodbye we were off, covered in green paint, and very pleased with how our day went. Rosalie Pov. I was bored. Yesterday was actually pretty fun. While Bella's truck was junk, Esme was right, it's always fun to tinker with new cars. Plus it was barely dull with painting with Bella, whether it was her ridiculous dancing or her horrible singing. Or better yet her paintbrush battles, which were awful at first, but it rapidly got extremely enjoyable. And now I was sitting in my chair in the living room, watching Emmett play video games. Jasper was playing chess online. Alice was drawing something. Carlisle was at work. Esme was cooking something for a charity drive. And Edward was sulking by his piano like always. It was the same thing we did every day. Every day for eternity. Except with Bella. She was so energetic and random that she made even school entertaining, and that was a challenge in itself. Screw it, I'm bored and I want entertainment. I'm going to go bug Bella. As soon as I sat up, Alice stiffened and her eyes glazed over. Edward snarled at whatever she was seeing and glared at me. What's your problem? She's not there. Alice talking brought my attention away from Edward. She was looking at me confused. What were you doing at Bella's house, Rose? She asked. I shrugged. I'm bored. I wanted to see if she wanted to do anything. Alice frowned and once again she entered a vision. After coming back she looked at me. She's not home today. I frowned. Where is she? She bit her lip. At work, I think. Work? She works? Well, yeah, most humans worked, but when did she get a job? Where is she working? We can stop by and mess with her, Emmett said with a grin. Alice focused even harder, and then she was hit with a vision. We all patiently waited as she sat there in the future. Then she gasped, almost terrified, causing us to tense. "Where Alice? What's wrong? What happened?" So many voices shouted out, and Alice only had 2 words to respond with. "Oh no. Here you go, brats." I stared out the glass window as the snow fell gently. She wouldn't be looking at snow. She would be staring out at a hot, harsh desert, the sun blaring down. The one thing keeping me from her. I had found her once. Since then I had been living every day, dreaming of the chance of staring into those beautiful brown eyes again. I found even though I couldn't sleep, I would often slip into an almost dreamlike state, where all I could think about was her. I didn't even know the child's name, yet she plagued my thoughts. I sighed for the 26th time in the past 2 hours. It was that sigh that seemed to finally break my sister's resolve. "That's it? Can you stop moping? I can't believe that I have had to deal with this for 5 years." She screamed. I stiffened and turned to her. "I'm sorry that I am missing my mate." As soon as it came out of my mouth I regretted it. She was the one who had wanted a mate the most. She was so lonely. I had one, however impossible to see, but I had what she craved. And judging by her hurt look, she had no difficulty being reminded of what she lacked. "Oh Irina, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I didn't think," I quickly stumbled out. She sighed. "It's fine, Tanya." She walked over and grabbed my hand. "What a pair we make, me without a mate, and you kept from yours." I squeezed her hand. "Don't worry about it, Irina. They are out there, just wait and before you know it, you'll meet her eyes and everything will fall into place." She nodded solemnly. "I know, T, just hurts waiting so long." I was about to respond when the front door slammed open. Our heads snapped to the culprit. It was Kate and her mate Garrett. Or rather Kate and her mate Garrett. Their lips were locked in a passionate embrace, and multiple articles of clothing were missing. Both of us rolled our eyes as they continued to make out, oblivious to our presence. The two slammed against the wall as Garrett tried to navigate the pair up the stairs and into their room. It took quite a bit of work, rather entertaining for us though, as Garrett tried to open their door before they disappeared into the room. Thankfully all the rooms were soundproofed, so we were free from the audio now coming from their room. Irina chuckled and shook her head, and there goes the sisterly bonding moment. I grinned. "Oh yeah, Kate hates those so much she stops them even when she doesn't know they're happening." Irina joined me on the couch and rested her head against my shoulder. We sat there simply enjoying each other's presence when an idea struck. "Hey Irina, the snow fell pretty hard on the mountains a bit to the north. You feel like some snowboarding?" I asked her. She thought it over before shrugging. What's the catch?" I grinned. "We race every time. Last down has to lose an item of clothing. First person naked has to eat a whole pizza." Irina groaned. God Tanya, why do you have to make everything so? I rolled my eyes. "Come on Irina, why live like everyone else when you can live like you? You know that. Now let's get naked." Jacobella Pov. I slammed the hood on the rabbit shut. Damn machine. I had been working on this for almost 4 months, and I was getting nowhere fast. I needed tools and parts. Both I could get at Chuck, the local paid mechanic gave me the assistant's job, but Dick didn't think I had enough experience. Experience my ass, I built a Ford truck back up from scratch almost. Anytime one of the res boys needed a bit of work, they came to me for some quick work. I had more experience than anyone here and he needed an assistant. But he still wouldn't hire me. Not like any of the boys up in Forks knew what they were doing. I kicked the stupid tire on the stupid car. I still needed a crap load of parts. And that means I get to go to Chuck's Trucks and Junks, where he sits around complaining about too much work, and if you ask for a job he turns you down. I sighed, leaving the garage and walking toward the house. I opened the door, ducking slightly under the low frame. "Hey Dad." I heard the sound of wheels rolling as Billy Black rounded the corner. "Yes Jacob? I've got to head over to Chuck's for some parts," I told him. He nodded. "All right, there's some cash in the jar if you need it." "If I need it? Damn right I need it. This is turning out to be more expensive than what it's worth." I smiled grimly. "Thanks Dad." Reaching into the cupboard I pulled out a few 20s. "I'll be back in a bit." I turned to leave, but Billy kept talking. "I heard some rumors from up in Forks." I frowned and looked back. He was grinning like an old fool. "There's rumors of a new young lady driving a rusted old red truck." I blushed and mumbled, "Shut up old man." I quickly left the house before he could tease me anymore. Bastard knew I liked Bella. Every so often we would drive up to the Swans and watch a game. And each time I would look at all the new photos of Bella doing something new and interesting. I gulped as I thought of the photo of her wearing only a bikini on the beach. She was gorgeous. And the fact that she was driving the car I fixed up was even hotter. I shook my head as I walked toward the center of La Push. Most would think that the center of La Push would be for the community center for tribe meetings, but exactly in the center was the mechanic. And Chuck knew that. If you wanted your repairs to be made quick, then you had to treat Chuck with respect. If you didn't, then you could be last in a very long list. I steeled myself as I walked toward the rundown mechanic and junkyard shop. It was once painted blue and silver, but age had worn it down till the letters were unreadable, and most of the paint had flaked off. I walked up to old door. I would have knocked, but a small metal sign directed customers around the back. As I walked through the back gate, there was the sound of someone welding. I walked around the building and was greeted with a sight that made my blood boil. Chuck was sitting at a work table sleeping. And someone else was working, wearing a Chuck's Trucks and Junks uniform. He hired someone else? I clenched my fists and walked over into their field of vision. They were wearing a welding mask that covered their face, so I couldn't tell who it was. Plus the uniform was a pair of black overalls that hid what they looked like, though whoever he was shorter than almost all of the boys I knew. The welding stopped and the masked worker looked up. "What do you need?" The voice was muffled but pretty high-pitched. Did he seriously hire a kid over me? My teeth grit together before I responded, "I just need some parts." "Don't need you to do what should have been my job." The kid just nodded, "Be with you in a sec." With that they went back to welding, making me tense even more. I couldn't believe how rude they were. Completely ignoring a customer. They wouldn't last long. It took another minute till the worker was done, and I used that time to look over the shop. Parked next outside was a car covered in a blue tarp, but it looked like a muscle car. The sound of welding stopped and I turned to see the kid reached over and without even looking switched to the welder. He threw off his gloves, revealing small almost girlish hands that made me snort internally. Chuck wanted experience and he hired a kid, what a joke. Then he turned and pulled off the welding mask, allowing long brown locks to fall to below his shoulder. It was as I was looking at their back that I realized something. It wasn't a he. He was a she. She turned around and I was greeted with the girl that had been in my fantasies for almost 3 years now. Bella Swan. I thought she was hottest in a bikini, but she was easily sexier with small smudges of grease on her hands and face. I was drooling. I took in her face and noticed her raised eyebrow. Crap, what did she say? "I'm sorry, what?" I asked. She rolled her eyes. I asked what parts you needed. I blushed and pulled out the short list and handed it to her. She quickly looked it over, making small gestures with her head at each one. "So cute." She completed reading the list and handed it back to me. "We have most of that." VW Rabbit? Damn, she knows her cars, that's even hotter. I nodded enthusiastically, "Yup, building it up from scratch." She shrugged, "Nice, it'll be cute." I laughed sarcastically, "Cute? Cute? No, it'll be badass." She smirked, "Nope, rabbits are cute, you want badass, you build what I built." She gestured to the tarp-covered car. Curiosity filled me as I walked over and lifted the tarp, my jaw dropping at the midnight blue Ford Mustang Shelby GT 500. Holy shit. MMHMM. I turned to look at her, my eyes wide. "You built this?" She paused. "Not by myself, I had a couple of friends back in Phoenix give me some help, but yeah, mostly me." I turned back and let the tarp go, covering the blue gorgeousness under it. Screw it, she builds cars, I build cars. I can work with this. I turned to her and walked over, my hand outstretched. "Hey, should have done this earlier, but I'm Jacob Black." "You're Bella Swan, right?" She paused again and her eyes went wide. "You're Billy Black, son?" I nodded as she awkwardly grabbed my hand and shook it. "Yup, that's me." She bit the inside of her cheek and nodded slowly. "You're the one that built the Ford truck my dad bought?" I frowned. "Yeah, why?" She shrugged quickly. "No reason," she replied quickly. Before I could wonder about that, she continued, "Let me go grab those parts you need." I knew that Chuck didn't like a lot of people in the yard, so I decided to wait. "I'll just wait right here." She tensed. Actually it's a lot of stuff, you mind helping me?" Boom, she wants me with her. "Ah yeah, sure, I replied. With that she walked through the gate into the junkyard. I figured she wouldn't have known her way around, as only Chuck and a few others know how to navigate through the maze of run-down cars, but she walked through like she was born here. As she walked in front of me, it was impossible to stop my eyes from roaming over her body. I couldn't believe that I had actually thought she was a male at first. She was undoubtedly female. Okay, Jacob, breath in and out. Just ask her out. No biggie. You like cars, she likes cars. Easy, just ask her out. Dinner, then movie. Easy. Hey. Okay, so most of the stuff on your list is right here, but the master cylinder and some others we don't have, she gestured to a pile. I nodded. I'll try again later. We grabbed the things off our list. I tried to make conversation, but she was responding with one-word answers. She quickly pulled together a few things from the list and retreating to the workshop, leaving me to grab the last couple of items. I did so quickly before running to catch up to her, but she had already gotten back to the shop. She dropped her pile onto the work table next to the sleeping Chuck, barely waking him. I placed my pile next to hers and leaned forward to try asking her out again. Belle. Yo, Bella kicked Chuck's chair. You old fart, wake up. My eyes widened in fear. You don't say that to Chuck. If you don't treat him with respect, he can be downright cruel. I waved my hands to warn her off, but it was too late. He was awake. Damn brat, what do you want? He groaned out. Get your lazy butt off that chair, you need to do some actual work for once, Bella told him. Here it comes, I winced in case. Yeah, sure, whatever. Jacob, kid, what you need? I turned shocked, he didn't even care. Jacob? How the hell did she get away with that? He snapped at everyone else. Screw it, Bella, he'll sit there for hours looking like an idiot. How did your project go? Last time we talked I snapped at him for not taking me on, he ruined me. Oh, well, I re-welded everything. He didn't exactly do a good job the first time. He spent 20 minutes ranting at everything he didn't like about me when I said I was just as good as he was. You wanna try waking him up now? I really don't care as long as he's gone by the time we're closing. Moron can stay like that for hours. Longest I've left him is an hour and 26 minutes. He can be really cruel sometimes, and as long as you treat him with respect he won't mess with you. Well, I have stuff to do. On that, so do you mind if I wake him up? Sure, kid. Wait, are you just going to slap him? How on earth did Bella get that far on his good side? Well, yeah. Figured it was fastest to just slap him awake. Oh, wait, hold on, let me get my camera. Okay, slap away. It took years for Billy to even get wait, slap. Slap. Holy crap, that hurt, dude. What was that for? I yelled. Bella shrugged and walked away as Chuck laughed. You were asleep standing up, and I have work to do. I rubbed my stinging cheek. Well damn, you didn't have to slap me, you could have just said my name. She sighed. Jake, we had a full conversation you weren't present for. Now Chuck will ring you up. Chuck sat up. Now hold up, why do I have to do it? Bella shrugged. I don't want to, and you've been sitting on your ass long enough. He scoffed. Brat, sometimes I wonder who the boss is here. Bella chuckled. Right, it's not like it was obvious. He glared at her as she started putting on her welding gear again, says the girl who walked into my shop as I was sleeping and started working. She shrugged again. You were asleep, I needed a job, and the car needed an oil change. He scoffed again. Fine, whatever, kid. He turned to me and started doing a total and shoving everything in a bag. Alright, kid, you owe me 60 for this. Seriously? She just walked in and started working? I leaned in. Did you seriously give her the job I've been after for months just cause she walked in and changed the oil? He glared at me. No, you moron. Bella's spent over 2 hours working, cleaning, organizing, fixing, welding, and just showing initiative before she actually tried waking me up. Plus she has experience. That's why. Now pay up and get lost. Work to be done. I glared back at him and handed over the cash. He took it and handed me the bag of supplies before walking back to his chair to fall back asleep. Asshole. I turned to Bella. Hey Bella, I'm going to take off. She fit the mask over her head. Alright, see you later. I frowned. You think we could catch up a bit? I'd love some company. She gestured to the silver pipe. I've got work, Jacob, sorry. Something rang in the back of my brain, but I ignored it and pressed on. Hey, I heard some Forks kids are coming down to the beach next weekend. If you come down, and we can hang out some more. She nodded noncommittally, flipped down her mask and started welding the pipe she was working on. I debated trying to convince her to come, but before I could, I noticed Chuck glaring at me. He lifted his hand and gestured for me to leave. I rolled my eyes and figured I could talk to Bella some other time. As I walked back to my house, something kept rattling in the back of my skull, besides the image of Bella in a bikini. Something that I had just seen, I had seen it before. It was clang. Ow, I rubbed my forehead and glared at the silver pipe I ran into. Silver pipe? What Bella was welding? It looked like the exhaust pipe from the truck. But that didn't make any sense as I had already fixed it. I shrugged and kept walking. Must have been something else. Rosalie Pov. Are you sure? I asked Alice, pacing. She nodded and leaned back into the chair. She isn't going to be scared of us. She will avoid us at lunch because of Edward, cue Edward's childish snarl, but she's actually planning on talking to you about something funny. I frowned. What? She shrugged. You'll find out, she grinned, but don't worry, you'll laugh. I sighed. Flipping psychics. All right you guys, let's go, Jasper called out, tossing Edward the keys to his mobile. Edward glared as he read my thoughts, not that I cared. Rolling my eyes, I blurred to the side and sat down. The rest of the family followed, Emmett sitting next to me. Come on Red, you know B isn't going to find out, Emmett comforted me. I raised an eyebrow. Red? B? He shrugged. Well, I'm still trying to think of a new nickname for Bella, and Red, cause she was definitely right when she said my mate was as beautiful as Red Rose. I grinned at the flirt, but before I could respond, Edward snarled from the front. She is mine. I groaned and rested my head on Emmett's shoulder. What did you think now, Emmett? He gasped. How'd you know it was me? I leaned back and raised an eyebrow again till he conceded. Well, all I thought that it kind of stinks Bella isn't Edward's mate, since she would be my sister and she's pretty cool. I sighed and shook my head, then rested on my stupid husband's shoulder, simply enjoying the calming sensation of holding my mate for the rest of the ride. We drove up to the school a little later than we usually show up. Bella's rundown truck was already there, and she was still in the driver's seat, waiting for something. I frowned as she perked up at the side of our car, parking in our usual spot, several spots away from her. Emmett, Bella called out as we all exited the car. I looked over curious, but as Alice giggled at whatever she saw and Edward stormed off, I resigned myself to following Em over. Emmett walked over to the open door. What's up, Bella? She looked him up and down before nodding. Okay, turn to the left. Little more. Okay, now put your arms out. Not all the way, so bend your arms a little. Perfect, now bend your knees and don't drop me. With that, Bella fell out of the car, twisting herself so Emmett found himself holding Bella princess style. Laughter rang out throughout the quad as Emmett stared down, shocked at the human in his arms. Comfy? I asked. She fidgeted. Not really, I was hoping Em's muscles were squishy a little, but your man's built like a rock, a really uncomfortable rock. Emmett chuckled. Not sure I believe you, this is the second time you've made a move on me. You sure you're a lesbian? She gasped. Oh my god, you're right. My rep must be in tatters. With that, she hopped out of Emmett's arms and strutted up to me. She lifted her hand and ran her fingertips over my arm and leaned close. I smirked. I could handle her now. Then she got to only inches of my face, going on her tiptoes and sliding her hands around my neck. Hi Red, she whispered. I put on strawberry chapstick today. She ran her tongue slightly over her lip and pressed her whole chest against me. You want a taste? I gulped as her warm breath was all over my lips. Then she was yanked away by Emmett, swung like a sack, so she was facing behind him on his shoulder. How was that, Emmett? My rep good now? She asked nonchalantly as if that whole moment didn't happen. Emmett chuckled, barely tense. Yeah, everyone is back to thinking you're lesbian. But next time, can you not use my girl to fix your rep? She scoffed. Hell no, your girl is hot, I'm not missing out on that. And don't lie and say that didn't turn you on. He sighed. Let's go, you damn lesbian. Wait. Grab my bag. I chuckled as Emmett quickly spun around, swinging Bella around. He skipped back to the truck, each jump making Bella jolt on his shoulder. He stopped at the truck, grabbed her bag with his empty hand. He leaned toward me and gave me a sweet kiss. With Bella's butt right next to our faces, then skipped towards the school. I frowned as I listened to Bella groan each bounce, concerned for the human. Emmett, don't hurt her. I called out. Em stopped and turned, his eyes wide as he stared at me, incredulous at my concern. What? I snapped. It wasn't that weird for me to be protective of someone outside of the family. He shrugged. Bella on his back chuckled and whispered, see Em, she's already concerned about me. It won't be long till she's mine. Emmett spun around, as if looking for something. Whoa, Bella, you hear that? Some voice just spoke and told lies. Yeah, now take my to class, you ugly merry-go-round. Stopped spinning. Fine, you brat, and just so you know, I'm sexy as hell. Bella shrugged, or it looked like she shrugged. It was rather hard to tell cause of her amusing position. I wouldn't know, ask a heterosexual girl. You look like every other monkey male I've seen. Emmett paused, think it over before nodding. Okay. With that, my husband walked over to the nearest female, who happened to be an awestruck Jessica Stanley, and leaned in. Excuse me, but this lady right here, he pat Bella's thigh for emphasis, needs some proof that I am indeed sexy as hell. Would you concur? Jessica's mouth gaped and she bobbled her head, squeaking something unintelligible. However, nodded, somehow understanding that nonsense. Ah yes, I agree. Thank you. See Bella, I am sexy as hell. Bella proceeded to do another sort of shrug, sure tiny, still look like an inbred ape with an elongated forehead with a massive underbite. Paused his skipping, and using both his hands lifted Bella up and held her a foot above the ground with his hands on her hips. I couldn't see his face, but I knew him well enough to know what his expression was like. His mouth would be slightly open in disbelief, his eyebrows would be furrowed, and his nose scrunched up in confusion. It was probably one of more adorable looks. I saw it practically every time I started telling him about the inner workings of my cars. Bella shrugged, don't take it personal, just men aren't attractive to me. I couldn't hear his response as Emmett walked into the building swinging Bella back over his shoulder. I chuckled and turned to my class. I was still concerned about what Bella might have heard from reservation, but she wouldn't be that comfortable if she knew what we were. They aren't going to break the treaty. I turned and noticed Jasper looking at me. I hope so, and I just don't trust those dogs. He nodded, I know, but we can't tell her not to work there. I sighed, whatever, I don't really care. I'm going to class. He chuckled as I walked off. He knew I was lying. I knew I was lying. Bella was a ton of fun. She got rid of the monotony. And some part of me didn't want to scare her off. Empov. I swung Bella off my shoulder and placed her on her desk. Bowing dramatically, your seat, milady. She hopped down and curtsied, oh thank you good sir. Okay you two comedians, take your seats, Mrs. Dress rasped out. I turned and grinned at the glare coming off the old woman before walking to my seat. I sat down and grinned at Bella, but my grin fell as I looked at her serious face. She was sitting upright and completely focused on Mrs. Dress. Aw man, it's going to be a boring class, usually she's at least a little fun. It was 10 minutes into Mrs. Dress when I felt the first one. Crack. It was a tiny prick for me, but I knew that it would really sting a human. I quickly rubbed the area on my arm where it hit and snapped my head to Bella, but she hadn't moved except to take notes. I frowned and looked at my desk, noticing a tiny ball of folded paper. I looked around for the culprit when… crack. I was hit again on the neck. I twisted rapidly and saw Bella turning slightly in her seat and hiding a rubber band and a pile of folded paper under her hand. You little brat. This means war, I whispered, feigning anger. I reached into my bag and pulled out a rubber band. I always had a collection of bands just in case of situations like this. I took the paper she shot at me and launched it back, relishing in the quiet hiss she gave. You'd shoot a girl? She asked me, launching another at me. I grinned as her shot went wide. You shot at an unarmed friendly. I folded my paper quickly and shot it at her, nailing her in the thigh. She flinched and shot back. We continued to discreetly trade blows for the next 10 minutes. I knew I couldn't hit her every time, so I sent a couple wide and above her, but surprisingly Bella rarely missed aiming for my shoulder and arm. Then it got bad. As I was turning toward her to shoot, Bella shot a single one, and it went high. High as in right at my face. I flinched and moved to the side. It went past, but unfortunately I let go of my shot. It traveled forward. Above the heads of other students. Past their desks. To the front of the class. Where Mrs. Dress stood facing the board. It hit her. It hit her right on the butt. Ow. Dress jumped 2 feet when the paper smacked her. The paper bounced off her butt and fell right into the small trash can. She turned around and glared at the students. Who did that? The students looked around confused. I turned to Bella and noticed that she had already cleaned her desk off. I copied her and slid the pile of paper into my pocket along with the band, sweeping my feet to get rid of any evidence. Who was that? Mrs. Dress shouted. I peeked out of the side of my eyes and noticed that Bella was a perfect actress. She fit in with the rest of the students, looking around all confused. It was poor Mike Newton that voiced out the other students' thoughts. "What happened, Mrs. Dress?" Dress's eyes snapped to him. "You." Newton flinched. "What?" "It was you." He looked terrified. "I didn't do anything." Dress was having none of it. "Go to the principal's right now." Mike looked around for help, but no one wanted to risk the bullet, so they stayed quiet. He made a strangled noise looking back at Dress before standing up. He walked toward the door slowly, hoping to be saved. I heard a strange noise to my right and looked over to see Bella struggling to keep her laughter in. I schooled my face and watched as a wounded Mike walked out of the classroom. Dress stomped over to her desk and called the office. "Linda?" "Yes, I have sent Mr. Newton to the office." "No, he." She covered the receiver on the phone and whispered loudly, "He shot something at my rear." "Oh my God, I can't believe you shot her." I glared at Bella as she laughed. "That was your fault, B. I wouldn't have hit her if you hadn't shot at my face." She grinned. "It got away from me." "Oh, and both the letter B and the bug B are taken as nicknames." I shook my head and glared across the table. Contrary to what Alice said this morning, Bella did join us for lunch. Alice whispered to us that us playing this morning changed her mind. She did, however, avoid eye contact with Edward in speaking to him. Not that this deterred him as he tried to inject himself into every conversation. Bella scooted her chair closer to Alice and rested her head on her shoulder. Jasper chuckled and only tensed slightly, his gift probably showing that Bella meant nothing romantic about it. "So Bella, finally give up on Rosalie and going after my girl?" She sighed. "Nah, just taking some of Pic's almost infinite amount of energy." Alice grinned. "So the infamous lesbian is taking a break?" Bella laughed softly. "Yup, didn't sleep too well last night. Too many naked women running through my head." Rose leaned on the table. "Serious, Bella? I have a question." Bella looked at her. "What's up, Red?" She looked down. "I was just curious, how did your parents take you being a lesbian?" Bella sat up grinning. "Why? You thinking about switching teams for me?" Alice mumbled. "And she's charged." Rose shook her head. "Just wondering, you flirt?" Bella rested her head on her arms. "Well, Charlie took it pretty well. Just asked me how long I knew, and what made me realize, then told me that I now had to keep the door open if I had girls over, then he went back to his game." Edward leaned forward, not noticing Bella flinching from how close he was. "And your mother?" Bella looked up as she reminisced. "Renee." Had a different sort of reaction. Rosalie tensed and Edward looked pleased as he pushed. "What happened?" Bella shrugged. "Oh, as soon as I told her that I was lesbian, she grabbed my hand and pulled me to the car. Then we drove to the neighborhood church." My fist clenched as I thought of poor Bella getting mistreated by her mother. I was also pissed as Edward was trying to hide his pleased grin, but failing. Barely audible snarls came Rosalie and Alice as they failed to hide their displeasure. Thankfully, Bella was too focused on the past to realize. "And what happened?" Edward pushed even more. Rosalie glared at him, but he ignored her. "Oh, we had a long walk," Bella told us. The table was silent as everyone tried to piece it together. I asked first. I didn't want to be confused. "A long walk?" It was like my question pulled her from the daydream. "Huh? Oh yeah. It was the day of the Gay Pride Parade in Phoenix and it started at the church. The father put it together. Yeah, my mom loves her causes, and the fact that she had a lesbian daughter just made her life 100 times better. She going on a parade or to a meeting like every other day now." Everyone stared at her shocked, except Edward. He looked like someone took away a shiny toy. Rosalie leaned forward. "Wait, your mother took you on a parade?" She nodded and took a bite of her lunch. "Yup. Oh, and get this, we're walking in this big-ass parade, and I swear my mom got hit on more than I did. Like seriously, all the hot older lesbians walked up to her, and I'm standing there like hello? It was amazing yet awful at the same time." I chuckled at Bella. She made us all, including Rosalie and excluding Edward, worry that her mother didn't approve. Yet there she was thinking about how her mother was hit on by lesbians more than she was. She was our little adorable lesbian. I sat up. "Al!" I shouted. Without even moving her head, Bella responded, "If Al stands for adorable lesbian, then it's already taken." I threw my hands up in the air as Rose and Alice chuckled. Suddenly someone from the chess club called for Bella, and she waved goodbye before running off to the next table. Rosalie Pav. I fidgeted in my chair as I waited for Bella to show up. Usually we walk together, but this time Bella was dragged up by a pack of wild teenage girls. What did she want to tell me? Did she somehow find out that we were vampires? She did go to the reservation, so she might have heard something. I was freaking out. Volturi law stated that she must be either killed or turned if she finds out. And even though I didn't believe in that damnation crap that Edward did, I still would give almost anything to be human once again. As soon as Bella walked into the classroom, my eyes zeroed in on her. I had to feign nonchalance as she walked up to my desk, though inside I was a panic wreck. Her grin did help put me at ease. "Oh, Red, I have to tell you something hilarious." I tilted my head. "What?" She hopped up and planted her butt on my desk. Ignoring my raised eyebrow, she started, "So this weekend I started working down at this mechanic in the res. And yesterday I thought, you know what, I'm going to bring some parts from the truck to fix up. So I grabbed the exhaust pipe and some other parts that had a shitty welding job and started redoing them. So there I am working when this little native comes walking in looking for parts. And I pull off my mask to help him, and he recognizes me. And I'm totally thinking this kid is just flirting with me. Then he says his name is Jacob Black. I tense. Black. As in Billy Black. As in the tribe chief. Bella looks at me like I'm supposed to be laughing. What? She sighs. "Rose, Jacob Black is the one who did the crap job on the truck in the first place." My eyes widen. She was working on parts that this mutt had already done. Priceless. Oh my God. What did he say? She grinned, pleased with my reaction. He didn't even notice. I had to work to keep him out of there. I shook my head, chuckling. She really got away with that one. The teacher called us to attention, and Bella walked to her seat, and I relaxed. Bella didn't know what we are, so there's no need to stress. Edward Pov. I scowled as I waited in the parking lot. My family's thoughts all rotated around this fake Bella. They didn't know who the real Bella was. They all had these great plans of what they wanted to do when they talked to her next. I kicked at the ice that had formed last night, annoyed at what I heard. The worst wasn't from my family though, but from Angela Weber. I would have imagined that this sweet pastor's daughter would only have clean and holy thoughts, but she plagued her mind with filth. She constantly compared the thought of kissing my Bella and kissing a different girl, some Catherine. Her fantasies of Bella were so disgustingly thought out that she even had Bella seducing her. Suddenly the thoughts of my family made my eyes snap to the entrance. Bella was driving her truck in. And even to my untrained ears it sounded better, and those thoughts were confirmed by Rosalie's. She was singing along to some 80s song on the radio. I made a face of disgust at the choice of song. The 80s were so unrefined and uneducated. Once she recognized me as her mate, then she would have to be educated in the finer musics. She pulled up to the parking spot next to ours and hopped out of the car, still singing even without the stereo on. I put on a smile, hoping that once Bella inevitably looked at me that she would be put at ease. But my plan was wasted, as she didn't even acknowledge my presence. "Hey Red, what do you think about the truck now? Kind of sounding better, ain't she?" I scowled at Rosalie, started talking to her. "Yeah, it defiantly does. What else did you do?" I glared at the other students as they walked by, no longer entirely fearful of our presence because of Bella's influence. My glare focused on Angela as she paced by her car right next to the entrance, thinking again of kissing Catherine. Bella and the others started walking toward the entrance, now talking to Jasper about their upcoming chess match. We were nearing the entrance when the sound of squealing tires drew our attention to the entrance. Tyler Crowley had lost control of his van, and it was now spinning out of control. Some part of my grinned as the van spun, its path heading right toward an oblivious Angela. I could have saved her, but I had no interest in doing that. But I wasn't the only one that saw the path of destruction the van was on. "Angela!" Bella shouted out as she ran toward the shocked girl. Bella quickly covered the ground and tackled the taller girl out of the path. But it was like the van was after them as it hit another patch of ice, flying to the laying girls. All I could think was, "Not my Bella." But before I could run to protect my mate, Rosalie and Emmett had blurred over. Rosalie covered the two, and Emmett stood in front of the three on the ground, almost discreetly nudging the van off to the side and into a light pole where it crashed into a stop. I had followed the pair and stood above the girls, protectively and concerned for my mate. I was upset that Bella was on the bottom of the pile on her back. I realized she must have spun to make sure Angela didn't hurt herself. I cooed internally at how protective my mate was of her friends. The students stood agape at the accident, then they all started screaming and running toward the event. Alice and Jasper both hung back instead, their thoughts showing them want to run over, but concerned that too many of us would arouse suspicion. Rosalie Pov. I leaned over the two girls, noticing Bella staring up at me hold Angela's face against her shoulder. "Are you two okay?" I asked, concerned. Angela nodded slowly, still in shock, but my eyes narrowed when Bella broke eye contact and didn't answer. "Bella, what happened? What's wrong?" She shrugged, but stopped when something on her shoulder made her wince. Yeah, I'm good." I glared at her. "Bella, tell me what happened now." She looked up to me embarrassed. I landed on a chunk of ice on my shoulder. "No biggie." I glared. There was something else, but the sound of teachers running over stopped my questioning. They focused on Tyler first, pulling the bloodied form out of his car. I stopped breathing at the intoxicating smell of blood and focused back on Bella. When made eye contact, I noticed her looking between Emmett and me, her face curious. Uh-oh. She was already at Angela before I reacted, so she shouldn't have seen me, but as I ran my memories over in my head I realized something. Bella had twisted so that Angela wouldn't be hurt, and in that second we had made eye contact. Not longer than a moment, but it may have been enough. I realized I was still hovering over them and snapped away. Angela used her new freedom and extracted herself from Bella's arms. It was when Bella didn't stand up herself that everyone got concerned. One of the staff ran over. "Ms. Swan, are you okay?" She nodded, but Edward stepped forward. "I don't think so. She told me she hit her shoulder on some ice, and I think she may have hit her head." Both Bella and I glared at Edward, but the teacher took his word on it. When the second ambulance pulled into the lot, the first already leaving with Tyler, he gestured the medics over. "She hit her shoulder and her head. I'm worried about a concussion," the teacher told them. Bella glared but resigned herself to being carried onto the stretcher and even let them put a neck brace on her. However, it was when the EMT asked if she wanted anyone to accompany her that we had problems. "Excuse me, Alex," Edward cut off her response, "but I'm her friend, and I think I should join her." He looked confused but prepared to accept when Bella called out, "If you put me in the same car as Edward, the first will get out and walk to the hospital." Edward scoffed. "Bella, you hit your head, you don't know what you are talking about." Bella glared at him. "I could have my heart ripped out of my chest, and I would still not want to be in the same ambulance with you." Edward was about to press, but thankfully Alex had some brains. "I don't think that you should accompany the patient, she clearly is stressed by your presence." Edward glared at him, but Alex didn't notice as he looked to Bella. "Last chance, you want someone with you?" Bella surprisingly looked at Emmett and I. "Either of you want a free ride in a medical transport vehicle escape from school?" I touched Emmett's arm to tell him I would be going before calling out, "Sure, I'll go." Alex looked at me, then did a double take before gulping and gesturing to the car. I nodded and hopped in, taking a seat on the bench by Bella. She smiled at me, but the sound of her name being called refocused our attention. "Bella? Bella?" Her father ran into sight. "Bella, what happened? Are you okay?" Bella chuckled. "Yeah, Pops, didn't break anything, I would know. Just a bump on the shoulder and my head." Charlie visibly relaxed. "All right, kiddo, you want me to call your mom?" Bella looked at him like he was crazy and he got the message. Alex closed the doors, and I could hear him run off to his cruiser to follow the ambulance. "Rosalie?" Bella's voice pulled me from my thoughts as the van started up and drove us to the hospital. "Yeah, Bella." She held out her hand. I frowned but placed my hand in hers, flinching at the warmth. She nodded to herself, then let my hand go. I raised an eyebrow, but she shook her head when the medic came to the back and started questioning her. I only half listened as they ran through procedures, trying to figure out why she wanted to hold my hand. She wasn't in any state of shock obviously, and she wasn't having an out-of-body experience. So why did she want to touch me? As soon as we pulled into the emergency lane, I quickly got out of the way and went on a search for Carlisle. It didn't take long to follow the scent of vampire to find him. He looked up, and he tilted his head, confused. "Rosalie? What's wrong?" He tensed. "Did you?" I glared. "If you're about to ask if I slipped up, then no, I didn't." He looked sheepish. "Sorry, Rosalie, what can I do for you?" "There was an accident at the school. Bella tried to protect her friend who would have gotten hurt and injured herself in the process." Carlisle looked concerned. "How injured?" "Nothing too bad apparently, just hit her shoulder and head." He nodded, and then the PAS system came on asking for a Dr. Cullen to report to the ER. He looked solemn but quickly walked to the emergency. I called out unwittingly, "Carlisle." He turned. "Just make sure she's okay." He nodded understandingly before continuing. "Pof." After looking over Bella's chart, I was positive she would be all right. She was sporting a large bruise on her right shoulder and would have a headache the rest of the day. It was strange that this human could promote such strange reactions from Rosalie out of all of my children. I walked toward her door, and my hearing picked up a conversation going on inside. "First off, you two, I'm fine, just a couple of bumps. Second, Edward, I do believe this is the fourth time I've asked you to leave. So why are you still here?" I heard my son reply, "Bella, what are you talking about? I'm just being friendly." Bella groaned and I heard Edward rush to her side. "Bella? Are you okay? Do you need anything? Bella, please towel." "Edward?" "Yes, dear?" That wasn't a groan of pain, but rather one of annoyance. "Please leave." A third voice, no doubt a young Tyler Crowley, jumped in. "Dude, seriously? She asked you to leave. You're making both of us uncomfortable, and plus it's really hard to sleep with you acting all possessive and creepy." I heard Edward growl, "I don't think you have the right to speak, Tyler. It was your fault that my Bella is in." "Okay, shut the hell up now. 3 things. First, I am in no way your Bella. I do not like you, trust you, or feel comfortable around you. So get that in your head. Second, Tyler wasn't at fault for almost hitting me. He hit an ice patch moron and lost control. Happens all the time. And third, if you do not leave right now, I will press this big red button. Your father works here, so you should know what it does. It calls the nurses. When they get here, I will ask them to get security to force you to leave. And even if you still are able to stay, I will take Tyler's IV and use it to rearrange your insides. Rectally. That means through your asshole. Now. Get the hell out." It didn't take long for my son Stomps to exit the room and come face me. His face lit up when he saw me, though I frowned slightly when I took in his crazed look. "Carlisle, I demand to know what Bella's condition is." My frown grew and I controlled my thoughts. "Edward, you know that I cannot do that. Patient confidentiality." He glared, "But Carlisle, she is my mate. How would you feel if Esme was on that bed?" I shook my head. "Edward, she is not your mate. Alice's visions were flawed, we have been over this. I cannot condone the continuation this erratic behavior. I am going to check on my patient now, you should return to school." With that finally thought, I stepped around him, my unbeating heart clenching at the torn look on his face, but he needed to hear it. I walked into the room, the smell of Tyler's blood made my throat burn a little, but I had long since been able to control myself. "Hello, Mr. Crowley and Ms. Wan, I'm Drive. Cullen." Bella narrowed her eyes at me. "You aren't here to try to get me on to let Eddie back in here, are you?" I chuckled softly and Edward snarled, listening in no doubt, "No, my dear, just here to check up on the two of you." Bella stared a little more before nodding. "All right, Doc, 2 no 3 questions. How bad is it?" I chuckled. "All right, let's start with her. Well, you don't have a concussion, thankfully, and it doesn't look like anything is broken, so to answer your question, it's not bad at all." I frowned as I realized that I failed at protecting Bella's privacy, as Edward no doubt heard my response and Tyler's thoughts. Edward snarled again when he heard my realization, but Bella talking again made me focus on her. "All right, numero 2. Heard that possible concussion patients sometimes have to stay overnight, will I?" I grinned. "Nope, you just need to have your father check on your well-being every hour or so. You just need to sign some forms at the front desk, and you can leave." I turned to Mr. Crowley. "You, on the other hand, Mr. Crowley, are going to have to stay with us for quite some time." My eyes ran over his form, taking in the lacerations, broken wrist and several fingers as well, that along with a small concussion. I shook my head internally at his luck that nothing major was hurt. The sound of the bed shifting caused me to turn and see Bella hopping out of her bed, surprisingly unfazed. "Leaving so soon, Bella?" I asked, taking note of Tyler's breathing as it dropped, no doubt the medication knocking him out. Bella smirked. "Yeah, I still gotta stop by school, grab the homework I missed, and finish that before heading to work." My grin immediately fell as I recalled she worked on the reservation as a mechanic. "Ah, really? Where do you work?" She shrugged as she pulled on her jacket and boots. "Just a small mechanic's shop on the res." She grinned at me. "You may not know this since Rosalie is one of yours, but most people actually have to go somewhere to have their car repaired." I shook my head at the girl as she strode to the door. "Didn't you have a third question?" She stopped with her hand on the doorknob before turning to me with a huge grin across her face. If I had been human, I would have been sweating bullets. "It's not much of a question, just wondering how my wife is doing." I frowned. The children didn't say anything about her being married, and with Edward growling outside, it was clear he hadn't heard anything either. I could also hear the footsteps of another approaching stop as well, most likely Rosalie. "You're married?" I asked incredulously. She let out a disappointed breath. "No, not yet unfortunately. She's stuck married to this doctor guy till I can convince her it's nicer in my pants." I groaned as she finished with a Cheshire cat. "Bella. My wife is fine, thank you very much. Could you please stop flirting with her?" She stuck her tongue out like a child. "Nope, she's beautiful, and we will have a beautiful wedding filled with doves and roses, and I'll look like a princess, she'll look like an angel, and it will be romantic and filled with love and awesomeness." Awkward pause. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my prescription sheet. I quickly filled it out, ripped the paper off and handed it to the girl. She hesitantly took the paper and read it to herself before looking back at me. "What is clozapine?" I nodded solemnly. "I want you to take that, it'll help with the delusions and hallucinations." With that I strode out of the door, leaving the awestruck teenager holding the door open for me. It didn't take long for her to recover though. I was barely a few feet away when she jumped out of the door. "Carlisle Cullen, this means war." I smirked but didn't turn around. "Young lady, I not only have already won the war but have taken over the territory, established a new form of government, and removed all traces of rebellion. You, my dear," I stopped and looked over my shoulder and gave her a fleeting glance, "are all but a passing memory of a time forgotten." With that I turned, walked away, but Bella wasn't finished with me. "I wouldn't think of myself as too passing, as that territory you apparently conquered told me that I should be a nude model. Seems like she liked the view of my territory." I stopped and turned, my eyes wide as I tried to figure out if Bella was telling the truth. But Bella simply flipped her hair and walked the other way, not even bothering to turn around. "Rosalie Pov." I chuckled as Bella sauntered away from a disheveled Carlisle. She had a cocky grin on as all the nurses and other patients watched along with me as she thoroughly beat the doctor at their mental battle. She scanned her audience, her body recoiling at the sight of a smiling Edward, before coming to me. Her whole body language changed as she changed direction to walk towards me. Her relaxed walk became brusque and with purpose. Her eyes, light and filled with mirth, darkened slightly and narrowed. Her arms, which had swung at her sides freely, came to her hips as she stopped in front of me. We both stood there, me curious as to what she was thinking, her doing Lord knows what as she gazed at me. She broke the silence first. "Can we talk?" My walls came up and a glare showed up. "About what?" Bella, strangely enough, flinched slightly at the sight of my glare and looked away. She looked to surrounding audience we had gathered. "Not here." She grabbed my arm and started pulling me along. Now while I could have easily stopped her with only a slight amount of my strength, I was already nervous with how much she may have already seen. She tugged me along, her head swinging this way and that way as she searched for something. Finally she located a door that led to the stairwell. I shrugged internally, they would be out of the way and a good place to have a private chat. Bella tugged me through the door and I expected her to let go. But she continued to pull. She went upwards, climbing the last 2 stories before walking up to where the stairwell ended at the entrance to the roof. The door was always locked, so again I waited for Bella to drop my arm. She didn't. She walked till she was right in front of the door before dropping to her knees. "Keep watch," she ordered. "What are you doing?" I hissed. Bella didn't reply but reached into her shirt and pulled out a necklace I hadn't seen. It was an almost ugly gray, a single chain, and on every link fell tiny metal bars of varying length. Bella grabbed 2 of the bars and twisted, popping them right off from a magnetic base. My eyes widened as I realized what they were. "Why the hell do you have lockpicks?" I hissed. "SHH," was all I got in response. It took a few seconds of twiddling and a strong twist. Click. Bella stood up, placing her picks back on her necklace. "Come on," she motioned with her head. I paused, thinking over the legality of this, before sighing and following the little criminal through the door. Surprisingly, it wasn't raining, the sky was still overcast, the clouds dark and threatening. Bella was lying on the damp ground, staring up at the dark sky. She patted the ground next to her. "Here, lay with me." I looked at the wet ground, back at her. "Wet ground, her, hell no." She shrugged. "'Sall right." We both sat in a strained silence, as Bella was always the person to fill those silences. We sat there for a few minutes. Bella simply breathing in and out, her eyes no longer on the sky, but rather me. I twitched under her heavy gaze. What on earth did she want to talk about? She brought me up here and now we're sitting in silence. Did she just want to flirt more? Is it about the accident? Is it about me standing over the two? Or is it about my speed getting over there? I mean, it was just a bit faster than she was, so I doubt that she saw anything. Yeah, it's probably just her flirting, not like she actually saw any. So how fast can you run? Fuck. Tanya Pov. You cheated. No, I didn't. Cheater. Baby. Screen looker. I sighed and stared up at the ceiling, contemplating exhaustion. It was impossible for a vampire to feel exhaustion. We had infinite amounts of energy. Yet as I lay back against the couch, listening to Irina and Kate bicker about some video game for the last 2 hours, I seriously doubted that belief. Irina, Kate can't concentrate on more than one screen, so she's not screen looking. Kate, stop whining and no more using your little hacks, those are still cheating, I told them. Ha, see, even Tanya says you're cheating. Glitches aren't cheats, anyone can find them. Except you never show them to us. Why don't you look for them then? I groaned and pulled myself off the couch. We weren't supposed to leave the two of them alone when they were like this, but I couldn't handle anymore. I walked at a human pace to the back door, letting myself out. I leaned over the porch railing and looked out at the forest landscape with the light snowfall it was receiving. The ache in my chest was lighter than it had been these last few years, but it was like an itch I couldn't scratch and bothered me constantly. I sensed someone approaching from behind, but I knew my coven, it had to be Carmen. I may be the coven leader, but Carmen was still our mother. She just had that aura, you looked at her, and she just felt like home. Carmen rested on the rail next to me and we sat in silence for several minutes. I knew that she wasn't to break it. She was just waiting for me to let it out. I sighed, I miss her, Carmen. She nodded but stayed silent. I thought I knew where she was, I found her once, but I could steal her from her family. I had to wait. I got to talk to her for just a few moments, and then she was taken from me. And I searched. But she was gone. I could feel my eyes water with tears I would never shed, but Carmen placed a hand on my shoulder. But she is still out there, Carmen told me. I shrugged silently and Carmen continued, then you keep looking. I chuckled quietly, she was as Nevada Carmen. I think that the fact the sun shines there pretty much every day. She nodded, all right, then we've got to find when it isn't. I raised an eyebrow, oh yes, Carmen, why didn't I think of that? Why don't I just predict when it's overcast or raining? That's a great idea. She gave me a look at my sarcasm and just waited. I am ashamed to say how long it took me to piece it together. Oh my god, Alice. How the hell could I have never thought of her? A freaking psychic. Carmen nodded, I think we should visit our cousin soon, and you could get some advice. I sat there quietly, but Carmen wasn't done, plus I think you have been searching wrong. My eyes snapped to her, confused, what do you mean? You try to find her with your senses, don't you? I frowned, yeah, how else could I find her? She smiled humorously and reached over, placing her hand over my dead heart, you can feel the distance here, can't you? I nodded slowly, then used that, my dear, you will always find her if you listen to that. I sat there with my mouth agape. Both of our heads snapped back to the house when a crash was heard. No way. The Muppets are so much sexier. Carmen sighed while I just groaned out, but first we are going to have to deal with these two. She nodded, yes, and now that Kate has started with her Muppets again, I worry about the new couch. As soon as she finished, the large window shattered from something being thrown through it and disappearing into the forest. Both Carmen and I turned to watch the couch as it flew into the distance. Carmen sighed and walked into the house, mumbling, what is it with Irina, and throwing every couch I buy. I sighed and turned back to the forest and gave one last look at the wilds before turning back to the chaos of home. Rosalie Pov. So how fast can you run? Fuck. I stared silently at her prone figure. This was bad. She had seen something. I could practically feel my walls and the glare that was directed at Bella. What are you talking about? I was right behind you. Bella sighed disappointedly, all right. I frowned, she believed me? That's not like Bella at all. Really, you're just going to drop it like that? I asked before I could restrain myself. She scoffed, hell no honey, she tilted her head to look at me, but I'm not going to pressure you into telling me. I frowned, what do you mean? She chuckled and looked back up, I figured that there's been something different about you guys for a while now. She lifted her hand and started counting off her fingers, the cold skin, not eating, the speed, strength, pretty sure you overhear conversations from across the room. She shrugged, pretty sure I'll figure it out soon. I sat there shocked at how much she had noticed. But this was bad. If it was anyone else, I would push my family to get rid of her. To eliminate the threat. But this was Bella. And I didn't think I could hurt her, she was just so. Bella. You don't know what you're talking about, Bella. You must have hit your head pretty hard. I hoped she would get the message to drop it. But she didn't. Nice try, Red. I won't say or do anything to anyone else, so don't worry. But I can't help it if I figure it out, just a warning. Bella, what are you talking about? I was right behind you. She snorted, you really aren't that good at lying, Red. Just stop. I scowled, but she wasn't even looking. I could tell from her voice that she was trying to find proof that she saw what she thought she saw. She already believed in what she saw, so trying to convince her otherwise was pointless. So the only way to keep her unaware was to get her to stop looking. You aren't going like what you find if you keep looking, I warned. She shrugged, maybe not, but it's me. Curiosity and all that crap, you know. I rubbed my face in exhaustion. Bella, just. Please don't. Bella stayed silent, and for a second I thought she was actually going to let it go. But she wasn't. I won't pressure you, everyone deserves their secrets. I promise I won't try to piece it together. But I'm sorry if I do. I sighed and leaned against one of the large air vents. I guess that's all I can hope for, Bella. But still, you really shouldn't look into this. She turned her head again and gave me a studying glance for a moment, then nodded and sat up. All right, Red. I sighed, grateful she wasn't going to try and figure it out. Bella lifted one of her hands as if expecting me to hoist her up. I raised an eyebrow and just looked down at her. She pouted at me and I could feel my resolve wavering, so I turned away, hiding myself from her pout. I heard some incoherent mumbling before Bella started standing up. I turned around when I heard that she was finally up and wiping the gravel off her pants. I grumbled as I realized how little progress she was making before walking over and spinning her around. I quickly, at human speed, began wiping her shoulders and meticulously working my way down. I frowned at how much damp gravel she had managed to cover herself in. It wasn't until I heard her giggling that I stopped. Hey, Red, you enjoying yourself down there? She asked. I would have blushed if I could have, as I realized that both of my hands were placed firmly on her butt. I quickly let go and jumped away. She smirked at my flustered expression. Don't say a word, I warned her. She didn't say anything but continued to smirk and turned to the entrance door. Come on, pervert, she called back to me. I stiffened. I am not a pervert. She paused by the door with a contemplative look on her face. That sounds surprisingly like something a pervert would say. With that, she strode through the door confidently, with me completely flustered rushing after her. She sat on the banister and started sliding down the rails, quickly covering more ground than I was. I huffed as I realized the only way to keep pace and not arouse suspicion would be to follow her on the rail. I looked around to make sure no one was in the stairwell to see me stoop to such a childish manner. Positive no one was there, I sat on the rail and pushed myself, launching down the rail and twisting myself on the slightly rounded edges. It didn't take long for me to drop to the last floor, but by the end I was actually kind of enjoying myself. That ended instantly when I landed on the last floor and came face to face with a disapproving stare. Bella was standing by her, and while I figured she would be looking down ashamed, it shouldn't have been that shocking that her grin was blaring. Ms. Cullen and Ms. Wan, please refrain from sliding down the rails from now on. While you may be in a hospital, it does not give you free rein to get yourselves hurt. Am I understood? The nurse scolded us. I nodded silently, but Bella replied, Don't worry, ma'am, the pervert and I were just messing around, it won't happen again. My head snapped to her, but the nurse simply nodded. Very well, now you two get out of here. The nurse pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and Bella quickly escaped, but I followed behind her, anxious to avoid the smell of cigarettes. Bella, however, had covered plenty of ground and was already turning the first corner. I am not a pervert, Bella. Edward Pov. You revealed US to her? I was furious. Rosalie rolled her eyes and ignored me. As I was saying, Bella doesn't know exactly, but she knows something is different. I reached over and grabbed Rosalie's arm tightly. This never would have happened if you had just left my mate alone. I warned you. I didn't hear the thought fast enough. Before I had even heard Emmett's plan, he had already launched his fist forward. Only my advanced speed saved me from the majority of the brute strength. However, he still clipped the side of my face, pushing me off Rosalie and through the living room window. I quickly flashed up and shook the glass off, glaring inwards back at Emmett. What the hell was that for Emmett? He didn't raise his voice, for 3 things. First, keep your hands off of my mate. I stiffened and opened my mouth, but he cut me off. Second, Bella isn't your mate, you dumbass. Again I tried to respond, but he continued. And third, if you ever threaten my mate again, I will remove all of your limbs and feed them to the fish. With that, Emma turned and pulled a smirking Rosalie out of the living room. I glared back as I listened to her call me a child in her thoughts. I'm not a child. I'm protecting my mate. She just doesn't know it yet. Yeah. She'll see. Bella belongs with me. Tanya Pov. I won't lie. I'm sulking. Carmen was a genius when she thought of using Alice to find when Nevada has darker weather. But being a coven leader, I couldn't just call her and ask her to look into Nevada's future. It could be seen as poaching another's vampires. And just that could attract Volturi attention. Even if the Cullens were cousins and Carlisle an old friend, any risk of drawing their attention was avoided. So the next course of action would be to travel to Forks, Washington, and talk to the Cullens face to face. But there is a problem. Kate and Irina are fighting. Which means a few things. Irina rarely fights. It's usually Kate and I. But when Irina fights, she doesn't back down. And when Kate's favorite things are insulted, she doesn't back down. Kate can be calmed down pretty quickly though. All that needs to happen is that Garrett places his hand on her back, and she calms down. However, when Irina sees Garrett do this, all she can think about how she doesn't have a mate, so she attacks even more, riling Kate back up. Which has led us to this predicament. Elazar, Carmen, Garrett and myself are sitting around a small fire. Kate and Irina are inside shouting and screaming and throwing things. Elazar's chainsaw was heard. Plus something about a rifle. Mostly playing a game of who can break the most stuff. Carmen had removed all of the photos and things of sentimental value as soon as the two started shouting. Even though everything inside was just objects, every time a large shatter or crash could be heard, Carmen would wince and look back at the house. Or junk pile as it was quickly turning into. I sighed and leaned further into the chair and looked over at Garrett. You going to try and calm down Kate soon? He turned back and looked at the house. There was screaming, and a game console flew out a window. No, I think I'm going to wait a bit longer. I huffed at this, causing Garrett to give me a weird look. Carmen answered his unasked question for me. It's her mate. She finally has a lead to finding her, and she's stuck waiting here. Garrett frowned and looked at me. Why don't you just go by yourself? My eyes widened in fear. Are you kidding me? What about when those two bozos figure out when I'm gone? Without solving their problems before, they each try to prove themselves better than the other. I was in Germany at that time. They set most of London on fire. Garrett nodded understandingly. Then why don't you just take them? Why? Garrett was cut off by a loud crash and my pointed look. He nodded again and we all turned back to the fire. As much as I wanted to leave my two incredibly annoying sisters behind, once they found out I was gone, it would turn into a hunting contest. I grumbled as I thought of how I had to wait for who knows how long till this fight ends. Even though I had infinite patience, waiting to see my mate was near destructive on sitting still. I realized I hadn't hunted in a while, so mumbling a goodbye to the others, I quickly blurred off into the distance. I just randomly chose a direction and ran. With each step, I let myself slip further and further into the mind of the predator. I closed my eyes, listening as I ran almost soundlessly through the undergrowth. I smirked as I remember Edward saying that he was the fastest vampire. I've seen him run. And while he is no doubt faster than the younger vampires, when one gets as old as we are, you get faster. I grinned almost cruelly as the ground blurred beneath my feet, and I covered distance at an incredible rate. My ears perked up as I ran. The sound of deep heartbeats changed the direction of my run. I slowed as I neared my prey, dropping into my hunting crouch. Venom pulled in my mouth as the scent of blood filled my lungs. I quickly ran to my prey, a herd of deer drinking from a stream. I observed the herd till I found my target. She was an older doe, no doubt unable to have any more offspring. There were none that showed signs of disease, so I chose the doe. Long ago I realized the harm that could come to the wildlife from unselective hunting, so my sisters and I maintained a different diet. We still hunted animals, but always preyed on the ones who were sick, old or already dying. Plus, part of our diet included bagged blood. We purchased it from the nearby hospitals. The hospitals could only keep the bags in use for a certain number of days, and often the bags would expire. Since we purchased them, we were able to relieve our thirst and fund the medical expense for the humans. The diet gave us eyes that weren't burgundy or gold, but rather a light amber. My attention was redrawn to the herd when their heads snapped up and looked to the surrounding woods. I frowned and looked for what alerted them. It wasn't me as I was downwind, but a single wolf. The herd quickly tried to leave, but the sight of them running thrilled the predator in me. The wolf and I instinctively pounced at the same moment, its target a young fawn. I was much faster and quickly broke the neck of the doe, sinking my fangs into its still neck. I moaned as the thick substance pulled in my mouth before swallowing, allowing the substance to cool the burning in my throat, if just temporarily. I began gulping down copious amounts as quickly as I could. The sound of growling diverted my attention. I turned with the doe's neck still attached to my teeth, to see the wolf, and how its prey was nowhere in sight. It had escaped its death. As I drank the last of the doe, I observed the wolf. It had no doubt seen my now limp prey and was challenging me for it. The wolf was female, and by the look of its body, probably starving based on its underweight and weak form. My fangs popped out of the doe's flesh, and I contemplated what to do. The doe was small, but would still be a hefty meal for a wolf, and pups if she had some. I sniffed the wound of the doe. Blood, fur, urine, but no venom. Safe. I picked the doe up and threw it near the wolf before blurring away. I didn't watch to see if the wolf chose to eat it, most likely already tearing into it, and just ran, letting my gut direct me. The thirst was low for now. Along with speed, with age came an easier thirst. I didn't have to feed weekly, but rather only every other month. The white-covered forest started opening up, so I started slowing down again. Before I knew it, I came to a cliff. I stood at the edge and stared out at the huge forest in front of me. Something was drawing me further. Something just ached. I lifted my foot up to drop down the cliff. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Flinching, I put my foot on the ground again. I pulled my phone out and answered it before it rang twice. Hello? Tanya, Carmen, I realized, the girls realized you were gone. I'm trying to keep them here, but both are aching to find you. I sighed. Fine, Carm, I'll be back in a bit. I hung up and turned around, running to the forest. Right before I entered the cover, I stopped. I looked over my shoulder out back of white expanse. The feeling still drawing me south. What are you? I asked in a whisper. I left that question unanswered and quickly turned and ran back to my siblings, knocked out at each other's throats. Pampav. Are you guys coming to the beach? I looked at Bella and frowned. Ever since she had told Rose that she knew something was up with us, Carlisle had told us to maintain a distance from her. Which was boring cause Bella was so much fun. Bella quickly figured out that we were avoiding her. With pretty much any other human being that would make them leave us alone. However, Bella then proceeded to not care and still hang out with us. It had been a week since the accident, and every day Bella would drop by our table and blatantly ignore our glares to warn her off. It would start off with us just ignoring her and her talking about whatever she could think of. Then one of us would make eye contact with her accidentally, and then she pulled some crazy voodoo, and before we knew it, we were all back to talking to her again. Then someone would call her away and she would smile at us and disappear into the students, leaving us sputtering at how she did that. None of responded to her question, so she continued, well, a bunch of kids are heading down to La Push to spend the day at the beach on Sunday. We're supposed to get a bit of sun, surprisingly. I could feel Rose tense at the thought of Bella going to La Push. Bella must have seen it too because she frowned at Rosalie's stiff form. But with the wicked green she grew, I doubted it was the correct assumption. Aw, does Red want to see me in a bikini that much? Bella teased. Rosalie glared, but Bella opened her mouth to continue, but I saw where she was going with it. You're not rubbing lotion on my girl, Bella, I told her quietly. Immediately my family started glaring at me or whispering warnings, as I was the one who broke the silence today. But Bella simply smiled as one of us responded. Really, Em? You wouldn't want to see two extremely gorgeous ladies clad only in bikinis covering each other in lotion. Holy crap, this girl was good as I could feel the gears spinning and all sorts of fantasies took off. Edward hissed at me, and Rosalie smacked the back of my head hard. I winced and rubbed the back of my head, looking apologetic at Rose. Sorry, hun, it's kind of sexy when Bella puts it like that. Rose glared at me, but I could see a light in her eye that told me that she thought it was funny. Rose turned to Bella. Actually, we're camping this weekend. We usually take off when the sun comes out for some family time. Bella's head tilted and we all stiffened as we realized she could use this to piece together what we are, but thankfully she nodded slowly. Alright, though I totally wish to see both of you gorgeous ladies in skin-tight thongs, I understand. Family time. She nodded and walked away, leaving us sputtering Rose and Alice. Thongs. Both screeched out after Bella walked to a different table. Bella and the rest of the cafeteria turned with their mouth agape in shock. Bella's shocked look faded to one I saw in the mirror every time I was going to pull a prank, so I leaned forward in anticipation. Well, I was just going to wear my pajamas to our slumber party, but if you want to wear thongs I'm cool with that. I didn't have to be a mind reader to know that every single hot-blooded male was no doubt ran that fantasy through his mind. Edward's look of disgust confirmed my assumption. I looked to my wife and sister, chuckling at their embarrassed looks. One that Rose tried to cover up with a glare rather unsuccessfully. Jasper focused all of our thoughts though. Everyone, Bella will be going to the reservation. I shrug, girl has worked there for almost a whole week now, she didn't find anything out then, I doubt anything new is going to pop up. I may have said it, but I wasn't entirely sure that I believed it. And by the looks on my family's faces, they were thinking the same thing. Jacob Pov. I immediately jumped off the couch. Are you serious? I shouted. Quill and Embry looked at each other then back at me concerned. Yeah, Embry said, bunch of kids from Forks are supposed to be hanging around First Beach. Why? I grinned hopefully. Please have Bella Swan be there. I ran to the door, let's go guys and see who's there. I didn't hear anything I turned to look. Neither moved from their spots. Both were still looking at me concerned. I rolled my eyes, come on losers, let's see if there's any hot babes. Both perked up, but Quill grinned, oh I see, you're hoping for a certain someone to be there. I stopped in feigned ignorance, what are you talking about? Quill's grin grew, a certain female perhaps? I glared, trying to warn him off, but Embry caught on, ah yes. Am I Swan correct? Bella Swan. I grabbed 2 pillows from the couch and quickly launched them at the 2 idiots' faces, severely miffed when one missed and the other was caught. Shut up, let's go. They groaned half-heartedly but followed. Since we were at my house it only took a few minutes to reach the beach. Shockingly there was a bit of sun that the Forks kids were relaxing in. My eyes quickly scanned the parking lot, groaning internally at the sight of Sam and Paul standing around, both giving me a strange look. I ignored them and kept looking. I felt my heart jump when I saw her truck in the parking lot, and I could hear Embry chuckling next to me. I ignored him and started walking down to the beach, looking over the group for Bella. I found her when she stood up, but my grin quickly fell when I saw that she wasn't wearing a bikini, but a wetsuit. Though that didn't bother me for long as I realized it looked like Bella was almost poured into the black material. Bella and another girl stood up, dragging an Asian boy up. They pulled him over to a pair of surfboards. The girl grabbed one and ran out to the water, while the boy reluctantly grabbed the other and followed the girl out into the water. Bella stood at the water's edge and watched the two surf. Or fall constantly in the boy's case. The girl was alright in that she was able to stand up and ride the waves. Seeing how Bella was alone as she watched the pair I figured now was my best chase. Hey Bella. I called out. She turned, giving me another view of her toned body before her eyes met mine. A strange expression crossed her face before it vanished. Hey Jake. I jogged the last few feet before coming to a stop near her grinning. You stalking me? She asked raising an eyebrow. Don't look at her boobs. Don't look at her boobs. Don't look at her boobs. Ha. You kidding me? You're on my territory. You're on the res. She placed her hands on her hips, your territory? Need I remind you that I in fact work here? I chuckled even though that reminder kind of pissed me off. Bella's eyes flickered over my shoulder and I turned to see Embry and Quill walking up. Oh Bella, these are my 2 best friends, Quill Altera and E. Bella cut in, hey there Mr. Call. Embry was fake glaring at her, you're Bella Swan? She tilted her head, the one and only, why? He shrugged, no reason. I looked between the two frowning, you guys know each other? Embry had a weird look, but Bella just shrugged, he came by the mechanics, needed some fixin', kid didn't leave till Chuck threatened to throw him out on his ass. I looked at Embry confused, why didn't you come to me? I would have done it. Embry looked shocked, but Will replied, really man? You're ugly mug or the sexy hot mechanic girl? Which would you choose? My face cleared up and I smiled, yeah I would pick Bella every time. Bella. We all looked out to see the girl waving at us. "What are you doing? Get out here and surf." Bella chuckled. "Alright, gimme a sec." She winked at us, my heart stuttered, and ran up the beach to her truck. I was confused until she reached into her bed and pulled out a small deep red surfboard with glittering golden lines etched into it. She held it under her arm and ran down the beach, passing the kids sitting by the bonfire. "Wow," she teased, "all you boys look so masculine sitting by the fire." She laughed at their excuses but continued to the water's edge. She stopped right next to us again. "Hey boys, feel free to sit by the fire, everyone's pretty friendly. Gotta go, duty calls." With that she took off into the water, though it was pretty entertaining when she first got wet. "Holy crap, that's cold," she shouted. One of the boys heard her and yelled out, "Oh man, Bella, freaking out about how cold it is Zuo sexy?" Bella didn't even turn around, but just flipped the bird over her shoulder, causing them to laugh even harder. As Bella swam out, we walked over to the other Forks kids, saying hi to the ones we knew and sitting by the blue bonfire. Suddenly a boy perked up. "Tyler, I think, guys, Bella's about to go." We all turned to watch Bella surf. The wave was towering over her, but Bella simply paddled ahead of it. Once it reached her, Bella popped up, completely comfortable on the board. There was a couple of moans and exchanging of bills, as Bella didn't fall. Quill voiced the question, "What were you betting on?" A blonde boy spoke up. Bella said she was an okay surfer, Bund thought she was exaggerating. We all watched as Bella continued to get a feel for the wave. Then, she dropped down to the bottom of the wave and looked up. Twisting the board, she launched toward the crest and thrust herself into the air. There were gasps all around as Bella completed a 360 before dropping back down to the water. The wave was starting to collapse, forming a nice tube, which Bella crouched down to fit in. The water covered her and we couldn't see what was going on. All of us, we holding our breath as the wave got smaller and smaller. And then, pooh, she popped out of the wave. She turned around on her board, causing all of us to gasp again, and curtsied on her board to the wave. Quite a few of us chuckled at her antics, but the blonde boy was annoyed. Bella dropped off of her board only several feet of the shore, and the boy used this. "What the hell, Bella? You said okay surfer, not I'm a freaking pro." Bella laughed. "Told you not to take that bet, Mike." Everyone laughed at his miffed expression, and Bella turned to swim out again. For the next 20 minutes Bella showed us how much of a badass she was. She did flips, turns, jumps, cannonballed off the board. She was incredible. I had heard from her father that she competed in surf competitions and did really well, so this wasn't too surprising. The Asian boy and the girl came in, both repeatedly turning to watch Bella kick us. Soon Bella turned around and rode a small wave in, simply coasting. Lol, coasting on the coast. God, I'm funny. That's why Bella would like me, cause I'm funny. Bella came out of the water with the board under one arm and the other trying to wring the water out of her ponytail. She came to the group and shoved her board into the sand, standing up. "See guys? I told you I was alright." Moans broke out, but the other surfing girl replied first. "Bella, that wasn't okay. That was incredible." She shrugged. "Not that great, I didn't actually win when I competed." This was a shock for everyone else, but I cut in sarcastically, "Oh yeah, Bella, you didn't get first place, I'm sorry you got fourth in the whole West Coast Conference, you poor thing." Everyone looked between the two of us, but Bella replied with a groan, "That was so annoying, like the girl totally jacked my wave and cut me off, it was a total bitch move." The other surfer looked shocked. "Are you serious, Bella, you competed?" "Yeah, cat, 2 years ago." Everyone was staring mouth agape, but Mike broke the silence. "Are you serious? That's not even fair, like that bet was rigged from the start, I want my money back." Everyone laughed and the awkward moment was broken. They all split up and started talk amongst themselves, although everyone's eyes were drawn back to the two surfers as they stood near each other and unzipped the back of their wetsuits. My eyes bulged as Bella peeled the layers, revealing a dark blue bikini that barely covered anything. I gulped and stared at her muscular form. The only thing that pulled me from ogling was one of Quiller Embry smacking my shoulder. I wasn't really sure who. Bella finally pulled herself out of her suit and grabbed a pair of towels on the ground and handed one to Kat. The two quickly dried off and looked around for a seat. I looked around too, noticing that pretty much everywhere was taken on the logs or the few chairs. I turned to offer Bella a space next to me, but she was already walking to a filled log, tugging Kat behind her. It was a smaller one that only held 2 people, a taller Asian girl and short boy. Bella walked over to the boy and smacked him on the shoulder. Ow, what the hell was that for? He asked, rubbing his shoulder. Stand up, Ben, Bella told him. Ben looked around confused. Wait, why me? Bella didn't answer, but lifted her dripping wetsuit and started bringing it over Ben's head. Okay, I'm up. Ben hopped off the log and ran to the other side of the fire. Bella turned to Kat and bowed dramatically. Your seat, Milady. Kat shook her head and sat down. I frowned slightly as the other girl stared at Bella, who just winked and then glared up at Bella. So Angela, Kat started, how are you enjoying the beach? The Asian girl blushed red. It's nice. How was the water? Bella grinned at the two and walked up to her truck. My eyes were following her, but they stopped when they noticed that Sam and Paul were walking down to the beach. I scowled at the two, but it didn't seem to faze them at all. I looked away and back to the people by the bonfire. Angela and Kat were talking avidly, the other kids were all socializing, along with Quill and Embry. I looked around awkwardly and just waited for Bella to come back. It didn't take long for the girl of my dreams to come skipping down the beach to the bonfire. Again she looked around for somewhere to sit, again I moved to tell her to sit by me, and again she bolted off somewhere else. This time it was a bleach blonde-haired girl sitting in a chair. Hey Lauren, and with that intro, Bella picked Lauren up out of her chair, sat down, and dropped Lauren on her lap. Everyone looked on as Lauren blushed scarlet. WW, what are you doing? She shrugged, needed somewhere to sit. And you thought my chair was the best choice? With me on your lap? Bella looked up to think it over. Yeah, I guess I did. Lauren looked around for help, but no one was offering, so she just sat there confused and flustered. Bella, however, jumped into any and every conversation. After a couple of moments, Lauren too was dragged into a conversation with Tyler, and it didn't take long for her to shift around and make herself comfortable on Bella's lap before engaging Tyler more thoroughly. Everyone was having a pretty good time, except two, Paul and another blonde girl. She kept glaring at Bella whenever Bella would talk to Mike. Jealous much? The girl decided to try and be the center of attention and talked loudly. It's a shame you didn't invite your other friends, Bella. Bella paused and tilted her head. Who? Jessica sneered. You know who, the Cullens. Sam stiffened and opened his mouth, but Bella talked quickly. Actually I did, they all wanted to come, but their parents wanted them to all go hiking as a family. Sam scoffed. The Cullens don't come here. Bella frowned. Well, that's kind of surprising. Sam ignored her, but Bella continued. I mean, this is the only place for a good distance to get any good waves or just hang out at the beach. And Emmett is an awesome surfer apparently, so I doubt they don't come here. Sam glared at her. They don't. Everyone, except Bella, flinched at the venom and finality of his voice. Bella just continued. I wonder why. I should probably invite them again. Be great to have another surfer with me. Sam looked like he was going to pop a gasket, but someone else heard Bella's comment. Oh really? And what am I then? Bella winced. Kat. Right. Well, you're a fun surfer. Kat crossed her arms and waited. Bella sighed. Excuse me Lauren, can I get up real quick? Lauren jumped up and let Bella out and sat back down. Bella walked over to Kat and kneeled on the sand in front of her, clasping her hands like she was praying. Kat, I am very sorry, you are an excellent surfer, and I didn't mean what I said. Kat stared at her, and we all watched as Bella shifted in the sand waiting for Kat's response. Kat looked her in the eye before nodding slowly. Fine, apology accepted. Bella hopped up. Thanks, gorgeous. Kat rolled her eyes as Bella walked back to Lauren's chair, who surprisingly stood up and let Bella sit down before dropping back onto her lap. We all sat and chatted for a while, including Sam, not Paul though. Sam was weird in that he would give me these weird looks like he was waiting for something. It freaked me out a little. So when Bella suggested that some of us head to the tide pools and Sam chose to stay, I jumped on the chance. A couple of the boys chose to go as well, Lauren opting out due to wrong shoes. I mean, what moron wears heels to a beach? Quill and Embry were staying, so when we started walking I quickly jogged over to where Bella was. Mind if I join you? I asked. She looked over to me and shrugged. Sure, knock yourself out. We didn't talk much as we looked around the pools, hopping from rock to rock. We occasionally pointed something out, but mostly stayed quiet. Everyone else bored quickly and started wandering off. Before long it was just Bella and I that were still there. We had stopped moving around and were sitting on a large rock looking over the largest tide pool. I was trying to think of a conversation to start up with her. I need her to have something to remember me by, something cool. Sudden it came to me. The coolest topic. I mean, my dad would kill me if he found out I was telling an outsider tribe stories, but they're just stories. What harm could come from telling stories? Hey Bella, you like scary stories? Rosalie Pov. Are you sure, Alice? Alice sighed again. I understood why she sighed. I had asked her that exact same question almost every day the whole week since the weekend. Yes, Rose. Bella doesn't suspect anything. She still comes to our table and has no problem talking to any of us. I fidgeted in the cushion. I didn't really care that Alice was getting annoyed with my constant questions. I was just protecting my family. You also don't want Bella to be scared of you. I frowned as I realized my thoughts were right. Bella was too much fun, so I didn't want to hurt her, and I didn't want to have to leave Forks because the weather was perfect for vampires. I didn't want anything to change. Change meant we either had to turn Bella or kill her. And I would never damn someone to this existence, but I doubted I could hurt her. We pulled into the lot and my eyes scanned the lot for the red truck. I was shocked though when I found her truck completely repainted. The red was no longer faded and rusted, but a perfect crimson color. Bella was standing in her bed, fiddling with something that was out of my field of vision. Students were gathering, most likely expecting one of Bella's stranger escapades. And Bella delivered. Music started blasting from a speaker, a Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child O' Mine. Bella came up holding an electric guitar and a top hat. She threw the hat on her head and lifted the guitar up. Then she strummed the chords. Everyone started cheering and shouting as Bella started playing along to the song perfectly. She was no doubt reenacting Slash from Guns N' Roses, and she was doing perfect. I shook my head as she continued to rock out, even when the teachers came out to see what the ruckus was. Emmett complained as the teachers just shook their heads and watched Bella rock out. They would never let me get away with that. I chuckled, yeah, not sure how she does it. It's rude and disrespectful, they should have stopped her. I don't know how any real parents would have let their children become so unruly. Edward finished his rant and stormed off, avoiding any of us disagreeing with him because he knows he has no real argument. And he's an idiot, I thought, realizing he was probably close enough to hear my thoughts. Bella strung the last guitar riff and bowed to her fans. Emmett and I walked over, smirking as the kids parted ways like the Red Sea. We made it there as Bella finished thanking her fans. When she turned and saw us, her eyes lit up. Hey, what did you two think? That is right? I shook my head, but Emmett laughed. Hell yeah, Slash. That was awesome. She grinned and reached down to grab the speaker. Can you put this in the cab, Em? Em nodded and grabbed the box and swung it into the truck, along with the guitar as Bella handed it to him. She kept the hat and swung her legs over the bed and dropped to the ground. So Rose, what do you think of the new paint? I smiled. It looks great, loving the red. Why crimson though? She shrugged. Two favorite colors are blood red and gold. I frowned at those two. The irony was a little much for my liking. Blood? And gold like our eyes? Bella didn't see anything wrong as she grabbed her bag, shutting the door. I opened my mouth to ask her why, but someone cut in. Ahem, we all looked to see the principal standing looking disappointed. Bella, may I ask why you decided to hold a concert in my parking lot? Bella's head tilted, cause the day was so dull, and it needed some rock and roll. He rubbed his balding head like he had a migraine. Really, Miss One? Bella looked annoyed, but you said Guns N' Roses was your favorite band. How in all things holy did Bella find out what the principal's favorite band was? Yes, I did. But that does not mean you have permission to act as Slash Bella. Am I understood? Bella sighed. Fine, no more concerts without permission. He nodded and started to turn away, but looked back suspicious. Permission from me? Bella groaned. Ugh, fine. Permission from you. He nodded again and walked away. Bella was glaring at his back, mumbling about how no one should limit the Bella because Bella was the spirit of rock and roll. I sighed again, reclaiming her attention. Hey Rose, I like your outfit. I smiled brightly because she usually flirted with me, so this was a nice change, just friendly conversation. Thanks, it's one of my favor. It would look better on my bedroom floor, Bella deadpanned. It took me a moment along with Emmett's loud laughter to figure out what she meant by that. My fist curled. Really, Bella? Can't you just not? Bella sighed dramatically. Ah, I wish, my love. Bella adopted an Italian accent, but your beauty is like a fine wine. It calls to me. It loosens my tongue, allowing the words of my heart to flow freely out of my mouth. I am unable to stop it lest you cruelly hide your beauty away from me, which would be a terrible crime. I just stared at her. Do girls actually fall for you? She grinned like a fool, on their knees. Emmett laughed. Well, I like her. I glared at Emmett as the two laughed, linked arms, and skipped away. I sometimes had no clue what I saw in that kid. He could be a pain in the ass. Empov. I was curious, so I asked, that's it? I stared at Bella in disbelief. You just asked? That's it? She shrugged. Yup. The principal just told you who his favorite band was? She nodded. I couldn't believe it. The girl sitting next to me was a god. That's the only explanation on how she was so incredible. She was badass, got away with everything, made friends with everyone. That's it. She's not human. The teacher called us to attention, so we had to stop talking. But that didn't stop Bella, as no sooner than the lecture started, a folded piece of paper landed on my desk. I unfolded it and read the chaotic writing. What about using Pet Wolf? I leaned back and thought about it. The wolf would help getting into the vault, but seduction and leaving would be harder, along with operating the go-kart. I grabbed my pen and wrote back. Not sure. The go-kart would be small, and I don't think part 6 of seducing every female would run smoothly with a wolf present. I tossed it over and waited for a response. It didn't take long. True. What about bumping up to an ATV and using a goat instead? The ATV would be useful, though not sure what the goat would do for a bank robbery. ATV would be better. Using a goat? Not good threat. I threw it back. Then it was back on my desk. Are you kidding? Goats are both dangerous and adorable. Those bastards have a mean headbutt. I chuckled silently. Only Bella could turn a conversation about a bank robbery to a debate about goats. Really? Adorable? I don't think most girls think goats are adorable. I threw the paper over and Bella quickly read it. She glared over at me and whispered, all goats are adorable and girls love them. I simply raised an eyebrow. Prove it. She nodded and started writing on a different piece of paper. She finished and handed it to the girl in front of her. The girl read it over, turned back at Bella with a look that clearly stated, what the hell is wrong with you? Bella shrugged, so the girl just sighed and quickly wrote something before passing it to another girl. The girl read the paper and looked back at Bella with an identical look the first girl had. Bella again just shrugged, so the girl turned to the paper and wrote as well. This continued around the room as the paper was passed between every girl. Finally, the last girl had written on the paper, so it was passed back to Bella. She read the paper and smirked before handing it to me. I read it and sighed. Of course Bella would. For all females from Bella. If you were a secretary in a bank that was undergoing a bank robbery, would a goat still be cute? Yes. I. No. 2. I placed my head on my table. Vampires don't feel exhaustion. Bella somehow still found ways to wipe me out. Move over, loser, Bella told me as she squeezed between Rose and I. Excuse me, but what if I wanted to sit by my girl? I asked. Then you're out of luck. I sighed but scooted over for the brat. So what's up with the Cullens? Anything fun planned? She asked. Instinctively we all looked at Alice, which Bella noticed and followed our lead. Alice's eyes glazed off as she had a vision. Bella frowned at Alice's unfocused look but didn't say anything. She's confused and concerned, that's it, Jasper whispered to us. We all breathed out a sigh of relief as Alice came out. We should be playing a baseball game this weekend. But other than that, not much, just the usual. Bella grinned and took off her hat. She reached in and pulled out a bunch of papers. Really? Really? She looked at all of our confused expressions and shrugged, needed somewhere to put it. I sighed as Bella grabbed a piece of paper and handed it to me. I quickly read it over, and my frown turned into a full-blown grin. Oh hell yes. I'm so in. What is it? Rose asked, confused. I turned a flyer to her and she groaned, really? Laser tag again? Bella looked miffed. Laser tag is awesome. Especially in teams. We could destroy. Rosalie groaned. Emmett wants to go all the time. Bella smirked. I'm not surprised, but it is strange that you don't take advantage of this to kick the butts of all the other kids here. She shrugged. Don't really need to, no, I'm already better than all of them. Bella gave a short laugh, then turned to Jasper and Alice. What about you two? You down for laser tag? Jasper smiled lightly. He always went when it was just us, but with a large number of sweaty humans in a dark small room, his instincts got a little strong. I think I'll pass, not really my thing, Jasper told her. Ugh, fine. Alice? She had a quick vision then grinned at Bella. I'm in. As long as we can go shopping after. Bella's eyes narrowed and she studied Alice, laser tag, then only an hour of shopping, and no forcing and or using puppy faces to get others to try on clothes. Alice pouted, please Bella. Bella just gave Alice a look, and Alice let out a puff of air. Fine, no forcing clothes. I let out a loud laugh, scaring most of the students nearby. Damn Bella Bear, only person in this world that can handle Alice's pout. She raised an eyebrow, giving up and sticking with Bella Bear? I shrugged, for now, Bella Bear is my favorite so far, I'll keep looking though. She laughed at this. Behind her someone called out for her, so she stood up. See you later Collins, she tilted her head and walked away. Espav. I told you that I'd see you later, well this is later. Rosalie sighed and rested her head on the doorway. Yes Bella, we got that, but we didn't think you were going to follow us home. Bella shrugged, well I was planning on asking Essen to help me order my furniture as my room is ready, and Jasper wants a rematch. Plus Emmett's been talking about whooping my butt at some video game. So I figured, heck why not today, her head tilted. I asked Emmett, I figured he told you. Rosalie's head whipped around to glare at Emmett, who was slowly trying to creep out of the room. Bella used this to sneak by Rosalie and skip into the house up to me. Hey gorgeous, she told me with a wink. Hello Bella dear, how are you? I told her smiling. Much better now, I felt Carlisle put his hand on my shoulder. Oh, wait no there it goes. Carlisle chuckled, oh are you not feeling too well? I could examine you, I am a doctor. Bella glared at him, very funny Dr. Jones. Very funny. I ignored the fight and moved on. You said something about furniture Bella? She looked back to me, yeah, I've purchased a bunch of what we picked, but some things I can't find or buy, so I was hoping. I was nodding before she finished, of course dear, let's go to my office. She smiled and I turned to lead the way. Bella smiled at everyone as we walked away, along with sticking her tongue out at my husband. I shook my head as we walked up the stairs, do you two have to fight? She laughed, no, but when the prize is as good as it is. I smiled lightly at her compliment as we walked into the office. We spent the next couple of minutes looking through the catalogs again to re-find the items she wanted. Then I went to the computer to show Bella where everything was. I tried to purchase everything for her, but when she informed me that she would be entitled to be my side chick if I did that, so I let her pay. Well that's it. Would you like to go downstairs and I can make you something while you play with the kids? She thought it over. Actually, I really love your kitchen, can I join you for a bit? I smiled, of course honey. We walked down and moved into the kitchen. I loved when Bella sighed happily when we entered. It always made me happy when someone enjoyed my work. Alright Bella, what do you feel like? She bit her lip, let's see. She opened a fridge and made some grunts and other sounds of approval. Well you only healthy food, which is awesome. Thankfully I couldn't blush, so she couldn't find out that as soon as she came over last time I changed everything in my fridge just to make sure that if Bella came over again, I could make something for her. She grabbed a couple of fresh ingredients and told me what she was thinking of making. She pulled out her phone and turned on the radio station for the 70s music. I was one of the few who enjoyed the 60s, 70s and 80s music, so as we both cooked we danced. Occasionally one of the others would drop in and feign like they couldn't hear what we were doing. It didn't take long to finish the meal, and surprisingly Bella didn't bother convincing me to eat with her. I'm going to go see if Rosalie wants to see me naked. She told me as she walked towards the living room with her plate filled with food. Rosalie groaned while Emmett laughed at Bella's confidence. I shook my head and smiled, that girl was just unexpected. I frowned as my ears picked up the sound of Edward playing his piano. The piece was depressing, but it had a hopeful tinge to it causing me to sigh. She will never be your mate Edward. Please understand. Every vampire in the house heard him fumble over the keys. Alice Pov. Come on Bella. I whined. Please Nunu. Bella tried copying my pout, but the slashed top hat and the bad girl look didn't help her image. Just a few outfits, I begged. All I was after was just a bit of dress-up time. She had already played a couple of shoot-'em-up games with Emmett, all while flirting incorrigibly with Rosalie. She had also already played Jasper in another game of chess, one which he took much more seriously. Not that it helped much because apparently he lost again. And now I was trying to convince her to come with me to my room to try on some clothes. And maybe Rose if Bella could get her as well. Bella studied me, how many outfits are we talking about? I made a non-committal gesture with my hands, only like 20. She glared openly, 15? She lifted her hand and examined her nails, okay 10, that's as low as I'm going. She groaned, ugh, fine. I squealed, yes. This is going to be so much fun. Bella dropped to the floor and curled into a ball, I already regret this decision. I laughed, come on drama queen, maybe you can convince Rosalie to join us and change in front of you. I meant it as a joke, but Bella looked at Rose hopefully, please honey bunches of oats, don't leave me with pics alone, she pleaded. No, Rosalie stated firmly, but Bella continued to pout at her. I watched grinning, as Rosalie's resolve seemed to waver. She tried to avoid looking at Bella, but her eyes were ultimately kept drawing back to Bella's. Come on. Don't make me go alone. Please. Bella tried again. Emmett guffawed, what Belsie, can't get dressed by yourself? Need my Rosie's help put clothes on? Bella glared up at him and mumbled to herself, I'm not going to say it. Don't say it. Emmett's grin grew, what's wrong Bella? Can't deny the truth? Bella stood up and began to pace, still mumbling, come on Bella. He's baiting you. Don't say it. Rose and I started to frown at Bella's internal debate. She never had a filter, what's stopping her now? It's okay Bella, we understand, Emmett told her teasingly. Bella stopped and glared at him. He kept grinning, it's just cause you're so childish. I'm sure Rosalie could teach you how to put them on. Bella looked pissed. She glared at Emmett before nodding to herself. Screw it, no one calls me childish, she mumbled to herself. And then I was hit with a vision. A tiny one. Barely 5 seconds long. But in those 5 seconds, everything changed. The sound of piano keys slamming accompanied me out of the vision. I stared at Bella in horror as the scene played out, me almost powerless to stop it. Bella grinned maniacally as she strutted up to the couch, resting herself on the arms on it and looking Emmett in the eye. You know what Em? She asked. Em grinned yes Bella. Bella leaned forward and whispered, bite me. Silence played out as every vampire heard her words. Rose looked at me terrified, she couldn't possibly mean. Are you sure I'm the childish one Em? Bella continued to a shocked Emmett, you're probably at least 3 times the age I am, and yet you had a miniature paper war with me. We all stood there terrified as Bella confirmed that she knew. The rest of the family had entered the room, each trying to figure out what to do with Bella and her knowledge. Surprisingly, with the short visions I was rapidly receiving, none of them, including Jasper, were even seriously thinking of removing Bella. But Bella wasn't done with Emmett as she leaned closer, and Rosalie doesn't have to teach me to put clothes on, but just for her, I may teach her how to take them off. With that, Bella turned around smirking. She looked around and noticed that everyone was here. She looked all of us over, no doubt noticing our mortified faces. She sighed almost dramatically and looked over to Rose. Sorry, but yeah, found out you're vampires. An awful situation just seemed to get so much worse. Bella took her hands and rubbed her face. Well crap, what an eloquent way to put it, Bella looked at me, I'm guessing that this means our dress up is cancelled? We all stood in silence, which she took as confirmation. Well, I guess that's a positive from what just happened. Never been a big fan of dress-up games. Always got bored. So what do you want to know first? With that Bella dropped backwards onto the couch, resting her head and looking back at us. We all just stood there like idiots, as this human girl rested next to Emmett, someone she knew was a vampire. Well, Rosalie Pov. So let me get this straight, you found out about what we are from Jacob, then decided that we are cool? Bella nodded slowly, yes Rosalie, as I have told 5 times now. It really doesn't matter. We all looked at her like she was an idiot. Because she was. After pulling ourselves together we demanded that she tell us how she knew. She told us of how when she was at the beach, Jacob Black had came on to her, she spent way too long discussing how much she tried to tell him that she was lesbian which he never picked up on, and he told her all of his tribal legends. Including the one about the cold ones. I'm going to kill that mutt. And then she finished with this, so yeah, he tells me all these stories. Tries to flirt with me. Talks about how great he is with cars, I try to tell him to follow a different career path. Then it gets cloudy. So we split. I go to school on Monday, see you guys being so. So I figure, what the hell, cool before I knew, guess they're cool after. I stared at her as she shuffled into the couch to get comfy, Bella. I worry about your mental state. She nodded solemnly, Dad says that all the time. When I first landed here he said it like 20 times. Emmett frowned. What did you do? Bella looked at him shocked. Oh, well. I kind of told him to pick up my bag at the airport, which he did. But then he found out that the plane it arrived on was only taking cargo, so he called me. Then he found out that I asked my pilot friend Sparky, who is living in Oregon, to fly me over and let me skydive down to the ground. I mean, come on, the weather was nice, would he have to get so pissy? An idiot. She's an idiot. I swear to God no one else on this planet is as stupid. Really? His name is Sparky? Scratch that, my husband is just as stupid. Yeah, he's one of my friend's older brothers and he has this super long hair, and one day a group of us were bored, so he suggested that we build a Van de Graaff machine. Next thing you know this kid's hair was standing straight up. It was adorable. He was Sparky ever since. And cue long awkward pause of that just sinking in. Jasper rubbed his hands on his face, exhausted. You built a Van de Graaff machine? Bella nodded. Yeah, we talked to our teacher, and they said no, so we borrowed. Yeah, borrow the tools and big bang boom. Static. I looked at her seriously. Bella, I can't tell if you're an idiot or somehow a genius. Okay, hold up, Carlisle interrupted. Can we get back on topic here? Bella nodded. Sure, Doc, what's up? The mood dropped as we realized what Bella's fate would have to be, since she knew what we were. She would have to die or be turned. Edward snarled at my thoughts. No. I will not allow that for my mate. Everyone groaned, but Bella just looked confused. What you talkin' about there, kiddo? Edward smiled tightly at her. He walked over and sat on the table in front of the couch, no doubt ignoring the fact that Bella literally leaned away as he leaned closer. Bella, yes, we are vampires. But you shouldn't worry, since we are mates, I won't let anything happen to you. Bella's eyes flickered to him, and the rest of the family. Okay. Which mate are we talking about here? The animal one, where they have sex and babies, or, and please tell me it's this one, the Australian one they use to greet friends, neighbors, or in this case someone you wish to avoid. Edward looked perturbed at this. What do you mean? She rolled her eyes. Edward, you really better not be saying that you think we are lovers or something like that. Edward stood up straight. Absolutely not. Bella breathed out a sigh of relief and mumbled, thank God, I would cry. He unfortunately continued, I would never risk your life with intercourse. I could hurt you. We are soulmates. Meant to be together forever. Another pregnant pause, then, a snort. It was just one. Just one small little snort. But it was like Bella let go of the rope that was holding everything in. All of us stared at her as she rolled on the floor laughing her butt off. Carlisle called her name to get her attention, but every time she seemed to finally cool down, she would just look at Edward's miffed expression, and she would start all over again. Finally annoyed I looked at Emmett. I need you to do what I do to you when you get like this. He looked terrified. Wait, no. Why do I have to? I raised an eyebrow, cause she'll see it as a challenge, and then you can have a prank battle or whatever stupid thing you want to call it. It was slightly disappointing that his face broke into a huge grin, and he blurted out of the room to get the stuff. I sighed as we waited. It didn't take long for Emmett to come walking back in with a giant tub over his shoulder, looking a tiny bit less confident now. You sure about this? I looked at Alice, who answered, yeah, she's just going to try and get you back. Emmett smiled like a fool. Awesome. And with that, he walked to the front porch and placed the tub right outside the door. Esme hated getting the floor wet. He ran back and reached down, picking up the still laughing human, walked over to the tub. Oh wait, Alice said. She quickly ran over and reached into Bella's pockets, pulling out keys, wallet, phone, an octopus plushie, and a small bag with a bunch of Legos. I didn't even want to ask about the toys. Alice finally pulled off her top hat and hopped away. All set, Sorry, Bella, have a nice bath. Then he dropped her into the ice bath. Emmett couldn't feel the cold, but ice baths seem to shut him up when he's in a weird state. Bella came up sputtering and coughing. It took her a moment to look around and piece together what just happened. Then she glared up at Emmett. I really hate you sometimes. He nodded, still grinning. Love you too, Blue. She frowned. Blue? His grin grew. Oh yeah, you're looking really blue in that water there, plus if Rose is red, then why not have you be blue? She glared even hard and gave him a sarcastic laugh. Ha ha, Emmett, how about you be brown instead of tiny? Frowned. Brown? Yeah, the same color as the steak I'm going to shank you with. Emmett laughed, but the rest of us frowned at the reminder of Bella's knowledge. "Ah, Blue, I'm sorry, but pretty much everything you know about vampires is a myth." She frowned. "Garlic? Nothing. Holy water? Doesn't exist. Church ground? Churches are stuffy. The sun? Don't burn but can't be seen in it. Silver? Bracelets made of it." We all stood there as Emmett told her all of our secrets, waiting for her to run screaming. But nothing changed except she just looked slightly more miffed. Well damn, I had this whole prank set up. I was going to feign dropping my bag and have a bunch of wooden stakes and garlic fall out in front of you. Now this just sucks. Carlisle panicked. "No, Bella." Bella jumped at his voice, causing water to splash everywhere on the porch. "What?" Carlisle straightened out but still looked worried. "Bella, no one else can know about this. We already have problems since you know." Bella nodded. "Don't worry, I figured you didn't want anyone to know. Tried keeping it to myself, but Tiny just gave me the perfect spot. Speaking of Tiny, do you think you could pick me up now? It's kind of freezing in here, probably not that you would know." Em grinned and reached in to lift her out. "Nope, don't feel the cold either." I frowned as I realized that Emmett was right. Bella was looking a bit blue. "Bella, come on, let's get you warmed up," I told her, which I immediately regretted my choice of words. "Really?" both Emmett and Bella stated enthusiastically. I groaned. "I'm just going to dry you off, Bella." They both sighed sadly, though Emmett looked away embarrassed when I glared at him. I sighed. "Come on, Bella, let's take off your clothes." "Really? God damn it all. Tanya Pov." Crash. I sighed into my pillows. This was getting exhausting. They had finally cooled down and talked things out. Everything was going perfectly. I told them to pack their bags and that I would call Carlisle and ask to visit. I sent them each to their separate rooms just in case we had a relapse. I knew that until they acted super disgustingly sisterly, then there was a huge chance they started up again. They both came downstairs at the same time holding suitcases in each and glaring at each other. I had just pulled out my phone, and Carmen nudged the new couch into a slightly different position when Irina laughed randomly. "What?" Kate had asked, starting to glare. "Now wait, you guys, Aurea." "Nothing, just remembered that you're a 1,000-year-old vampire that thinks the Muppets are cool. Grow up already," Irina told her snidely. And what do you know, the fight started up all over again. The brand new couch was the third thing to leave the room, only beaten by Carmen and myself. Garrett and Elazar had been waiting in the car. We had sighed and sat on the broken couch, broken when it hit the tree outside. After a few hours of sulking out there, I decided to move the sulking to my room. I sneaked past my sisters, though I could have been driving a monster truck and they wouldn't have noticed. Only notice me when I'm gone. So there I was, face down in my pillows, ones that I had bought for my mating cause she wished to stay human till she was slightly older. I heard a gently knocking beneath the screaming and shouting. "Come in, Carmen," I called out, muffled only slightly by the pillows. She came in and walked over to sit with me on the bed. Usually I would have given her a look, I'd still let her sit, but at least make it a challenge, but I was too emotionally exhausted to even care. "Don't worry, love, just think, soon you will talk to Alice, then she will help you, then you will once again have your mate in your arms, Midja." I smiled at her endearment. No matter how much older I was than her, she still viewed herself as our mother. I sat up and rested my head on her shoulder, regardless of how hard her skin was. Sometimes she was one of the most comfortable places to rest. "I hope so, Carm, it's just hard waiting." She nodded knowingly and we sat there in silence. Well, not really, since Kate and Irina were shouting and breaking anything they could find. Carmen's voice pulled me from my thoughts. "Do you know if the Cullens are still in Forks?" My head tilted as I thought about it. Probably. It had only been a year since they moved back there, and I hadn't heard any rumors of them slipping up in any way. Plus, with what Esme said about Edward, it was unlikely they moved. Most likely they are still there. Last time I talked to Esme, she had said that Alice had foreseen that Edward would meet his mate there. Carmen nudged me, and I realized I had started sulking, so I continued. "Anyways, since she's apparently human, chances are they can't leave or change her because of attracting attention." Carmen nodded. "Good for Edward, shame that you couldn't tease him anymore though." I laughed at that. Every time that the Cullens had come to visit, I had sent thoughts to Edward, feigning that I was interested in him. It was so entertaining to watch the prude get uncomfortable at my thoughts, then again most of them disgusted me as well. Yes, it was a great deal of fun, plus it kept my mind off of Isabella. She smiled and patted my arm. Don't fret, Midja, soon you won't even need to find something to distract you from thinking of Isabella. You will be with her. I smiled gently and nuzzled up closer to her, my thoughts drifting to my mate, curious as to what she looks like now. And thankfully for that moment, I didn't feel any pain when I thought of her. The moment was almost perfect. Then Rena screamed at Kate and the moment was gone. I sighed, I hate those two sometimes. Jacob Pov. I sighed again as my family's emotions again began to tumble out of control. Even with Alice holding my hand and trying to send me waves of calm, she still felt a great deal of concern. After Bella's response, I had pushed my gift to the limits to keep everyone calm, especially Rosalie. What do you mean you have to think about it? Rosalie shrieked. I huffed as I realized my wave wasn't as strong as I wanted, and she was still pretty upset. Not that I could blame her, Bella's response was odd. Well, it's just that, not really sure yet, so I'd rather wait and think about it, Bella told us. I focused on Bella's emotions. She was incredibly calm, yet there was hints of curiosity and strangely lust, which concerned me. However, I could ask about that later. It was time to focus on the main problem. I leaned forward. Bella, you don't understand, we are forced by law to either kill you or turn you into one of us. Bella nodded. I get that, but a bunch of my list involves me going into the sun. And even though I don't know why, if I was vampire then I couldn't. And that doesn't really work for me just yet. Of course. The only problem she would have is that she couldn't complete her list. Bella looked at me, suddenly filled with more curiosity. This law? Who enforces it? Edward cut in. Bella, my love, Bella groaned, but he continued. There is a large coven called the Volturi. They are ruthless and powerful. They keep track of the other vampires, and if they break the law, they destroy them. She turned to Edward. Okay, Eddie, we are going to have to get some things straight. You think that we are soulmates, right? He glared. Edward, and yes. I know we are. How? He gestured to my mate. Alice can see the future, and she saw us together. Bella looked at Alice shocked. Really? The future? Edward was smug as Alice replied, yes. Bella tilted her head. And is this why you sort of glaze off sometimes? Alice looked embarrassed. Yeah. Huh, cool. Rosalie threw her hands up at how easily she accepted this. So are they always accurate, or do things change? Alice smiled lightly. They are subjective, and as people make decisions then they change. Bella grinned. Sweet, so they can change, so I'm not stuck with Edward here. Edward tensed and I could feel the annoyance coming off of him, but Alice here has been seeing visions of us for months. Carlisle hopped in. However, Edward, we have a theory on why you are so different from the Bella in Alice's visions. He continued to tell her of our working theory of the random meeting. As he was telling her, she had a drastic feeling of shock, followed by awe, then quite a bit of glee. I leaned forward to ask, but Edward cut me off. But I believe this is the Bella you are supposed to be. She frowned. What was I apparently like? He grinned. You're sweet and innocent. Along with shy, slightly awkward, and a little bit klutzy. Bella's eyes widened. Holy crap, I was like that 5 years ago. Edward smiled brightly. See? That's who you should be. Bella looked at him like he was an idiot. Dude, I was a pathetic doormat. I like the way I am now. Totally not changing. He scoffed. No, you were perfect. He glared at her. And as your mate I demand that you change. She simply raised an eyebrow. And thank you for proving that we aren't soulmates. He looked shocked and terrified. Well, you said that I should change. Soulmates shouldn't want their significant others to change, but rather embrace who they are. Therefore we aren't mates. Rosalie Pov. The moron stuttered. Boo, but no wait, I mean no wait, that's not Bella, no. Oh, just shut up, I told him, earning a glare. We all know she's right. Nothing has been the same as Alice's visions. This isn't your Bella. The brunette grinned at me. No, but I'll be your Bella any day, Red. God damn it, can't we just focus on the problem? I told them, I don't understand how Bella can fluster me so much. Bella grinned. Sure. Awkward pause. What were we talking about again? This girl was going to be the death of me. We were discussing the Volturi, the law of our world, Esme told her, smiling gently. Right, okay, so any of you thinking about visiting them anytime soon? All of us recoiled at the thought, but Jasper told her why. Bella, none of us here wish to voluntarily visit the Volturi anytime soon. Very few vampires actually wish to attract their attention. She grinned. Awesome, and are any other vamps thinking of visiting you here? We all looked at Alice, and I tensed when she didn't answer immediately. She opened her mouth and closed it several times before actually answering. I'm not entirely sure, I keep getting visions of the Denalis visiting, but then they fade back to them staying up there, so I'm not sure. There are also some nomads in the area, but they are avoiding our territory, so I doubt it. So I'm going to say no for now. Bella nodded. Perfect, so we don't have anything to worry about for now. And even if they do, you could just say you're going to change me, but I just want to be older, easy. We all looked at each other, unsure of this plan. After a moment our eyes drifted again to Alice, who was deep in a vision. Finally she came out and answered our unasked question. I don't see any problems with this. Bella clapped happily. Awesome. So now excuse me Bella, I hate to interrupt, but I just want to ask you something. We all looked curiously at Jasper, but Bella just tilted her head and nodded. Sure, what's up? I have a gift that lets me feel and manipulate others' emotions. Her eyes widened and a grin grew. And earlier, when we were talking about our theory, you felt a great deal of shock, then glee. I was curious if you know who caused the random meeting. She clasped her hands in front of her and studied Jasper. How about I make you a deal? I tell you what I know, and in return you do me a favor. A single one, no questions asked. Jasper gulped and looked for help, but didn't find any from us, as none of us could tell what Bella wanted. He looked at her concerned. What is this favor? She shrugged. Not sure yet. Can I set some limits? Depends, what are you thinking? Nothing illegal. Bella, Jasper told her in a warning tone. Does helping rob a bank count as illegal? Jasper sighed. Yes Bella, that is very illegal. She groaned. But you would be so much help on seducing the secretary. Oh my freaking god, this human was a disaster waiting to happen. Emmett cut in. And you weren't skilled enough to do that? Bella paused and thought about it. Okay fine, nothing illegal. Nope, she's already a disaster. Jasper studied her for a moment, then, alright, fine. One favor, no questions asked. Bella grinned. Sweet, so you wanted to know about who I think this random meeting involved? All of us nodded. So a while back, 5 years ago actually, my mom took me to Las Vegas for vacation, even though I couldn't do anything. And I got lost as soon as I got off the plane. I couldn't find anyone and I never thought about talking to security. So I just kept walking around. I'm not really sure how I got there, but all of a sudden I'm on the edge of this giant field surrounded by a fence just looking around when something catches my eye. Someone was falling from the sky. I was terrified and just as I was about to start screaming, a parachute opens. He was skydiving. And just like that, I watched him just keep spiraling down. He lands on the ground, and something just rivets me to that spot as I looked back up, hoping to watch someone else. I don't remember how long I stood there, watching small planes take off loaded with people, then land without them and watch the divers slowly drop back to the ground. It was just awesome. Anyways, finally it started to get dark, and the plane stopped taking off. I looked around, and that's when I realized I wasn't alone. All of us tensed in fear as Bella paused in her story. Dear God, don't tell me she went through what I went through. Then Bella continued. She was just leaning on the fence, looking out at the same field I was. I don't remember what we said at first, only later. It's actually really strange how I remember everything else so vividly, but whenever it comes to her, it's just a blur. Anyways, she was beautiful, that much I remember, and a gorgeous natural blonde. And that's when I saw them. It was just a dim light in the sky, but it wasn't a star. It was swinging around and slowly drifting down to the ground. I remember it took me a moment to figure it out, but it was another skydiver. He was jumping at night. And looking up at him, all I could think was, that has to feel incredible. I remember telling her that and she just said, then why don't you do it? And I laughed and told her something like, I can't, that isn't something I could do. She asked me why, so I told her how I was shy and unconfident and that I could never be like others. So she just put a cold hand on my shoulder and said something I will never forget. She said, there are those who try to fit in. They try to copy others and follow the crowd. That isn't confidence. Confidence is walking against the flow of the river. Confidence is not trying to be like others, it's trying to stand out. Never forget that. Just put your heart out and you can accomplish anything. But always remember this, young one. Why live like everyone else when you could live like you? And with that she turned me around to watch a police car with its lights on driving up. I turned to talk to her again, but she was gone. and the police officer picked me up and brought me back to my mom. Since then I've never seen her again, but I'll never forget what she told me. So when mom asked me what I wanted to do for the rest of summer, I had her sign me up for skydiving lessons in Tai Kai. Ever since then, I've lived my life to the fullest, with no regrets and no fears. Pav. Damn Blue, that's a pretty trippy story. I told her to get rid of the damn feeling in the room. She grinned. I know, Tiny. Rosalie looked at her curiously. Why Tai Kai? Bella shrugged. It helps with balance. She grinned and leaned over to her to whisper, plus it make me really flexible. Rosalie sighed at her double entendre, but I figured since Bella already knew that we were vampire, then it was pointless to hide it. How flexible? Enough to bend yourself away from my girl? I asked, grinning. Bella's head snapped to me, but I wasn't expecting the victorious grin. You can hear me. I knew it. All of our faces were filled with confusion. Which Jasper voice? What do you mean, Bella? She smiled at Rose. Well, the first day I was here, I said that Red looked really hot with a grease stain, and imagine my shock when right after I said it, that she tried to wipe it off. Which was surprising, as she was on the other side of the cafeteria and in no way could hear me. So I ran a couple of tests and found that I was pretty sure you all had way above average hearing. All of us stared at her in shock. I couldn't believe Rose was the one who first sort of blew our cover. She looked at us and shrugged. What? I'm observant like that, so what else is different besides the hearing, speed, sun and blood, oh and cold skin? Carlisle sighed. Well, we are much faster and stronger, along with all of our senses have been drastically increased. Our skin is practically indestructible, only fire can hurt us. Also, some of us bring our greatest aspects that we were as a human to our vampire existence, and they become gifts. Jasper, with his understanding of people around him and their emotions, led to his empathy, for example. Bella nodded. Does anyone besides Alice and Jasper have gifts? Carlisle looked at Edward, who nodded. Yes, I have the ability to read minds. Bella jumped and looked excited. Really? That's cool. What am I thinking about, right? Edward looked uncomfortable. Actually, yours is the only mind I can't read. Bella looked unconvinced. Really? Well, that's convenient. Edward looked shocked. But I can. It's just yours. Everyone else I can hear constantly. She looked uncomfortable. Sure. Edward stuttered, but the Bella's eyes lit up, and she looked to me grinning. Wait. Everyone winced at her shout, but Bella continued. You guys are playing baseball. And you're faster and stronger than humans. I grinned as I got where she was going. Yeah, we have to wait for thunderstorms to play. Bella stood up and walked around the table to stand over me. She leaned down and placed her hands on my shoulders, looking into my eyes with a serious look. Emmett. I raised an eyebrow. Yes, Isabella? You are taking me with you. I want to watch. It's got to be badass, she commanded. I grinned. I had no problem taking Blue. I love showing off, so I leaned to her and feigned a whisper. I'm all in, but I'm not the one you have to convince. Both of us looked at Rosalie with pouts. She crossed her arms and looked away. No. Bella nudged me and winked. She walked over to Rose and sat sideways on her lap, her head resting on Rose's shoulder. I chuckled at the shocked expression that grew on her face before she went to feigning nonchalance. Alice chuckled and whispered below Bella's hearing, bad choice, Rose. Bella's going to go, and now she gets to play with you too. Bella used a finger to slowly twirl one of Rosalie's blonde locks, making her look even more flustered. Hey, Red? Rose swallowed. Yes. Bella tugged on the hair gently. Do you not want me to come? I grinned at Bella's double entendre. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a fuming Edward storm out of the room, but everyone was laughing internally at Rosalie to care, it seemed. Rose shook her head. It's not that I don't want. Bella cut her off. Then why not? I noticed Bella slowly move her hips on top of my mate, distracting her again. I could feel a slight possessiveness start to emerge, but I knew that Bella was just playing her, so I wasn't entirely concerned. Well, it's just I'm worried. Bella shuffled again. But you'd protect me, right? I noticed that Bella's voice had become softer and almost seductive. Rosalie scoffed. Of course, I would. Then why not, Rosalie? Bella purred. Well, it's just that. Bella took her finger and traced Rosalie's jawline. Yes. Well. Rose? Bella whispered. Huh? Rosalie said. Please? Rosalie sighed. Yeah. Bella shrieked and hopped up. The act was over. She walked over to me and raised her arm for a high five. I rolled my eyes and lifted my hand for her. She laughed and smacked my hand before dropping back on the couch next to me. She grinned at everyone before looking at Alice. So when's the game, Ms. Psychic? Rosalie Pov. I sat in the passenger seat with Emmett on the way to pick up Bella, concerned about my husband. Emmett? Yeah, babe? I paused. How do you tell a loved one that you're sorry that another is flirting with you so much that you get extremely flustered? It's just. Well. Emmett chuckled. Rose, if this is about Bella, you can relax. My jaw dropped. He knew? He looked away from the road and looked at my face. He rolled his eyes at my look. Rosalie, we've been married for over 70 years now. I don't need to be a mind reader to know what's on your mind sometimes. I smiled. He may be a moron and childish, but I love the fool. I just don't want you to be hurt, I told him. He chuckled lightly, and that right there is why I know I don't have to worry at all. Even if Bella flirts with you constantly, I know that she's just messing around. And I know that I never have to worry about you. Because I love and trust you completely. I smiled at him, then frowned. How do you know she's just messing with me? He grinned. She told me. I must have made a ridiculous expression as he just started laughing. What? I asked in disbelief. He nodded. Yup, sitting in class, and she looked at me all serious and said, hey, just want you to know that I'm going to flirt the hell out with your girl, but don't worry, not trying to steal her or anything. I dropped back into the chair. And you believed her? He shrugged. You know how she flirts with everyone? At my nod he continued, well apparently she's already been offered to go out by a couple of girls. I had heard the rumors, but I wasn't sure if I believed them or not, and she said no each time. Said that, while they would be a great date, she wouldn't because she's kind of in love with someone else. She doesn't date, just flirts, cause she thinks it would be cruel to let someone on. I frowned and thought about it, till it clicked, the lady she met. He nodded. Yup, that's what I'm thinking. And you want to know something else? What? He paused as we parked outside Bella's house and looked at me, all traces of humor gone. I think we know her, he said quietly. My eyes widened. Who? He paused again, but then looked at me apologetic. I don't think I should tell you. I glared. Why not? I don't want to get our hopes up and crush them just because I misread the situation. I continued to glare, but his words made sense. Somehow he knew this because he pressed on. Plus if we tell her that we think we know her mystery girl, and then invite who I think it is, and turns out I'm wrong, I think that would crush her. I sighed. You're right. We both sat silently for a moment till I asked, how do you figure she was a vampire? He shrugged. Just some things I noticed. She said that she had a cold hand, and she was incredibly beautiful. I've heard someone say something pretty similar to what she said about living like you. Plus, the lady only talked to her at night. But the one that caught my eye the most is just how much Bella seems to care for her. To me, it sounds like a mating bond. Can't date anyone else, apparently she's always thinking about her. I don't know, just feels like it. I nodded slowly. When he put it like that, it seemed like vampire was the only option. But they met in Nevada, bad weather for a vampire. Sun all day. He nodded, but our conversation was cut as Bella's door opened and she came running out. I gave Em a look telling him that we would continue this later, and he nodded. Espov. I'm sorry Bella, but she's still out. Bella shook her head. You don't understand. Since Red is so hot, she doesn't get out. She gets home runs. I sighed and shook my head. Nope, sorry Rose, but you're still out. Bella huffed and pouted. Fine. Emmett laughed as he swung the bat. What's wrong, Blue? Not entertaining enough? She chuckled lightly. Nah, it's really cool how fast you guys run. I'm going to have to get one of you to carry me. But your game. It's kind of disappointing. Emmett dropped the bat and everyone stared at her. Disappointing? She shrugged. Well yeah. Alice put her hands on her hips on the mound. And how may I ask, is this disappointing? Emmett joined in. Yeah. We're running faster and hitting harder than any mortal could. I don't see what's so bad about it. She shrugged again. Well it's just that besides for the speed and strength, it's exactly like human baseball. We all exchanged looks and Rosalie turned to look at her. Well yeah, that's the point. She sighed. Well you aren't humans, are you? So why don't you add like different rules or something? Like you're not allowed to use your eyes, have to use your other senses. Or maybe only play with one hand. I don't know, just doesn't seem very creative for beings that live for eternity. I opened my mouth. Then closed it. She had a point. While we didn't play that often, every time we did it was the same setup each time, down to the teams. It got pretty repetitive. And even without sight, we could still pinpoint the ball by sound. Our sense of hearing was drastically stronger than a human, so it would still be easy for us to play. I turned to everyone. What do you guys think? Should we add some rules? I for one am willing, but then again, I'm just the umpire. They all looked at each other and thought about it. I'm in. Emmett said, obviously already excited. It sounds interesting, Carlisle said. If it pleases Bella, then of course. Edward still didn't understand, but everyone just ignored him. I don't know, it sounds a little hard as a runner to be blind and not see the bases, so I'm going to pass, Jasper told the others. This sounds fun. Alice grinned. Rosalie sighed, whatever, already outvoted. Emmett looked at Bella, so what's the plan? Bella paused to think about it. Well, it would be smarter to just finish your game, and then when we get back to your place, set up some rules and everything else. If we do it now, everything will be half-assed, and we just make it up as we go. Emmett nodded. Yeah, I agree, a good game needs a good plan. They went back to their game while Bella and I umpired. I was standing behind Carlisle, as he was the catcher, while Bella sat on a large flat rock a bit out of the way. I didn't want her to feel uncomfortable with vampires. Well, that was how it started until Bella quickly changed that. She called out as they were switching sides. I turned to look at her and saw her pat the spot next to her. Her actions made me smile, as she apparently was entirely comfortable with vampires. I quickly blurred over to her and took a seat next to her, barely noticing her scent anymore, despite its strength. My smile fell as Bella scooted away, but it became more of a confused expression as Bella lifted her top hat off and dropped it on my head. As I instinctively looked up, I didn't notice Bella fall to her side and place her head on my lap. When I felt the strange pressure, I looked down and came upon her relaxing and watching the game. I raised my eyebrow and cleared my throat. She didn't move, so I tried again. She looked up and deadpanned, "Your throat feeling okay?" I sighed. "Bella." She shrugged and looked back at the game. "What, I'm lazy, and you make an adorable lap pillow. It's the whole motherly vibe you give off." My heart filled with warmth at her words, so I let her stay. I also realized the fact that I probably wouldn't have been able to get her off of me even if I tried. We both watched the game with me calling out calls every once in a while. Who are the Denali's?" she asked after a moment. I sat shocked till I remembered Alice brought them up earlier. The Denali's are a coven of vegetarian vampires that live in Alaska, not far from us. We've known them for quite some time, that they are practically family, so we call them our cousins. Vegetarian? It just means they eat animals, just our little joke. She gave a soft chuckle, and I watched as Edward came running in from the woods with the ball over his head, and I called Emmett out. "Are they as small as your coven is?" Bella's question focused me back on her. "Well, there are 6 of them currently. And actually, we are actually the second largest coven. Most vampires travel in mated pairs, sometimes 3. She looked shocked. "Aw man. It's not like the movies where you walk into an abandoned movie theater and look up and like 100 vampires are hanging off the ceiling." I chuckled lightly. "Not even close. The vampires that drink human blood are unable to stay in large groups usually. It makes them more violent. So the groups stay small just in case." "So the largest group is vegetarian?" I shuddered. "No, that's the Volturi. Their group is defiantly not vegetarian." Bella sat there quietly for a moment before changing topics back. "So who's in the Denali's?" I paused. "Well, it's made up of a mated couple and 3 sisters, with one having a mate. Elazar and Carmen are the mated couple." "Are the others actually sisters?" I shook my head. "Not by blood, but they all look related and have been together for a long time and look nearly identical. Also, they were sired by the same vampire." "That's cool. They older than you guys?" "Oh, and how old are you guys?" I smiled. "Carlisle is the oldest of our family at 300, but the Denali sisters are much, much older. The coven leader, if I recall correctly, was born in the 1000s AD. She looked shocked. "Damn, that awesome." I laughed. "I guess so." She laid her head back on my lap. "So what are they like?" I thought about it. "Well, the coupled one is Katrina Denali. She's with a nomad named Garrett. She's energetic. She's passionate, loud and expressive in everything she does. She has a gift as well. When she touches you, you feel like you are being electrified." "That's badass. Who's next?" I grinned at her enthusiastic tone. "Next we have Irina." Irina is basically the exact opposite of Kate. She is cool and calm, she does have a wild streak, but tends to be much less rambunctious than Kate. Okay, so she's the coven leader? I shook my head. No, the last one is, she's sort of a mix of the other two. When dealing with coven issues, she's serious and protective, yet when she's creative or bored she comes up with these ridiculous ideas and plans that are so. Kate. She chuckled. I'm going to have to meet these two, they sound like fun. What's her name? It clicked. Right then it clicked. What Bella had quoted earlier, and what I was told almost 20 years ago when we were visiting the Denalis. I had been asked to go skinny dipping in a lake nearby. And when I asked her why, I was told. Flashback. Tanya looked up to me grinning, letting her pants fall. Why live like everyone else, when you can live like you? End flashback. My eyes widened. Could Tanya be the mystery woman that changed Bella's future? I heard snarling from Edward, but I looked down to Bella. Sorry, Bella, her name is Ta. No. Alice cried out, interrupting me. All of our heads snapped to Alice, who instead was looking at Bella, with fear and concern in her eyes. What's wrong? Carlisle asked. The nomads, Edward said snarling, they heard us playing. Alice cut in, they're headed this way. How long? Jasper asked, his face serious. Alice paused, 45 seconds. How many? Emmett flexed his muscles in anticipation. 3, she replied. He scoffed, let them come. Rosalie paused. Should I take off then? Get out of the way? We looked at Bella, but Jasper answered, no, it's pointless now. Your scent clings to us in the clearing. All right then, Bella shrugged. She shrugged. I growled lightly before walking over, cutting Edward off. I lightly grabbed her arm and pulled her next to where Emmett and I would stand. Stay behind us too, and don't say anything, I ordered. She paused. I'll try, but I can't promise I won't say anything. I'll try not to though. I huffed as I realized that was as good as I was going to get. Fine. By now we were in our formation staring out into the woods, just waiting. A blonde male stepped out first, before falling back to let another darker-skinned male take point. A red-haired female was the third member. I tensed as I heard Bella whisper, oh she's hot, I wonder if the carpet matches the drapes. This was going to be a trying confrontation. Tanya Pov. I tensed in my seat, something was very weird. We were getting close to forks, but it felt like. Tanya? You okay? I heard Irina ask. I turned to look at my sister and gave her a reassuring smile. Although it didn't seem to work well as Kate across the aisle gave me a look as well. What's wrong? Kate asked. I don't know, something with my mate is weird, feels like she's right next to me almost. I whispered back. Both of their faces show the shock at my statement. After we talked to Alice, we all were planning on flying down to Nevada to see if we could find my mate, but this strange sensation of her being so close was making me question where she was. Carmen tilted around Kate and opened her mouth, but the intercom started up, cutting off whatever she was about to say. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. If you look out the left side of the plane, you'll see one of our sister planes having just left Port Angeles, if I'm not mistaken, to Phoenix, Arizona. We'll be landing in a couple of minutes, so if you could, please fasten your seatbelts and put your trays in the upright position. The intercom shut back off. Some instinct had me look out of my window at the other plane. I just stared at it as I flew by. I didn't understand it, but some part of me just wanted to be in that plane. The flight attendant interrupted my thoughts. Excuse me ma'am, could you please put your tray up, we're going to be landing soon. I turned and smiled softly, of course. Kate and Irina chuckled, cuddled up as if they'd never had a fight. The scent of the attendant's arousal filled the cabin at my smile. She smiled back nervously as her face flushed, before she quickly leaned back up and walked away. Carmen called for my attention. Tanya, did you call the Cullens to let them know we were coming? Crap. I gulped pointlessly. No. She sighed, and why not? Well Kate S. Oh hell no, you are not blaming this one on me, Kate whispered aggressively. I sighed, I was kind of just thinking about what my mate looked like, I forgot. She sighed, you're going to have to call them when we land. Kate popped in, can we go hunt first? I haven't hunted in a while and we were out of bags at the house. I took in her dark eyes and nodded, fine, we can spend a few hours hunting around Port Angeles, plus we should also see if the hospital has any expired blood bags. As soon as the others nodded in agreement, I leaned back, my mind already drawn back to my mate. And the strange tugging in my chest that was telling me to turn the plane around and go after the other one. Alice Pov. The plane jumped as it hit a patch of turbulence. I ignored the gasps from the other passengers and focused on Jasper's future. He was never good with planes, as the overpowering scent of humans was usually too much for him. However, this time it seemed he had a distraction. I smacked his arm lightly as he continued to stare at Bella intensely as he had for the last few hours of flight, no doubt slightly annoyed with her for multiple reasons. He ignored me and leaned over the aisle to talk to Bella quietly. "Bella?" he hissed. She looked at him innocently. "Yes, dear?" He continued to glare at her. "I have a few questions I'd like to ask. First, the thing with Victoria. Was that entirely necessary?" She tilted her head. "Necessary? No. But I was just curious if she did." He sighed. "You were so curious that you had to interrupt your threats from James to ask if she happened to wear red lingerie?" She shrugged. "Apparently so." He sighed. "Okay, fine. The next question. When she said yes, did you have to ask to see it?" She raised an eyebrow. "Again, have to?" "No. Did I definitely want to?" "Oh hell yes." He sighed. "You know what, sure whatever. However, the last and most important question. What the hell was with the excuse you gave your father?" She shrugged. "What?" "I just told him that there was this big parade going on back in Arizona, and one of my friends wanted me to take them for emotional support." Jasper glared. "If you don't recall, we have better hearing and I heard what you said." "So, what? It worked, didn't it? Plus he thinks it counts as community service hours, so it's fine." "Did you have to tell him it was me? Do you really want me to answer that? Couldn't you have said it was Edward?" I giggled at his response. "It has been very smash Edward lately." I couldn't. I already told Charlie that Edward was totally homophobic, so saying he was, so it had to be you. "What about Emmett?" Jasper whined. I grinned at how Jasper had lost his aggressive nature and was now just complaining. "Tiny? Really? Come on, Jazz, you gotta know that you were the only choice." Jasper grumbled and leaned back into his seat, clearly not liking his choices. Suddenly I was hit with a vision of me answering the phone. I focused on who it was and realized it was our cousins, looking for Carlisle. I quickly whipped out my phone right before it rang the first time. "Hello, Tanya. Alice? Would you perhaps know where I can find Carlisle? He is not answering his phone." I heard Tanya say. "He's not with me, but I will call him and ask," I told her. Before I even hung up I was hit with another vision. This time it was myself calling Carlisle and him not answering. I changed my mind and planned to call Edward, again with the same result. Most likely both were hunting Victoria. "Alice?" I shook my head and focused on the call. "Sorry, Tanya, I had a vision. Carlisle and Edward are check out a nomad problem we are having. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Well, we are actually in Port Angeles." I was wait, nomad problem? Do you need assistance?" Her voice changed from her family voice to Coven leader in an instant. I used my sight to see what would happen if we asked for help, and I was quickly hit with a vision of Kate holding Victoria by the neck as the red head twitched from her gift. "Yes, if you call Esme and let them know that you are here, you will be a lot of help." "Very well, where are you?" I opened my mouth to tell her a quick lie to hide the existence of Bella, as the Denalis were very strict at following the law, when I was hit by a vision. It was a stray thought and not even a full plan, but it changed everything. All I thought was that maybe I should tell Tanya about Bella. And in my vision I watched them meet, and while the background was blurry and unset, the two of them were clear as day. My jaw dropped and I turned to Bella. Tanya was her mate. Jasper put his hand on my arm, causing me to turn my shocked expression towards him. "Love, you okay?" he asked. My eyes moved from his to touch over to Bella, who was talking to the person seated next to her like they were best friends already. Thankful she didn't notice anything, I turned back to Jasper and explained everything as rapidly as I could. When I finished his eyes were as wide as mine, though apparently for a different reason. "Holy crap, Emmett was right." "What?" He looked at my incredulous expression and explained, "I tricked Emmett into revealing who he thought the woman Bella met was. He said it was Tanya." "Alice? What do you mean this Bella is my mate?" Immediately I winced from the sound coming from the phone. Crap. Forgot Tanya was still on the phone. "Where are you?" "I'll be right there." Her voice was no longer Coven leader, but a new possessive one. "Tanya, relax. I'm with her right now, she's fine. I reassured her. Wait. You said you had a problem with nomads. What happened? Is she okay? I could hear the panic in Tanya's voice. I sighed internally at how bad this was going to get and quickly explained how Bella sent a tracker who was now hunting her. I could hear her about to explode, so I jumped in and told her how we were flying towards Bella's home in Phoenix while the rest of the family was hunting the nomads in Forks. The response was as expected, still furious, however it seemed my explanation did little to calm her. You're taking her back to her own home. That is the most typical place to take her. As soon as you land in Phoenix, pick the second earliest flight to a random place. Prey always goes to a place it feels comfortable, and he'll expect that and try to find her comfort places. She screamed. I winced at the volume. Alright, I'm not sure which it will be, but as soon as we land and I find out, I'll call you back and let you know. Now are you going to stay there and hunt or come find us? I could hear the internal debate going on as she tried to pick to protecting her mate or attacking the threat. I'm going to stay here and help the others hunt, but if we don't find any traces in 3 hours, then I'm getting the earliest flight to wherever you guys are going. I nodded, then realized she couldn't see me. Okay, I'll call you as soon as we land in. Quick check of the future then, about 2 hours. Okay. Is Bella okay? I smiled at her nervous and concerned voice. She's absolutely fine. Right now she's making friends with everyone around her and holding the baby from the family in front of her and telling ridiculous stories. What does she look like? I opened my mouth to answer, but she jumped back in. Wait, don't tell me. I want to see for myself. We are at your house, so I have to go. Alice? Yes. Keep her safe. Jamaspov. Not this one. Oh well, let's try this one. I was having loads of fun looking through these home videos. This little human's mother had all sorts of videos of this Bella doing all sorts of crazy things. And do you know what any self-respecting parent would do when their child is doing these extreme sports? That's right, panic. Tons of these videos were filled with her mother screaming or shouting. The sounds sent thrills through my body. But I couldn't find one where she just kept screaming for her daughter. My prey running home wasn't very surprising. Victoria had already gone to the human school and found where she used to live. When I heard the other coven all trying to be sneaky with where they were taking the blood bag, I thought to myself, where would she feel safe? At home, obviously. So here I was, searching for the perfect bait to trap my prey in. I would have preferred her actual mother, but it seems she was out of town. Shame, I always try to gorge myself before snatching my real prey. It makes playtime last so much longer and their screams that much more thrilling. The sound of the human mother calling out for her baby refocused my thoughts away from the torture I had planned out. As I watched the scene play out, my grin grew. This video is perfect. I quickly ran around the house looking for a phone. Oh, and wouldn't you know it, phone numbers were taped to the desk right next to one. Humans are so stupid they need to write everything down. I grabbed the phone and scanned the list for Bella, which didn't take long as it was the first one. I memorized it before running back to where the video was playing. I rewound the clip to the part that I wanted my prey to hear and dialed the number. I grinned as I listened to the phone ring. Her fear would be exquisite. I wouldn't play it until she talked first, and my grin doubled when I heard her answer. Bella's whorehouse, you got the dough, we got the hoe. Blondes are 30% off, how can I be of service? What? Hello? Why? Did her mother have a whorehouse? Look, I'm hanging up if no one answers. Suddenly I recognized the name Bella. That was what the others called their pet, which meant this was the girl. I grinned and moved the phone to the television speakers and played the clip. Her mother's panicked voice rang out. Bella? Bella, where are you? Huh? I frowned and let the clip continue, hoping it was Bella. Oh, hey mom. Yeah, Bella. Where? I pulled the phone away and paused the clip, grinning. This was going to be fun. Hello, Bella. Huh? Oh hey Phil, look, try to calm my mom down, I'll call back in a bit, see ya. Click. Did she just hang up on me? Alice Pov. I watched Bella as we waited for the next plane to start boarding. The only one that left the state wasn't leaving for another hour, so Bella was leaning across the empty lost baggage counter and flirting with the attendant. I grinned at her skill in causing the female worker to flush. Bella's tight tank top was pulled even tighter as she tried to show more cleavage. Jasper sat next to me and stared at my drawing, puzzling over the ballet studio. I had a quick vision of James walking around the room, but it was still confusing on what this meant. I didn't recall any studios like this near Forks, so I had no idea what it meant. Bella wasn't that much help, saying it looks familiar, but she couldn't recall where and how. So it was left to Jasper to try and piece it together. I relaxed into his side and continued to watch her from across the lounge. I frowned as Bella's phone rang again though. While she had answered it the first time, it was apparently her mother panicking over something, but she talked to her stepfather. However, it seemed they kept calling back. She'd ignored it the second time along with the third, but now as it was ringing through the fourth time, Bella seemed to resign herself to answering. "Look, Mom, I'm kind of." I listened hard, but as she was on the other side of the crowded area, the sound voice was impossible to discern, but it sounded male. I watched Bella's expression as she listened to whatever he was saying. She went from looking annoyed to shocked, then confused before she started smirking. "No. Yes. Yes. Okay. Ha. Yeah, I'll give it a shot, but it'll take me a while. Yeah, whatever." Her face was showing her concentrating as if planning, but all of the visions I got were too rapid and unclear, something about a sweater and some balloons. I frowned and tried to focus more, but suddenly Bella's eyes widened and everything went blank, like she couldn't decide. She turned and said goodbye to the attendant and looked back to me. She gestured upwards to a sign, and I quickly looked up to see a restroom sign. I looked back and motioned my hand to ask if she wanted me to come with her. She shook her head and used her hands to tell me to stay, then held up a finger to show she'd only be a minute. I frowned, but I couldn't stop her as she was on the other side. I could only watch as she walked over to the ladies' restroom and entered through the door. I felt slightly relieved as I could see the only door. I sat back and just waited. And waited. And waited. I sat up as I watched girls walk in and out, but still no sign of Bella. I exchanged looks with Jasper. This was becoming worrying. 1 minute had become 2, 2 turned into 5, 5 grew until 10, 10 turned into 15. I stood up and made my way to the door, my nose catching Bella's exquisite scent, even in the mass of other scents. I walked through the door and realized Bella's scent was too weak for her to be in her. Then my eyes saw it. What I didn't even think about. A second door. I quickly turned around and walked as fast as I could without attracting attention. Jasper stood up, his expression told me that he knew I was freaking out. I had a quick vision of him asking, so I answered. There was a second door on the other side. She left out of it. His body tensed. Where did she go? I frowned and focused my gift, but I wasn't getting anything. It was like she wasn't making decisions at all. It's like she's not making any decisions to avoid my gift. He looked shocked at my revelation. Why? How? I frowned as I thought about Bella. Instantly I figured out how she was able to get away with not making decisions. Bella always acts instinctively, she doesn't really plan, except with her pranks or weird moments. She sees and just reacts. I barely get any visions of her cause she only thinks about what to do right at that moment, I theorized. He stiffened. This is a problem. Why would she disappear on us? I shrugged hopelessly. I have no idea. Suddenly I was hit with a tiny vision. It was only a moment. When I came out I was frowning. Jasper looked at me questionably, but I couldn't really explain it. It was Bella, but it didn't look like today. She was walking out of a store, but she was wearing a different outfit than earlier and had a chair over her shoulder. He frowned. What does that mean? I bit my lip. I don't know. Tanya Pov. I leaned against the tree and watched Kate shock the redhead. After running into Esme and Rosalie as they hunted after the vampire, it was easy to herd her into a trap with the wolves on the other side. She was defiantly older and had a good amount of speed, plus some sort of gift that seemed to help her with getting out of dangerous situations. But all three of us Denali sisters were still faster. And Kate just has to graze her to slam her with the full force of her electrocution. After she had collapsed to the ground twitching, it didn't take long for me to rip off a leg and throw it away. Kate then grabbed her by the neck and held her, sending shocks as Rosalie and Irina questioned her. Elazar had quickly identified her gift, then the two of them backed away to find Carlisle and Edward, not interested in watching the violence that was the interrogation. "Where's your mate?" Irina growled out. The redhead grinned, but quickly stopped as Kate sent her another wave of her power. When she stopped, the redhead took an unnecessary breath. "I'm not saying anything." Rosalie growled, grabbed her arm and ripped it off. "Where is he?" I tried to calm my anger and desire to rip the female apart. Irina wouldn't let me question her, as she knew that I would get too angry and protective over my mate and just destroy her before we found anything, so I was stuck standing in the back just scowling. My scowl was also caused by the fact that my mate was so close all this time. She was only a few hours away and I had no idea. She already knew about vampires, which would make this so much easier for me. However, as soon as I arrived in Fork, she was off back to Phoenix, which was just annoying. I was also incredibly annoyed with Kate and Irina. I could have already been in the arms of my mate if it wasn't for their stupid argument. So I was having a wonderful time right now. Not. Suddenly my head snapped up, the sound of vampires approaching rapidly. I tensed but relaxed as soon as I saw that it was Carlisle, Edward, Elazar and Carmen. Edward immediately approached the kneeling nomad. "Where is James?" he growled out. My body tensed at his voice. I didn't know why, but I didn't like it. It was too protective. Edward snarled, "Damn. He's already after Bella." I tensed, "What?" Edward didn't spare me a glance, he already left to Phoenix. I growled protectively. He better not hurt Bella or I would destroy him. I didn't notice Edward's head snap to me as I was too focused on my mate. I was hoping that Alice had taken her away from Phoenix like I told her. My phone started ringing and so I quickly whipped it out and answered it, my mind quickly registering that it was Alice. "Alice? Please tell me you weren't in Phoenix." "Tanya. Bella disappeared." I tensed at her panicked voice. "What do you mean she disappeared?" I shouted. I ignored the redhead laughing and listened to Alice. "She went into the restroom and left out a different door." "Where'd she go?" "I don't know." "How could you not know?" I yelled out. "She has a flipping gift. Bella isn't making any decisions. I can't see anything." I snarled, "I'm coming down there. We already have the redhead." "Okay, get here soon, Tanya." "I don't know what to do." I nodded and hung up. This was incredibly terrifying that my mate had disappeared. I was rapidly trying to think of ways to find her when a loud snarl interrupted my thoughts. I turned to see Edward glaring at me and shouting, "Bella is mine." He lunged at me. But those 3 words set off my instincts. Someone else claiming my mate made me react in ways that I could barely comprehend, let alone think and warn him. I growled and just reached an arm out, grabbing him by the hair, and spun away from his outstretched arms. Satisfied, I walked over to Carlisle, stopping only to look at Kate. "Get rid of her, we have what we need," I ordered. I turned back to Carlisle as the sound of granite breaking ran through the trees. I smirked at how he was staring, mouth agape at what was in my head. What a pansy. I reached out and dropped his son's head in his arms. "Was that necessary?" he asked quietly. I growled, "If someone tried to claim Esme in front of you, how would you act?" He sighed and nodded, then quickly ran back to reattach the head. The scent of vampire burning as Kate used her lighter to burn the redhead's body filled the clearing. I made eye contact with Irina. "I'm going after my mate," I told her. She nodded. "Let's go." "Jamaspov." I grinned as I heard the footsteps approaching, finally after several hours of patiently waiting. It had taken me several times to actually contact my prey to lure her. Usually eluding led to a greater thrill, but it seemed less like eluding and more like blatant ignoring. I shook my head at these thoughts. It didn't matter. I was the greatest hunter and she was the prey with the sweetest blood I had ever smelled. "Hello?" A female voice called out. Would a sadistic vampire currently be inhabiting the building? I frowned at her confidence, not that it mattered really. The stronger ones could be more fun. Took longer to break them. I pressed play on the recording to lure her into the studio. As I listened to the voice of her mother calling out for her, my ears picked up a sound that she shouldn't have been making. Whistling. She was whistling as she rummaged around in the entrance. I frowned and tried to will her to come in. The setting was perfect. With the mirrors and the way the room was set up, one would be able to see every excruciating detail, plus all of the sounds would echo repeatedly along the ceiling. Everything was perfect. Except she wasn't coming in. The recording moved past her mother's panicked voice, but still she didn't leave or come in, just walked around the entrance. Pointless now, I shut off the television. I listened to her stop whistling and start mumbling. "Ugh, I remember this. Danced there. Creepy old teacher. Oh well, let's get this over with." Suddenly the door swung open and the blood bag walked through. I frowned and corrected my thought. She didn't walk in. She strutted in without a care in the world. Her shoulders were relaxed and her hands were tucked into a large jacket. "Oh, hey James." I scowled at her expression. She should be feeling fear. Hello, Bella. Disappointed your mother isn't here? I asked sarcastically. She waved me off. Nah, I already knew you didn't have her, she's on vacay with her boy toy. I stopped at this, then would you come? She shrugged, couple of things. But doesn't really matter yet. You wanna get this started? I scowled even harder. You're not afraid of me? She looked surprised. Well, of course I am, but panicking and acting like a little girl ain't really my thing. My fist tightened around the video camera. I was prepared for fear. I could crush human stupid confidence. But this blatant uncaring was just confusing. I took a deep breath and frowned at the scent. I was expecting her mouth-watering flavor, but I was hit by a busload of scents. What the hell is that smell? I asked, scowling. Oh, yeah, the veggie vamps figured that if I wore a bunch of different perfumes, it'd be a little harder for you to track me, but I guess it's kind of pointless now, ain't it? I laughed. Your scent is so overpowering that those scents barely do anything, just makes you smell like oil and too many flowers. Pathetic, really. She sighed. Worth a shot, I guess. This was getting boring, so I clicked the video camera on and pointed it towards her, grinning. Do you mind? I borrowed this from your house. I hope to leave your mate a message. It's so much more fun when they try for revenge. Her head tilted. My mate? I stopped at her confused voice. Your mate, the male Edward. She groaned. Oh my god. Not you too, like seriously? That creep just keeps following me saying that we're meant to be and all sorts of crap. He's a guy. I'm lesbian. I like the vagina. I like boobies. I winced at the sound of her rant, but he defended you like he was your mate though. She shivered. I know, he put his arm on me and everything. Guy can't figure it out that I don't want anything to do with him. I almost dropped the camera. This was incredibly disappointing that they weren't mated. But it didn't matter. I shrugged. Regardless, all of them showed that they wanted to protect you, so it will be fun to watch them try avenge you. I grinned, showing teeth to scare her. So why don't you beg them to avenge you? She made some weird gesture with her shoulders. Rather not. I paused. What? I'd rather not. What do you mean? You have to beg. She turned and looked at herself in the mirrors. Why? I stuttered at this. You have to. I'll torture you if you don't. She shrugged again. You've already made it clear that you're going to anyways, so why would I? I snarled at her uncaring tone. I quickly ran over and slapped her into the other wall of mirrors. My eyes darkened as the scent of her blood filled the room. I grinned and focused the camera on her groaning figure. Come on, little Bella, why don't you beg a little? I taunted. Really? A freaking ballet studio? That was the most dramatic place you could come up with? I stopped. What do you mean? It's perfect. She looked up at me from the floor and with one hand held the back of her head while the other gestured around. Really? This was the best you could come up with? An abandoned ballet studio? I frowned, but the mirrors. Half of them are so smudged you can barely see your reflection. Plus this place is just so dirty. It's kind of anticlimactic. The camera dropped and I stared at her, my mouth agape. Seriously? Anticlimactic? She shrugged, so I continued. Well, how would you do it then? She paused and seemed to think it over. Well, first I'd find somewhere that had some sort of meaning, for the irony of it. But it'd need to have better lighting. The reflective surfaces is a good idea, so probably some metallic pieces or maybe mirrors like this, but much less. Oh, and defiantly some animal that's considered both evil and masculine, like a wolf, alligator or bear maybe. I stared at the stupid human. A masculine and evil animal? She nodded. Well, yeah, evil masterminds, the ones that are dudes, have like cats or sharks. And those are typically feminine to contrast their masculinity. So it's balanced. With me I'd need on. Shut up. I shouted at her, completely annoyed. She glared up at me from the floor and shoved her hands back into her pocket, clearly annoyed. Well, you're the one that asked. I chuckled darkly. Fair point, but it doesn't really matter. Although, I may take some of your points into my next prey. She raised an eyebrow. You actually think that you are going to walk out of here alive? I copied her look. Yeah, why? Who's going to stop me? Your friends are too far away. So who's going to come to your rescue? She snorted. Bitch, please, I don't get rescued. I'm going to stop you. I threw my head back and laughed deeply. A human. Trying to hurt me. It was when I threw my head backwards that she made her move. A move I never saw coming. Movement out of the corner of my eye made me turn my head slightly, and at the last second a green blob hit me in the face and popped, its contents all over my mouth and in my open mouth. I recoiled from the nasty flavor. I dropped the camera and tried to whip the fluids away. I tried to figure out what it was. It wasn't water. It wasn't gas. It was oil. I snarled at the human and stormed over to her, pissed with her complete disrespect. I lifted my foot and smashed it down on her leg, breaking her bone. I grinned waiting for her screams. I was incredibly pissed though when all I got was a hissed intake of air. I turned to look for the camera to continue my torture. I saw on the floor and slowly walked over to the prone device. I couldn't get angry or this would end too quickly. I turned back to Bella to attempt to get her to beg again. As soon as I turned I was met with another water balloon. I closed my eyes and seethed at the human. I could feel the camera straining from my grip, almost crushing it. Do you seriously think that will hurt me? Nah, but this will. I rapidly opened my eyes, only to be met with a flash of yellow and orange. Alice Pov. Jasper was speeding in a dark car. We raced through the roads. Jasper had searched on his phone for ballet studios on a hunch and had found one that matched the one I had seen from a vision. And we were halfway there when I had a vision that confirmed that it was. Unfortunately, it showed Bella walking into the studio towards a waiting James. I tensed as we got closer to the studio, aching to check on the human that had quickly become one of my best friends. Jasper sensed my anxiety and reached over to hold my hand. You've seen that Bella and Tanya meet, right? He asked. I nodded, yeah, but it was unclear where. Then you know she will be alive. I paused to think about it, I guess, but I'm still concerned, Jasper. He squeezed my hand trying to reassure me. I looked back out the front window, my chest jumping when I noticed the building just a couple of blocks away. I leaned forward as if trying to cover the last bit of distance in my seat. Instantly I was hit with a vision. It was only a few seconds, but when I came out I was no longer scared, I was just confused. Was my gift malfunctioning? That didn't make any sense. Alice? Jasper asked, concerned. I frowned and shook my head. Jasper couldn't say any more as he parked by the ballet studio, hiding in its shadow. I quickly hopped out and ran to the door, cursing mentally at being forced to run at a human speed. I slammed through the entrance door and quickly blurred to the studio. I rushed inside, mentally prepared for the worst. What I was met with made me stop and stare at the scene I couldn't believe from my vision. I heard Jasper rush in behind me and almost trip into sight. "BB Bella?" he squeaked out. Bella looked over to us with her mouth stuffed with a complete mess. "Ugh, ways quan I heavy want?" We both sat there and just tried to figure out what was going on. Bella was sitting in a lawn chair next to a roaring fire. One hand was holding a thin stick with the other in a bag of marshmallows with graham crackers and chocolate nearby. It took me a moment to figure out that the hunter that was after Bella was the roaring fire she was sitting next to roasting s'mores. Jasper Selipov. I leaned against the wall, avoiding the bustle of humans as they all ran around as quick as they could. I was forced to hold my breath as I waited for the Denalis and the others minus Edward, Emmett and Carlisle to get off the plane. The scent of human blood was just too much. I was glad I volunteered to wait for them, as waiting at the hospital with Bella would have been too much for me. I stiffened as a human girl approached, wearing no doubt what she thought was a seductive grin. I made eye contact and just glared, pleased when it made her stop and immediately turn away. Her innate fear telling her that I was dangerous. Suddenly the scent of vampires hit my nose. I looked up to see the whole Denali coven, along with Esmond Rosalie approaching quickly, even more so for a tense and furious-looking coven leader. I knew that Tanya was in no mood to stop and chit-chat, so I pushed off the wall and started walking towards the parking lot. The group changed direction slightly to meet up with me. Thankfully a large tunnel connected the two, so there was no harm of us being seen in the sunlight. Tanya caught up to me easily and started her questions. "How is she? What happened?" I grinned internally at the protectiveness, but answered as well as I could, "She's fine, all she has is a broken leg, which is a miracle if you consider what she went up with. As to what happened, perhaps we should continue this where we have a little more privacy." I gestured my head slightly to the humans around us, several who were staring openly at our inhuman beauty. I knew we could continue this at a level they couldn't hear, but since a large group like ours would be noticeable, arousing suspicion by not speaking tends to stick to the minds of mortals. And I would do anything in my power to ensure that we stay unnoticed, anything to keep Alice out of the minds of the Volturi. Tanya looked like she was about to argue, but Irina placed her hand on Tanya's shoulder reassuringly. Tanya paused and looked back at her, not even slowing her fast pace. She nodded and sighed softly. "What is the plan, Jasper?" Irina asked. I really enjoyed Irina's no-nonsense attitude. A large group like this would be fairly suspicious at the hospital. So we got a large suite at the hotel across the street. "I'm going to drive past and drop most of you off." I could tell Tanya was upset at the even longer wait, but I continued. "Then I was planning for Esme, Rosalie and Tanya to drive over and see what's happening." Tanya sighed. "Very well. Relax, Tanya, you'll meet her soon," I told her gently. She smiled back at me and we quickly crossed the tunnel and now made our way to the large black SUV that we had rented out for the occasion. We all quickly found our seats with Tanya sitting shotgun and me driving. I started the car and maneuvered it out. As soon as I pulled out of the spot, Tanya started back up on her questions. "So what happened?" I sighed. "Well, as far as we can figure out, James had somehow gotten a hold of Bella's number and called her, lying and saying that he had her mother. Bella then decided to sneak away and solve this herself. How could she get away from two vampires? And one a seer, for God's sakes?" Tanya cut me off angrily. I knew this was coming, so I tried to placate her. Both Alice and I were watching her from across the room. We had tried to get her to stay near us, but as you'll probably notice, she has a bit of spare energy. My gift was practically useless in the building, with all the humans' emotions clashing and making getting a read on someone practically impossible. Bella's body displayed nothing that gave away fear, concern, stress or anything. She was relaxed. Alice was watching the bathroom door while I was focused on an image that Alice had drawn from one of her visions of James. Alice started getting concerned after Bella didn't come back out, so she went in after her. Apparently there was a second door that Bella had made use of. Her scent was gone in the crowd. How could Alice not see this? Irina interrupted. I looked in the mirror to make eye contact. "We have a theory. As you will see, Bella isn't that much of a planner. She takes everything in stride and just reacts. Alice rarely even gets visions of Bella, and the only ones she does are just for her pranks or her stranger plans." A strange combination of emotions made me look back to Tanya, and I could tell she was both pleased and annoyed. Most likely pleased that her mate was fun and not very dull, and annoyed as this led to her getting hurt. "Okay, so what happened with James?" Kate asked. I chuckled as I recall the memory of Bella explaining how she dealt with James. "Well, you're not going to believe me, but..." Tanya Pov. I stared out open-mouthed at Jasper's smirking figure jumped out of the car in the lower level of the hotel's parking lot. Esme hopped out from the back and jumped into the driver's seat and started to pull back out. I quickly rolled down my window and looked at Jasper. "Wait. A water balloon and a makeshift flamethrower," I shouted out to him. He simply grinned and walked inside. The two left in the car chuckled at my disbelief, but I could still tell that both of them were pretty surprised at my mate's actions. I turned to look at Rosalie in the backseat. "Okay, let me recap. Bella, a human, went to the store, purchased water balloons, cooking oil, hairspray and a lighter. And stuff for s'mores," a grinning Rosalie added. I ignored her and continued. "She then proceeded to taunt a vampire, who broke her leg, and when it was distracted, she threw 2 water balloons filled with oil at him, then using the hairspray and a lighter, made a flamethrower to burn the oil, frying the vampire with the venom in the vampire's mouth. And then sat in a chair and ate her marshmallows over his burning body," Esme added. I sat back into my seat and just thought about it. And no matter which angle I thought of it, I always came back to the same conclusion. My mate is going to be so much trouble, isn't she? The 2 other females in the car laughed at this, which gave me further confidence. "Just wait till you see the photos in her living room. I don't know if you'll be impressed or terrified. I wasn't able to decide," Esme told me. I frowned. "What do you mean?" Rosalie chuckled. "Trust us, you'll see." I frowned again and looked out the dark-tinted windshield. My chest tightened when I realized Esme was parking in the hospital parking lot. We were here. Before I was able to distract my thoughts with the story of how Bella beat a vampire, but now the nerves hit me full blast. What if she doesn't like me? What if she doesn't even remember me? Is she dating someone else? What do I say to her? "Sorry I wasn't there all those years, but we're meant to be"? Yeah, that'll go over well. What if she isn't even interested in females? What if? Stop asking yourself what if. I looked at Rosalie shocked, but she just shrugged and hopped out of the parked car. I know the face, now stop it, I know you and Bella will be fine. I bit my lip but nodded, alright, let's do this. The three of us hid ourselves among the shadows as we made our way to the hospital entrance. We entered the white building and we all tensed immediately at the scent of blood. I was the first to shake it off, followed by Esme and finally Rosalie. Although I was the most anxious and I held the position of coven leader, I let Esme lead us to the group. Her motherly vibe just put everyone at ease. A younger man thanked the desk worker for something before heading off. The nurse's eyes fell on us, and immediately the sound of her heart rate picking up filled the entryway. Hello, can I help you? She asked nervously as her eyes studied our inhuman features. Esme smiled, which made the heartbeat skyrocket. Yes, we were wondering where the emergency wait room at. Our friend Isabella Swan is there. Her face fell slightly in what looked like annoyance. Of course, just follow that man, he's going the same place. We turned to see the same man from earlier walking off to the left. We said thank you to the worker and began walking away as she mumbled to herself. I frowned a little at what I overheard. So many. You'd think that just maybe limit. But no. Where can I find Isabella Swan? Where is Bella Swan? Can I see Bella Swan now? Geez. I was confused by her rabbling, and by the looks on Rosalie and Esme's faces. I wasn't the only one. We quickly walked down the halls, often having to stop breathing due to the overwhelming smell of blood. A huge double door with the words waiting room was the only thing in our way when we turned the last corner. The young human male from earlier was by the exit talking to a bleach blonde female in front of the door. The two of them turned as we made our way over. The guy grinned, but the girl gave us a stink eye. If I'm not mistaken, I overheard that you're here to see Bella too, the guy said lightly. Esme smiled brightly. Yes, in fact we are. I'm Esme Cullen and this is my daughter Rosalie, along with our family friend Tanya Denali. He nodded to them but for some reason grinned at me. Hey, I'm Sparky and this is Jasmine. Just one question, are you her? I frowned at this confused, but Jasmine scoffed, of course not, there's no way. I felt Rosalie tense at Jasmine's jealous tone. Actually, Tanya is. But she doesn't know about that yet. I only saw from Bella's list and put two and two together when she told me the story. Sparky laughed loudly. Damn. That's awesome. About time too. Jasmine clearly didn't agree with this view as her stink eye turned into a full glare at me, but I just stood there confused as I tried to piece what we were talking about together. The human girl huffed before spinning and walking through the doors. Ignore her. Anyways, just check in at the waiting desk, and I'll let everyone know that you're her. Should make this go a little faster for you. We all looked at each other confused, but when he opened the door for us, we found out why. The waiting room was packed. Surprisingly, most of them looked like they were part of the same group. And even more surprising was the fact that Alice was standing and talking with a couple of them talking freely. She saw us out of the corner of our eye, or a vision, not really sure which, and gracefully walked over. Hello everyone, she told us, smiling freely. Esme touched my arm. I'll go check us in. I nodded and looked back to Alice. Who were you talking to? She giggled. Well, at first I was here alone, then someone who knew Bella sent out a text saying that she was back and in the hospital, and next thing you know the room starts filling up with a bunch of Bella's friends. My eyes widened as Rosalie sighed. Seriously? She nodded. Yup, apparently the nurse started a whole new list just for people here to see Bella. There's a line. I huffed. Really? I have to keep waiting? I knew I was being whiny, but I hadn't seen my mate in 5 years, and just knowing she was in this building was driving me crazy. Out of the corner of my eye I noticed a group of guys heading over. I groaned. Seriously, men have one-track minds when they see an attractive female. Excuse me, the one in front said, are you really her? Startled I leaned back. What? Alice giggled. Sorry Boards, she doesn't know about the list. But yeah, she's her. Boards, strange name, and all the guys sighed dramatically and let out a relieved, finally. I leaned in. What do you mean that I'm her? They all looked at each other questioningly before one of the guys shook his head. Alice apparently agreed. Why don't we let Bella explain that? Boards laughed. Oh yeah, I'm sure she'll get around to explaining that. You know, right after she tries to take off her pants and have, and I quote, wild monkey sex. My jaw dropped and my thoughts ran wild monkey sex. Everyone laughed at my expression, which didn't exactly reassure me or clean up my thoughts. The worst part was that I didn't even have a face to go with my fantasies, but somehow that didn't seem to stop them from running wild. After some time of me stressing and waiting, others would come up and ask if I was her, and I would still have no idea what they meant. Occasionally someone would return and the next person on the list would leave to visit. Then Alice got a vision. Thankfully it was a tiny 2-second moment that none of the humans noticed, but the terrified expression that she grew caught everyone's attention. Sparky?" The kid looked at her. "Yup." Alice looked sheepish. "I haven't known Bella long, but do you think she'd run off and do something stupid?" Everyone stopped. I wasn't sure who said it or if they even heard themselves say it. But someone whispered, "Crap." I stared down at the empty bed trying to figure out the flurry of emotions. Annoyance was the biggest one. Followed by desire. Then more annoyance. Actually the emotions were pretty easy to figure out. It was mostly annoyance. Though it was slightly hard to tell if it was at Bella or the situation. "She probably couldn't have gotten far," Sparky tried to reassure me. I didn't respond, so another human did. "You kidding me? Last time Bella broke an arm, paid for everything, then was gone in under an hour to go to a skateboard park. Girl can vanish." There was the sound of someone smacking an arm to shut the human up. Tired of the talk, I spun around and quickly left the room with my mind stuck on one thing. Once it got dark, I would find my mate. "Bella Pov. Come on." I begged. "I don't have to jump, I just want to go up with you guys." Jason shook his head. "Hell no. Last time you came here with something broken you snuck on a parachute and jumped when I wasn't paying attention. So no." I groaned and kicked the chute I had packed. Being grounded was so boring. I mean, it's just a small break and a few stitches on the back of my head. Sure, it's totally illegal to jump with something broken and or slightly high on medication, but that's not that bad, right? Yes, everything is slightly woozy, but Jason knows that I could do a jump blindfolded and at night. Hell, I have done that. But no. Bella can't jump on literally the best weather of the year because she has a tiny, slightly bigger than tiny, break in her leg that forces her to use crutches and take pain medication and refrain from operating heavy machinery and… guess I probably shouldn't. I huffed and limped my way off toward the park towards Jasmine's car. The girl was so easy to convince to help me get out, just asked if she would be willing to take me to go parachuting. She agrees, thinking I mean later. I hop out of bed and say let's go. She panics. I ask her to run down to grab the forms. She panics. Then I guilt trip her into taking me. Easy peasy. "Jason tell you that you can't go?" Jasmine asked, leaning against the hood of her car. I shrugged. "Yeah, sucks, but it's probably for the best. There may or may not be two of you at the moment." She chuckled lightly at my humor. Then her eyes dropped slightly and she bit her lower lip. "All crapola with peanut butter, here it comes again." Jasmine and I met in sophomore year of high school. She was shy, quiet and, most importantly, brunette. I, being the super and amazingly friendly plus incredibly awesome friend that I am, befriended her and tried to break her out of her shell. And when she did, whoa. Chaos and attitude all around. Uno problemo. She thinks that we should be together. One day, she finds out I'm lesbian too. Next thing I know, she's after me like Sparky after a plug. God, that joke never gets old. Anyways, I kindly told her that she wasn't my type and that there was someone out there who I was looking for. She took this to mean change everything. Next day her hair was strawberry blonde, heels to make her look taller, makeup that made her look older, and she started wearing fashionable clothes. Not that I actually remembered what her wore, but hey, I imagine she wouldn't be caught dead in anything less than perfection. So now, every chance she could get, Jasmine would try to convince us to go out. And I know that we wouldn't work. You need someone who compliments you. And as good as friends as we are, we wouldn't work together. She could be fun, but she never wanted to go out and have an adventure. She says she would for me, but I don't want that. I want someone who is as chaotic and as ridiculous as me. And Jasmine isn't. Hell, I don't even know if her is, but she's my best bet. "Bella. Can we talk?" Jasmine's words brought me back to this dismal and annoying conversation that I had to have every time we see each other. I sighed. "Sure, Jasmine, what's up?" She looked down and crossed her arms. "Why don't you want to be with me?" Damn it, flipping guilt trip move. It's not that, Jaws, I just don't think we'd suit. I seek the adventure and everything while you play it safe. She looked up to me and nodded. "See? We're opposites. We'd be perfect." I shook my head slowly. "Jaws, love doesn't work like that. Even opposites need something in common to work. Friends can be opposites, but couples need something to build on, to do together. And the only thing we really had like that was our group of friends. Sure, we made great friends. But we wouldn't make a great couple. You'd always want to do something and I would always want to do something else. Recognizing a failed argument, Jasmine tried a different angle, one she never brings up. How do you know if her will either? What if she's more like me? I sighed, I don't know, Jaws. I never said that I want to marry her and give birth to her children as soon as I see her. I just want to meet her. I had dreams of her ever since that day. I could see her eyes starting to water, but what makes her so special? I groaned internally, just the fact that she changed me into the person I am. Before, I was scared, shy, clumsy, and constantly unsure of myself, just like you were. I added in my head, I'm not sure who I'll meet if I ever meet her again. If I do, all I want to do is to talk to her. Become friends. And have tons of wild monkey sex because she was hot. Jasmine whipped her eyes and softly replied, all right, whatever. What do you want to do now? I knew in her mind the argument was far from over. Once I sat in that car with her, she would bring it up again. She would keep pushing until either I left or someone joined us. And I was in no mood to deal with that. Actually, I'm just going to stay for a bit. A bunch of shoots need to be repacked, and even though I'm handicapped, I can still pack. Are you sure? Don't you still need a ride? Nah, I'll bug Jason till he drives me later. We both knew what the other was doing. I knew that she was going to keep trying, and she knew that I was avoiding it as much as I could. She wanted us to be together and I didn't want to ruin our friendship. Jasmine nodded slowly, her face crestfallen. Again, well. See you later, I guess. We had an awkward moment when we hugged, but then she quickly hopped in her environmentally safe and economically productive Prius. Another reason we wouldn't work. Prius. Meet Eleanor. Eleanor. Eat Prius. I watched her drive off before taking a deep breath in. In reality, I wasn't going to help pack more parachutes. I had a single guilty pleasure to accomplish. It sucked that I couldn't do anything active. Break your arm and you can still skateboard, surf, dance, skinny dip, flirt with hot sexy females. But with a leg out, well, your soul. And that sucks balls. Big hairy, sweaty balls. I shuddered at the thought before limping over to my crutches I had laid down on the sidewalk before talking to Jason. I already knew I had a small chance of actually convincing him to let me do something incredibly stupid yet highly entertaining, and I had an even smaller chance with crutches. I picked them up and started shuffling across the field towards a bench for waiting jumpers to take part in my guilty pleasure. However, it was the only one that sat in the sun, so typically everyone waited inside the small shop tower. I hobbled over like an 80-year-old with arthritis, while still looking jaw-droppingly sexy. Or as much as one can with crutches and a broken leg. I dropped onto the bench and stared up at the sky, grateful for my Ray-Bans helping with the glare. I took a deep breath and just relaxed. I'm not sure how long I sat there. Pain medication might have also done something about that, but soon the number of people jumping out slowly dwindled. The sky began to darken. But I had no interest in moving. Jason had once given me crap for my joy of just watching people jump, but once he found out why I did it, he let it go. I didn't do just in hope that I would see her again. I did it because everything in my life was chaos, yet these moments where I relaxed and thought of our quick conversation, everything just seemed to slow down. I can still hear her voice. Hello. Yeah. Just like that. I don't know if you remember. Huh. Wow, I guess I can really hear her voice in my head. But we actually first met somewhere just like this. Okay, these meds are making me hallucinate. Jason totally had the right idea of not letting me jump. Hallucinating voices equals bad jump. Hey, you in there? I frowned. This was getting bad. I had never gone through anything like this before. I mean, the docs have hit me up with pretty much every drug they could think of just to keep me still, and I have never heard voices of my sexy dream woman. Anybody home? I huffed. Okay, Bella. You're crazy. Momentary pause as I thought about it. Okay, yeah, I guess we already knew that. But still. Hearing voices? That's an all-time new one. I listened for the voice, but when I didn't hear anything I grinned and nodded to myself. Boom, Isabella Swan, curing her own insanity since 1987. Or at least, I did, until the laughter started. It went from a peaceful silence to full-blown laughter in a matter of seconds. The sudden blast of noise caused me to jump in shock. Unfortunately, I also jumped to the side. Also, unfortunately, off to the side of where I was previously sitting, there was no more bench. Therefore, when one jumps up into the side off a bench, they end up falling. However, I never realized I was falling. Only 3 things registered in my mind. First, the strong pair of arms that kept me up. Even in the cold crisp night, their arms were even colder. Second, as I was held up and looked skywards, a wall of strawberry blonde hair that cascaded around my face blocked my vision. And lastly were her eyes. An exotic shade of gold that seemed to pierce back through my eyes and punctured right into soul. It took me several moments of just staring at the object of my constant affection for the past who knows how long. Just kidding, I am. It's been 5 years. Totally counting. Oh wait. Lips moving. Ha. Bella. Focus. What are those lips saying? I'm not sure. They're pretty lips though. Shouldn't you be trying to figure out what they're saying? Or we could think out what they taste like on mine. You may a valid argument me. I concur me. We should discuss this more often. Bella. A loud voice shocked me from my thoughts. Huh? I responded eloquently. The object of my adoration groaned and leaned back. Instantly I missed the sight of her beautiful face. Dear God, this is going to be the most difficult conversation I've ever taken part of, isn't it? Instinct hit me, yes, I deadpanned. She groaned. Whoever she was. Wait. Who is she? I immediately sat up on the bench seat. Part of my mind registered that I was somehow back on the bench, but the rest was focused on the woman. Then my eyes once again found her face, and all the air left my lungs. Or I took a deep breath in. Not really sure at this point. But staring at her face brought back all the memories of meeting her on the edge of a field. Talk. Then looking away, then looking back to realize she had vanished. Yet, here she was. Her strawberry locks falling perfectly. Her goldeniture eyes shining in the night. Her pale flawless skin. Her angelic face. Her awfully large yet still perky boobs. I had found her. Or she found me. Again. Not really sure at this point. Hi, I'm Bella, can I grope your boobs? Tanya Pov. Wait, I mean that's not what I want, well I want to but like I mean it's just, I sat on the bench with head held between hands. Seriously? Can I grope your boobs? Several years and that's all she can say. It's not that I don't want to, cause I definitely do. It's just something that should be saved for the 3rd date. Or the 2nd. If you're into that kind of thing. Me? I could go either way. But I wouldn't like no pressure you into anything. Like I would let you. I sighed in relief at the silence. One would think that exposure to Kate would cause them to be slightly more prepared for constant talking. Yet as listening to Bella talk for the last 10 minutes, non-stop oblivious of my attempts to interrupt her tirade, even a saint would lose their patience. A warm wet feeling caressing my palm interrupted my moment of peace and serenity. I looked back over to my mate, and my hand covering her mouth, exasperated. She ignored my look and continued to lick my hand in hopes that I would let her go. I smirked at her attempts, I could handle anything this little girl threw at me. Then she changed her pace. My eyes darkened as she slowly dragged her tongue across my sensitive palm. At the peak of her lick, she flicked her tongue off and finished with a moan that sent way too many thoughts running through my head. I immediately ripped my hand away from her hand in an attempt to curb my desires. As much as I desired to claim her here and now, I couldn't just yet. The smirk that adorned her beautiful face irked me, along with her words, "I win." I scowled playfully back at her, "Next time, you won't." She grinned, "Let's start over, I'm Isabella Swan, call me whatever you want except mine." I frowned, "Why can't I call you mine?" Her grin grew, "Well you're obviously mine, and we can't both be mine." I sighed and placed my head back in my hands, "Hello, my name is Tatiana Denali. You can just call me Tanya." The brat shook her head, "Nope, defiantly calling you mine." I smiled lightly and felt warmth in my chest at her words, but quickly changed my expression and rolled my eyes. "So can I ask why we are once again meeting at a skydiving field?" Well I was bored so I figure I'd come here and see if the boss man would let me jump. Insert pause where my vision started to go red. "Let me get this straight, you got your leg crushed?" Nod. "Had to go the hospital?" Another nod. "Put under while they fixed you up?" More nodding. "Given pain pills after waking up?" Replies with gesture often described as nod. "Then you decided to leave the hospital and go skydiving?" Grinning and nodding. "Are you freaking insane?" Slow nod. Well, that makes sense then. Bella chuckled, relaxed. I've jumped with worse before. That doesn't reassure me at all. Huh. How about another do-over? Bella asked sheepishly. I groaned into my hands. This is going to be exhausting. Alice Pov. Did Tanya find her? S masked, her voice filled with concern. I chucked and nodded. Oh yeah, and now Tanya is getting the full force of the Bella chaos. And she literally has no idea how to deal with her. Esme smiled but still looked nervous. Are they going back to the hospital? I frowned and focused a little. I don't believe so. Esme huffed. That girl worries me sometimes. Jasper laughed from the other room. Sometimes? Really? Only sometimes? She went after a vampire with water balloons and a hairspray bottle, and she only gets sometimes? She huffed again but still nodded. I grinned at the two before focusing back on the future of the two lovebirds. Tanya Pov. What's your favorite color? I frowned at Bella's innocent expression. Too innocent, why? She rolled her eyes. Cause I'm curious, that's why. My eyes narrowed, but I answered slowly, red. Then came the pregnant pause. Bella's face started to flush as she looked right back into my eyes. Her lips began to switch between pursed or biting one lightly. Then came the choking sound. Fear gripped my chest. Bella? Are you okay? Bella exploded. I stared down at the human girl as she rolled on the floor laughing. Full body, barely breathing, chest bursting, and snorting laughter. And I just sat on the bench completely confused. However, Bella didn't leave me confused for long. Red. She shouted out, her favorite color is red. My eyebrow rose, but Bella kept going, the vampire's favorite color is red. My head whipped around to make sure that no one was nearby, thankfully not, before whipping back to Bella. You know? Bella stopped and looked back up at me, an eyebrow raised. She was probably about to say something completely sarcastic, but at that moment, it didn't really matter to me. Bella's brown hair was spread around her head like a halo. Her eyes were glowing brightly from the moonlight. Her face flushed from laughing. She looked perfect. Absolutely beautiful. And she was saying something. I shook my head. What? She rolled her perfect chocolate eyes. I said, I know a family of vampires, and you look pretty similar. You know, golden eyes, pale and flawless skin, avoiding sunlight. That sort of thing gives off the vibe of immortal bloodsucker. I sighed. Well, I guess that makes things easier for me in the whole explain how I look identical to how I did 5 years ago. She cocked her head. What was the plan? I chuckled lightly. First I was going to try and convince you that you were crazy. That didn't work. I'd try to scrunch my face a bit to fake some wrinkles, and if that didn't work, liberal use of facial creams. She grinned up from the ground. Nice. Wouldn't have been very effective, but nice. Anyways, my favorite color is blue. Not like the sky blue, but rather a deep sea blue. I smiled softly. Alright, what's your favorite movie? We continued this game for a while, her laying on the ground and me looking down at her. Soon lights started shutting off, and the last jumpers got in their cars and drove away, but still we asked on. She told me of her surfing in Hawaii, I told her of ballroom dancing in the 1600s. She explained how she loved to go mountain biking. I brought up skiing down one. Her scariest experience was swimming with sharks, while my favorite pastime was baseball. Baseball? Seriously? I laughed. As a vampire, it can be a ton of fun. I know, just $10 you play it like the Cullens do, which makes it incredibly dull. My jaw dropped. How? You know what, sure, fine. She rolled her eyes at me. When I calmed down enough, I looked up at the night sky and realized how late it was. I sighed and looked down at my mate. I think we need to get you to a hotel. She grinned. Oh really? Not even going to buy me dinner first? Just straight to the hotel room? I rolled my darkening eyes, feigning that her words didn't affect me that much. Not yet, love, but I still think that you have people who need to know that you're okay. She nodded. I guess, but most know that when I leave then I'm pretty much fine. Sighing, I responded, yeah, but I still think you should have waited to be released. Hey, I've had war. You shall not answer. Awkward pause. You shall not answer. Is that your ringtone? Absolutely no. You shall not answer. Yeah. She replied. The old man's voice kept screaming out, so I just stared down at her. You going to pick it up? She gave me an incredulous look. Obviously not. Who is it? Let's just say it's someone who is totally evil and… Isabella Swan. A voice shouted out. Here, Bella finished, now sporting a terrified look. I turned to the voice and was greeted with a rather scary sight. The woman that was approaching at a rapid rate was Asian, in the upper 60s, in excellent shape, and maybe 4 feet tall. However, the glare that she was giving made one want to sit down in the corner and take any punishment given. "PSST, Tanya," Bella whispered. I looked down at her and she continued, "Did you bring a car?" I nodded. "Could you carry me and use that vampire speed to get away?" I freaked out at possibly exposing our existence, but luckily I didn't have to answer. "Don't you dare think about trying to escape this one," the lady shouted out, her accent incredibly thick. Bella sighed and held her hands out to me, signaling that she wants me to pull her up. Unsure of what to do, I grabbed them and heaved her up. She hopped on one leg to spin around and face the music in the form of the grumpy Asian lady. "Good evening, Master Chan," Bella said, looking slightly down. The newly dubbed Master Chan responded, "Don't try that with me, young lady. You are to follow me back to the studio and thank everyone who came for you at the hospital." The lady didn't even wait for Bella to respond before spinning around and storming back to a parked car. Bella sighed and looked at me, a question dancing in her eyes. A question she did not have to ask. "Of course I will come, Milak," I told her softly. She smiled back, "Thank you." She held out of her hand and I immediately grasped it within my own. Bella, unnecessarily, tilted her head to the side both ways, popping it. I winced at the loud cracking sound, but Bella breathed in a deep sigh. "All right, let's do this. Everyone here is a friend of yours from the city?" I asked in disbelief. Bella nodded at first, then stopped. "Yay, wait, no." I breathed in a sigh of relief, then she continued, "Megan Chan over there, for some reason she doesn't like me." I palmed my face. One person. In a crowd of what felt like 100 people, only one didn't like her. This made my hopes of turning her significantly harder. Once you change, you have to stop associating to your old friends, and with the way my mate acted around others made me think that letting go would be next to impossible for her. However, there was a bright side. Ever since we had arrived, she had not let go of my hand. She would introduce me to whomever she was talking to, strangely giving both names and nicknames. Yet every time she introduced someone new, my heart clenched at telling her she had to say goodbye. "Hey, doorbell?" I sighed, another nickname for Bella. Her friends would come up to her and practically every single one had a different nickname for her. I frowned internally as I recalled the 6'4" black male calling her Al in a gruff voice. How did he get Al from Bella? I wondered. "What's up, Sparky?" Bella asked the boy who walked up. He grinned. I was wondering if I could borrow Tanya for a minute. Both of us frowned. I was unsure about her, but I wasn't in the mood to leave her side. Even though we talked about some of our favorite things, I still felt like there was something we hadn't even talked about yet. Something that was holding us back. And I was racking my brain trying to figure out what, and until I didn't want to let go of my mate. Bella sighed quietly, "Okay, but please, just stay nearby." Sparky's face turned serious and he leaned in close to her to whisper. I pretended I couldn't hear. "Relax, Bella. I know you've been looking for her for several years. I would never let anyone take her from you." Bella smiled softly as he leaned back. So did I, for that matter. Both from the caring that Sparky had for his friend along with the fact that Bella may have looked for me as much as I looked for her. Just that idea sent comforting warmth to my undead heart. I squeezed Bella's hand gently and looked down at her. "I'll be right back, Milak," I whispered to her. She smiled at the endearment, though I had no idea if she knew what it meant. Sparky said something in the background that I totally missed. I was too focused on my favorite pair of chocolate-colored eyes. That was until he grabbed my other hand and started to drag me away from her. Every instinct pleaded for me to stay, to fight against the boy's pull, but to avoid suspicion, I let him tug me away. The boy dragged me over to a quiet corner where, to my strange dismay, Master Chan was waiting. Seriously, this lady is like 65 years old. I'm over 2,000. Why the hell am I scared of her? "Good evening, how are you enjoying the party, Miss Denali?" she asked in her deep Asian accent. I smiled politely. "It's nice, though I am a little shocked that Bella has so many friends that care for her." Sparky and Chan scoffed, and when my gaze turned curious, Sparky answered my unasked question. "Go around to anyone here and ask how they became friends with Bella, $50 that they'd have no recollection. Bella is a incurable virus." I stiffened to defend her, but Sparky saw my face and quickly continued, "Not that I mean that meanly, she's my best friend. But she is. She somehow infects your mind, and once she's there, you can never get her out. Master Chan nodded. I am still unsure if she paid for her first few months of Tai Chi classes. I only recall her showing up, and now she has not left. It is the same with everyone here. Giving a small smile, apparently not a Megan Chan, Bella says the girl doesn't like her. The two of them snorted loudly. Ha! My young niece defiantly likes her. It is only when Bella is not looking does Megan decide to drool over her. Sparky nodded as well. Yeah, half the girls in this room have crushes on her, and she is totally oblivious. My body tensed as I looked around the room, not liking the idea of these girls being interested in my mate. Sparky must have noticed my look and grinned, and I have a fairly good idea on which side you sit on. I paused and thought about my response. She is infectious. For as long as she has been looking for me, I have been doing the same. The elder woman nodded. Very well. Just read her well. At that statement the two became much more serious, and even though they were no threat to me, it would be cruel for me to do that to them, so I nodded seriously. I will do my best to make her happy. Espov. I smiled at the image in front of me. Tanya carrying a sleeping Bella Swan princess style, only ruined by the neon green cast covered in inscriptions for well-wishers. Congratulations on finding your mate, I told her quietly. She smiled brightly back. Yup, but I have a feeling she's going to be a handful. At this I was barely able to hold my laughter in. Oh, Tanya dear, she's going to be so much more than a handful, more like bucket loads of trouble. Tanya's face fell to an exasperated look. Yeah, I can tell. You ain't seen nothing yet. Rosalie shouted from another room in the hotel. Tanya's expression became concerned. How bad? Vampire's chuckles could be heard throughout the hotel hallway, which didn't seem to make the Denali Coven leader feel any better. I just grinned at her and gestured her to a door. Her room is that one for tonight, and we head back tomorrow. She nodded and walked through doorway, kicking the door shut behind her. Tanya Pov. Is this normal? For humans today, I mean, because I don't remember doing this. Emma chuckled at my question as everyone in the hotel room the next morning stared at Bella as she ate her pancake breakfast. Sitting upside down on the couch with her feet over the back. You tend to avoid the word normal when dealing with Bella, she often falls outside that zone, Emmett replied. Ha! My maid is weird. Almost everyone was giggling as we watched Bella attempt to take a bite of her pancakes, ignoring the large amount of syrup that covered both her shirt and her face. However, there was someone that wasn't smiling. Since this morning where I told her of the party that we were dragged to, Irina's expressions have all been filled with concern. Both concern for Bella as well as concern for me. And even as I was smiling, inwardly I was filled with that same concern. Bella, may I speak to you for a moment? Irina asked softly. Bella leaned back slightly and looked at Irina, having just been introduced to the rest of the Denali Coven, her face speckled with dots of syrup. Sure hun, what's up? I shook my head at my mate and blurted over, quickly flipping her the right way and grabbing a damp cloth to wipe her face. Leaning back I observed my handiwork and nodded to myself. She smiled brightly up at me and then turned back to Irina. She took this as her cue. Bella. I want to talk to you about changing. All the vampires ignored the snarls and annoying claims from Edward's room won over. Bella had simply told him no and shut the door in his face when he tried to enter her room. He had whined and complained on the other side of the door, but Bella simply ignored him, which didn't really make him feel too happy. Then again, no one really cared. Sure, what part? Eddie Boy has already covered the excruciating pain, loss of soul, and becoming a monster though, so I'm not sure what else needs to be covered. He did a fairly good job, she said sarcastically. Irina looked at me sadly and the vampires in the room tensed. Looking back at the human, Irina replied softly, everyone has to think you're dead, Bella, you will lose all of your friends and family. Bella stopped chewing, and her expression went from cheerful to deep in thought. I tensed at what this could turn into. I did not want to lose my mate, but I couldn't make the choice for her. I ignored the snarling next door and sat next to Bella. We aren't forcing you to decide right now. If you want to wait until you are older to be changed, there is no problem with that, and we can wait. You just have to understand that one day, you'll have to say goodbye, I told her softly. Bella leaned back into the couch and let out a deep breath. We sat in silence for several minutes, as the humans seemed to think it over. Then, why? The question seemed to throw all of us off. Irina sputtered, Kate's jaw dropped, the Cullens' faces were greeted by their palms. What? Irina was finally able to ask. Why? She repeated, "Why do they have to think I'm dead?" Jasper was the first to recover. "Bella, your thirst will be uncontrollable." Kate continued, "Your eyes will turn bright red, pretty noticeable. You will have almost an ethereal beauty, plus your voice will change as well," Esme told her. "You can't go out in the sun, we glitter like diamonds in the sunlight, not very human," Alice said softly. "Even your instincts will be different, more possessive, even violent. I didn't bring up the mating bond just yet, that could wait." "Not even mentioning your newfound strength and speed," Emmett remarked grinning, no doubt thinking of fighting her once she had newborn strength. Bella paused and seemed to think over every point. She bit her lip, which did something to me that I didn't want to think about with the mind reader right next door. Cue snarl and baby temper tantrum. "What about color contacts?" Everyone paused. "They are really uncomfortable and our venom dissolves them in an hour or so," Alice told her. "Then design new ones that don't." Her response was so nonchalant that it took us a moment to process what she said. "Design new ones?" Rosalie asked. "Sure, you have eternity, at least try to make it easier for yourselves." Everyone paused again and looked at each other. "Plus there's probably makeup that you could wear to cover your diamond-looking skin, which could also be used to explain the beauty or cover it." Mouths opened and closed, but no one had a response. "What about the thirst?" Jasper finally asked. Bella paused, then looked at Rosalie. "Hey gorgeous, can you grab my bag?" Rosalie looked curious but blurred into her bedroom and came back with Bella's backpack. Thanking her, Bella began rifling through its contents before a joyful shout came from the pack, and she pulled out a thermos. She tossed it to Jasper. "That's my coffee thermos, it has batteries that are used to keep the liquids inside warm." Jasper got it first, but the rest of us were not too far behind. "Just carry some blood in one of those, and whenever it gets to be too much, head outside and take a gulp or two. Should help a bit," Bella remarked nonchalantly, like she hadn't messed up our entire lifestyle in less than 2 minutes. "The only ones that I'd have to really worry about are the strength and instincts. Which both I'll just need to practice when I get them, doesn't do me any good to worry about now." Rosalie didn't seem to like how easily Bella was taking this. "Bella, you don't seem to understand what you will be giving up." She paused, which caused me to tense. "Bella, you can never have children, watch them grow, you can never raise a family." Bella stared at Rosalie as she talked, watching her start off angry, till it slowly became depressed and quiet. Bella slowly shook her head and closed her eyes. She opened her arms and gestured Rosalie to sit with her. My instincts flared, but I kept them down as Rosalie climbed on the couch on the other side of Bella. Bella held her simply for a moment, then she started to talk. "I understand that is what you wanted out of life, honey, but first you must understand that isn't what everyone else wants out of life. I am lesbian, so I've always known that it wouldn't be that simple for me. I do want children someday, but when that day does come around, I want to adopt." Bella paused and seemed to think over saying something else. "Bella," Alice said softly, catching her attention, "say it, it may hurt her now, but she needs to hear it." Bella sighed and nodded before turning back to a confused Rosalie. "Rose, I want you to think about what you said before. It may be what you believe, but just remember who you hurt by saying that. Everyone in this room considers you family and loves you for you, but you hurt them by sticking to the past like this. How do you think Emmett feels when you bring up the only thing that he can't give you? Or Carlisle, who I'm assuming changed you in some desperate attempt to save you knowing that he's a doctor, but now you are depressed with what he did, or Esme, who sees you as her daughter, but you seem to wish that she wasn't." By now Rosalie was dry sobbing into Bella's shoulder. But Bella wasn't done yet, it seemed. "You need to change. And while you may believe you are set in stone, you can grow. Think about who you hurt with what you say and do. And with that, everything will seem so much better. It might still hurt inside when you think about what you want, but it will hurt a little less. Instead of thinking of what ifs, think about your future instead." Rosalie nodded slowly into Bella's shoulder, her dry sobs slowly receding away. "Espov. Tanya," Bella and I sighed softly as we finally passed the sign welcoming us back to Forks. It is always a wonderful thing to come home after a trip away. I looked in the rearview mirror and smiled softly at the sight. When we had first started driving out, Bella and Tanya were both on opposite sides of the car, but talking easily. However, it didn't take long till Bella moved over into the middle seat and rested her head on Tanya's shoulder, whose head quickly rested on Bella's. It was an adorable sight. I focused back on the road to give them privacy as they continued to just talk and try to get to know each other. "Tanya Pov. Bella held on tightly to me, just a few more seconds. Esme shook her head, chuckling softly. You'll see her again tomorrow, Bella, you don't need to worry. Bella shook her head and in a quiet voice replied, Sorry Esme, I'm totally going to worry. I've been without her for over 5 years, and some part of is worried that this is just some horrible elaborate dream that I will wake up from tomorrow and go back to spending every day waiting for her once more. I swooned from her words and I could see Esme doing the same, it was just so romantic. Plus we haven't had wild monkey sex yet. So I think that she should come with me. In multiple ways. I sighed and pulled her hands off my butt, which they had dropped to a moment ago. Between you and Kate, I'm never going to have a sentimental moment again, am I? She laughed loudly, then stepped awkwardly away, her large boot-like cast making a loud thunk on the concrete of her walkway. Bella leaned over and pulled Esme in for a hug. I knew that I had nothing to be worried about with those two, so I was comfortable. See you later, hot stuff, my furniture should be getting here soon, and when it does I'll invite you over so we can get dirty in my room again. Slightly less comfortable. After they let go of each other with Esme saying she had no problem coming over to help, I leaned over once more, both sides of me wanting to hold her once more. The vampiric side wanting to cover Esme's scent with my own, and the human side to just prove once more that she was real. Bella didn't seem to mind this at all as she easily embraced me once more. Esme just sighed and shook her head while smiling. No doubt thinking of how similar she was with Carlisle in the beginning. After a few moments of simply holding on to her, I pulled back and let her go. She smiled softly up at me before opening her mouth to say something before snapping it back shut. She shook her head to herself before backing up a few steps, her brows furrowed as if she were arguing with herself. I frowned as I watched her turn around and start up the walkway towards her house, concerned over what wasn't said. Just as I was about to say something, she paused and appeared still herself. She turned around and looked at me. Hey Tanya? Yes, Milik? A hand slid up and grasped a lock of hair and twisted it around her finger. Say this week I work hard to catch up on my schoolwork and make sure I still have a job. And say next weekend is cloudy. Would you be interested in going with me somewhere? Like as in a date? I smiled softly up at her, my chest soaring. I would be very interested, Milik. Her face lit up in a way that made my whole existence feel small. Great. I'll talk to Alice and see if I can figure something out. She turned back around and walked the rest of the way to the door before opening the door and looking back. Bye, Tanya. She whispered softly. Good night, my dear, I replied only slightly louder. She waved one last time before closing the door between us, though it did little to stop the sound of her leaning against the door and sighing, causing the two of us to chuckle lightly before having one last look, then getting in the car and driving away. Bella Pav. Wow. Just. Wow. Bella? That you? I heard Charlie call out. Yeah, King Charles just got in, I shouted out. My mind still trying to get through the fact that I had met her. It was just perfect. She was just perfect. Everything was perfect. So what's this I hear about you going to the hospital? Charlie asked as he walked around the corner, looking pointedly at my cast-covered leg. Crap, need excuse crap CR. Jasper will hate me, but this is perfect. Well, actually it's a pretty funny story. Charlie just raised an eyebrow. Elsewhere in the woods. Jasper Selipov. I released my teeth from the deer I had been feeding on when Alice started laughing hysterically, her emotions spiking on humor and overwhelming glee, and scarily enough, pity. For some reason, a shiver of dread went down my back. Empov. She's angry. Why is she angry? We didn't do anything. Did we? I asked in a panicked voice. Rosalie sighed. Damn it, Tanya, what did you do now? Edward snarled at Tanya's name. Like he had been doing all night. Along with the yelling, whining, arguing, whining, pouting, and whining. He's been whining a lot lately. Edward snarled at my thoughts. Which he had been doing a lot of. We just ignored him. A lot of that was happening as well. We had driven into the parking lot, curious of the stern glare Bella was giving to empty space, a glare that had immediately turned on us as soon as we piled out of the Volvo. We watched under her intense gaze as she stormed over to us. And to my immense fear she seemed to focus on me. Somehow her cast-covered leg did little to slow her down as she marched over here. PSST. Rose. Help. I whispered. I watched out of the corner of my eye as she stared at Bella, then me, then Bella, then finally, you're on your own here, honey. I whimpered as Bella stopped right in front of me and put one hand on her hip and held the other out towards me. "Emmett, give me your phone," she ordered. My head tilted in confusion. "What?" Her eyes narrowed. "Phone. Now." My hand launched into my pocket and pulled out my phone before I gently placed it on her hand. She immediately swiped to open it. Even though I was terrified, a part of me grinned. No matter who tried to get into my phone, it was locked to them. Alice never saw a vision of me making my password, and I was always careful around Edward. And thankfully Rosalie never asks, so my super secret password was undoubtedly Saf. Well, that was easy. I was immediately behind her looking at my phone. My now unlocked phone. BB, but how? No one has ever figured it out. She snorted, showing the first signs of not being furious. "Seriously, Emmett?" She looked over her shoulder, raising an eyebrow. The rest of the family leaned in, hoping to hear the password to my safe haven. 6969 is not exactly the most secure set of 4 numbers. It was my second guess. I sighed dramatically as I looked at my family's reaction. Rosalie just face-palmed, but then again she does that a lot with me. Alice giggled into her hand and Jasper rolled his eyes, mumbling how he should have known. Edward pouted. I looked back down at my phone as Bella swiped around before, to my even more confusion, clicking on contacts. She quickly swiped through before slowly turning to face me in disbelief. I quickly avoided eye contact. "Seriously? Really? Does every single one have something to do with cheese?" Everyone's faces showed their confusion as they looked between the two of us. Bella looked down at my phone and started reading aloud. "The big cheese, the small cheese, the cheese with feelings, the shocky cheese, the spicy jalapeno cheese, Cheese Whiz, the smallest cheese, the most amazing cheese, the biggest cheese, the privacy invader cheese, the warm cheese, that one cheese you met in the Amazon." I looked back at everyone as they stared at me, not showing any emotion. "What?" I asked. "Rosalie Pov. I married an idiot. I love him. But he's an idiot." I sighed as I pulled my hand from my face again. "Bella," I said as I watched her continue to scroll through my moronic mate's contacts, "you're not going to get anywhere with that. What do you need?" She looked at me confused. "What do you mean? I know who most of these are." I simply closed my mouth, turned around, and rested my head on the Volvo. The day just barely started and I was already exhausted. Jasper made a choking sound. "You understand him?" "Of course, big cheese is Carlisle, small is Esme, one with feelings is Jasper, I'm the spicy jalapeno, Kate is the shocking, Rosalie is obviously the most amazing." I smiled slightly into the car for that, "and the privacy invader is Edward." "Who's the biggest cheese then?" Alice asked. Bella giggled. "I'm guess that's Emmett's number, probably keeps forgetting it, so he made his own contact." I removed my head from the car and looked over at my husband, simply raising an eyebrow, and judging by the look on his face, if he could, he would totally be blushing right now. I watched as Bella continued to scroll through the phone, mumbling to herself. "Nope. Not that one. Nah. That not it. Ah. Here we go. The Canadian big cheese." She looked over her shoulder at Emmett. "This her?" "Oh, yeah, that's her." Emmett nodded like it all made sense now, while the rest of us were still beyond confused. She nodded, then pressed call, placing the phone up to her ear. We all waited quietly for what hopefully would be an explanation. "Emmett? Everything okay?" I frowned. That was Tanya's voice. Bella sighed dramatically and started examining her nails. "Not particularly." I could hear the tension in Tanya's voice. "Bella? Are you alright? Do you need anything? Are you hurt? Bella, what's wrong?" The brunette gave another dramatic sigh. "This really is a nice phone, Emmett." The pieces clicked for me, making me pinch the top of my nose. I wasn't even aware vampires could get headaches. Hopefully Tanya would get it. "You want me to get you the same phone Emmett has?" "Guess not." This time Bella's sigh wasn't for dramatics. "Now Tanya?" "Yes." "Honey?" "Yes, Bella." "Whose phone am I calling you off of?" "Emmett's." "Why do you? Oh my god, I cannot believe I didn't give you my number." "I am so sorry, honey." I smiled at the panic Tanya was feeling right now. "It's fine." "Are you sure? I feel so bad. I should have remembered." "Yup, I totally understand." "Oh, thank you, Bella." I'm in trouble, aren't I?" "I will be building you a doghouse so you can sleep in it." The 4 of us, excluding Edward, laughed at this. I could hear Tanya sigh through the phone. "I am so sorry, Bella. Just copy my number off Emmett's phone and I'll make it up to you." "Nope. Huh? Nope. You're going to be asking me for my number. My first warning was Alice's squeal, which was then followed by my second of Edward's vicious snarl and storm off. You will be asking me tonight. Somewhere with dancing. Where I will be dressed up and you will of course tell me how good I look. And then you will spend the rest of the night attempting to do two things. 1. Getting to dance with me. 2. Getting my number. Any questions? I could hear Tanya pause. Do I get any say in this? One of Bella's eyebrows rose high. I was thinking that since you get to see me all dressed up for the occasion you wouldn't entirely mind. I smirked at the choking sound Tanya made. But if you're that against it, we could always go back to the doghouse idea. I looked on as Bella got a wicked glint in her eye. In fact, I could get you a collar too. I don't mind the id. Nope, let's go with your first idea. I'll meet you there, and do what you I mean, get your number. Okay? Good girl, Bella said with a smirk, causing Emmett to release one of his deep laughs. I could hear Tanya sigh gently into the phone. Suddenly Bella's whole demeanor changed slightly as her smirk turned into a small smile. Okay then. Bye. She said softly. Tanya reciprocated her tone goodbye Isabella. Her cheeks took on a slightly pink color as neither of them hung up after a moment. Bye. Bye. Awkward pause for a long moment. Are you going to hang up? I wasn't planning on it. I have to go to school soon. I see. Silence. Are we going to be that annoying couple that tells each other to hang up? Are we a couple? And for the first time I was witness to a complete and full Isabella swan blush. I can't wait I don't. I have to go bye. She finished with a shout. Wait B. Click. We all stared silently as Bella attempted to wrangle in her tomato-colored blush. Once upon a time it would have made my mouth water at the taste of her blood that saturated the air, and a rapid pound of her heart would make me want to pounce. But now all it made me, and the rest of my family including Jasper, do is start to smile. Bright red, Bella pointed a finger at Emmett and slowly moved her arm till it had pointed at all of us. You saw nothing. You will say nothing. Or I will hurt you. Somehow. I will find a way. She threatened. Emmett waved his hands back and forth in front of him. Don't worry Bella. Our lips are sealed. Her eyes narrowed at his completely innocent face. They better be. She nodded once, paused a moment, nodded once more, then turned and walked away. No, you hang up first. God damn it Emmett, I am going to kill you. Are you sure it's not too much? Bella asked again, fiddling with the hem. I rolled my eyes once more as Alice answered, yes it's perfect, it's short enough to dance with, but long enough that it won't look like you're willing to put out. Besides you picked it at the store, regardless of saying that red was Tanya's favorite color, and that you, quote, wanted her to drink you up. I rolled my eyes, why didn't you go with the red one, I thought I saw one. She nodded, yeah, but with my cast the whole black on red wouldn't look too good, so I'll have to wait for the drinking till later. I sigh half-heartedly threw up my hands. If you're so confident that she'll, I made finger quotes, drink you up, then why are you so nervous about this? Bella bobbled her head noncommittally. I was confident, but now that I have it on, I just don't know. I raised my eyebrows as I took in the dress again. It was a shoulderless black form-fitting dress that ended just above her knees. And by form-fitting I meant that it clung to her like a second skin. It was padded in the front hiding the lines of her bra, and only the small lines on her waist outlined the sides of her underwear. On one foot was covered in a knee-high boot, while the other was covered in a knee-high cast. Honestly she looked incredible, and with how nervous she right now I had no problem attempting to raise her confidence. Don't worry Bella, you look absolutely stunning, Tanya will love it. It was like a switch flipped, as Bella's grin grew wide as a Cheshire cat's. So you like what you see here Red? Well I guess her confidence is back up. Tanya Pav. I fidgeted in my dress repeatedly pulling the hem down just a little longer as I waited for Bella to arrive. I had planned on waiting for them to arrive, but Alice had sent me a message telling me that I should show up earlier to get the full effect of Bella walking through the door. So here I stood next to an empty table, as Emmett pretended to not be smirking at my nervousness whenever I wasn't looking. I peeked at him once more, and once more noticed his grin. I rolled my eyes. What Emmett? He shrugged, no longer even trying to hide his smirk. Nothing, just funny watching you go from coven leader to high school girl, trying to get the number of their crush. I narrowed my eyes, hiding my nerves behind anger. You do know I could just rip off your limbs, take your phone and use that to get her number? Emmett didn't even flinch. There are a couple of problems with that. 1. I changed my password after Bella figured it out, so only I know, even though Rosalie probably told you what it was. 2. We are in crowded place, which would create a great deal of exposure. And finally 3. I don't believe that Bella would be particularly happy with you doing that. I think she wants you to try and seduce her. A million things ran through my mind at the word seduce, and none of them were clean. No, Tanya, stop. Clean thoughts. Nice. Safe. Clean. Clean thoughts. I shook my head and tried to change the subject. So why isn't Jasper here? Emmett's eyebrows raised and he looked pointedly to the people around us and the dance floor. I frowned and followed his eyesight to the humans. The heavy breathing, sweaty, hearts pounding humans gyrating against each other, creating an assortment of aromas that made it difficult for even me to breathe, and judging by the darkness of Emmett's eyes, he was having difficulty too. Jasper's the newest to the diet, he didn't think he could handle this without snapping, Emmett informed me. I nodded and was about to respond when my ears picked up the sound of laughing through the audio mess that was blasting over the speakers and over the voices of everyone screaming in the crowd. My head immediately turned towards where I heard it, and I was sure I felt my undead heartbeat for the first time in 1,000 years at the sight that greeted my eyes. Venom pulled in my mouth as my eyes raked up her form. The cast on one leg barely registered once my eyes started tracing the dress that looked like she had been poured into. I was forced to swallow as I took in her face with the light shading of makeup and her messy ponytail and, God, I want to run my fingers through her hair. I shook my head as I watched her eyes move through the crowd before lighting up on me. I could see her eyes looking me over, and I thought about what she would see. The silver dress went right above my knees, and with my gladiator strap sandals I was confident in my look. However, all my confidence dropped when Bella gave me a unbelievably sexy smirk before turning away and dragging Rosalie and Alice by the hand, not towards us, but to the bar. My head snapped to Emmett when he groaned, "Aw man, it's one of those days." I frowned. "What do you mean?" He stood up straight from leaning against the table he was on. "Occasionally, Rosalie and I go to a club or bar and pretend we don't know each other, and I have to seduce her. I'm usually pretty good, but you wouldn't believe how hard she makes it." I smirk at him, till he looks at me and continues, "And looks like you're going to be in the same boat." I hide my now rampaging nerves and shrug, "It shouldn't be too hard, right?" His loud laugh doesn't help me at all. "Oh, don't worry, you just have to beat, practically every other human here." I immediately look around and realize he's right. Almost every guy and quite a few girls are staring at my mate. My instincts flare up, and I could feel my face turn into a scowl as I stared at the surrounding bodies, as a great deal of them were turned towards the 3 females that had entered the club. I realized then and there 2 things. 1. Bella was going to make this difficult. And 2. It was going to be even harder not hurting any of the humans that flirted with my mate. Alice Pov. I giggled into my hand as I watched over Bella's shoulder as Emmett explained to Tanya how this night was going to go for her. The panic, the annoyance, the nervousness were humorous, but the best was the adoration when she looked at Bella's back. "Has she started coming over here yet?" Bella asked, wringing her hands together around the soda the bartender dropped off. I focused on Bella. "Not yet, but she will." Bella's eyebrows furrowed. "She better, the early bird gets the worm, you know." Rosalie snorted, "Right, because you'd leave with anyone other than her." She flushed. "Well, no. But still. She needs to step up her game or we're going to be stuck with." "Hello ladies, can I buy you something to drink?" "This." Bella finished, her face clearly showing her annoyance. We all looked over to see an older gentleman trying to be suave as he leaned against the counter of the bar next to us. Eyebrows raised as we took in his faded t-shirt with old jeans, and I could feel my eyes twitch when I saw the strapped sandals. With socks. The resounding "no" from all of us along with our heads turning back made it pretty clear for everyone involved, except for overage and underdressed. "You sure? I could make your night, for all of you." The sexual innuendo made it pretty obvious that he was under the strange impression that he could handle all of us. At the same time, Rosalie tensed and I waited for her scathing response she no doubt had planned for us when Bella stepped towards him. Her head tilted and she put up a sultry look. "Really? You wanna step up to the plate on this?" He grinned like he already won. "Hell yeah, baby, I can score home runs all night long." I smirked as I had a quick vision of Bella's response, but I could see Rose starting to tremble with annoyance, so I shot her a quick look to say it would be okay. Bella nodded, then reached over to the utensils the bartender dropped off and grabbed the knife. The man's smile fell slightly and his eyes widened. "Well then, why don't you drop your pants real quick, cause we only play for the other team, but don't worry, I can change that for you real quick." The innocent smile along with the knife had Mr. Creepy backing away slowly before Bella's words seemed to click. His face quickly turned to disgust. I hadn't seen his reaction yet, but when I heard it I could feel a familiar rumble in my chest. Of course, freaking dykes. Rosalie stood up and took a few steps towards him, growling, and my eyes narrowed as I stood up straight and flexed my hands. The guy's instinct seemed to kick in as he started to back away from the vampires. The people around us started crowding around, and it looked like some people were hoping for a fight. Bella's laughter brought eyes back to her. She was laughing so hard that tears seemed to be forming. She used one hand to wipe her eyes before gesturing to the man. "You get all upset about the whole lesbian thing, yet you expected to have a foursome with us, no doubt wanting to see some girl-on-girl action. What a tool." Chuckles could be heard around. Everyone seemed to agree, and based on the flushed look on his face, so did he. Bella rolled her eyes and went back to facing the bar. "Why don't you do us a favor and leave us alone? We've got better options." He tensed at that and looked to say something scathing, so I cut in. "While you're at it, find someone to give you some fashion advice." I gave him another condescending look over. "You need as much help as you can get." With that, both Rosalie and I faced back to the bar with Bella, ignoring the sputtering fool before he turned and stomped off. The two of us vampires breathed a sigh of relief, while Bella gave a whispered "finally." "Thank God, that bastard has been trying to feel up every girl here." We all turned to see a Redeed standing at the bar next to us, smiling brightly at Bella. I tensed as I saw the way her eyes roamed up and down Bella's body. This, combined with the fact she probably heard Bella's comment about playing for the other team, was sending me some warning signs. "Tanya better get over here soon." Bella gave the Redeed a small smile. "Men have two heads, they just happen to think with the smaller one most of the time." The girl snorted. "Yup, that's why I prefer the fairer sex." Out of the corner of my eye I noticed a blonde working her way over here. I looked over and saw a determined Tanya, whose eyes were only focused on Bella. Till mid-step they seemed to flicker to the Redeed, who had taken a step closer to Bella. They seemed to narrow in confusion, before they narrowed even more in rage. I didn't have to be psychic to see this was going to end poorly. "Tanya Pov. She was flirting with my mate. She is flirting with my mate. She is flirting with my mate." I could feel my limbs trembling, and my nails digging into my palms hard enough to crack the marble-like skin. Emmett cleared his throat next to me, but I was too lost in my rage as I glared at the girl. "Flirting with my mate. Flirting with my mate." I tensed even more when Emmett placed a hand on my shoulder. "Calm down, Tanya, the humans around us are starting to notice." Distractedly my eyes flickered around to the people near us, and some part of me realized that the surrounding humans were starting to look over in confusion. But I didn't care. Because some stupid annoying human was flirting with my mate. I forced myself to take a deep breath and look away from the brat, causing my rage and towards my mate. I took another breath, then relaxed my hands, already feeling the cracks heal. It was no big deal. Bella is extremely attractive, so it's not difficult to understand that others would want to flirt with her. I took one final breath and started walking once more. My body relaxed and my mind focused only on my mate. Then the brat giggled and rested her hand on Bella's arm. "And now I'm going to have to kill her. Empov." I couldn't help but smirk as I continued to hold Tanya down. As soon as Alice's head had snapped to Tanya, with the complete shock and horror written on her face, I knew she had seen a vision, most likely of Tanya killing the Redeed. "Wow, Bella is going to be so disappointed," I couldn't help but comment before anything could happen. Tanya's pitch-black eyes swung up to me, her glare now focused on me, but I didn't even flinch. "What are you talking about?" she growled out. I rolled my eyes. "Well, here we are, all dressed up to ask our girls out. And you're all focused on the Redeed instead of Bella. You haven't even gone up to tell her how good she looked." Her eyes narrowed, but I could see the color start to lighten. "Not like you can talk." I scoffed. "I don't have to worry about that." Out of the corner of my eye I saw Rosalie's body stiffen, and I immediately backtracked. My Rose always looks amazing, and nobody on this earth knows it better than me. First and last thing I think when I see her. But since you kindly reminded me, I'm going to go make sure she knows. I just hope that you can smarten up yourself and go let Bella know what you see when you look at her. I patted her once on the shoulder, then walked towards my rose. I would have to be smart about this. I have just gotten out of another no-sex punishment, and I have no desire to put myself back in that position. I walked up to my mate and leaned up against the bar next to her. Hey, I don't believe I've seen you here before, and I couldn't just let a beautiful girl like yourself get away without saying hello. So hello, I'm Emmett. Alice Pov. Well, this is significantly less fun than I wanted to have. In my visions it showed me often standing around, but they seemed to have failed the number of humans asking me to dance and for my number. I sighed inwardly as I watched Rose and Emmett flirt, while Tanya seemed to be building up the nerve to interrupt Bella's conversation with the redeed. Then I was hit with a vision. So you come here often? I giggle, that has to be the most overused pickup line ever. He grumbles to himself and rubs the back of his head. As you can probably guess, I'm not the best at this whole flirting thing. I shrug, me either, but I smile slyly. Sometimes it can be kind of enjoyable. I smile brightly and turn around. Standing there looking incredibly perfect is someone I needed to see. Hi there, my name is Jasper, he told me in his southern drawl. My smile didn't dim. Hello Jasper, I'm Alice. He seemed to be at a loss of what to say before standing up straight and asking, do you come here often? Bella Pov. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Here I am stuck with an incredibly flirty redeed, while my damn vampire seems to have zero self-confidence. Isn't she supposed to be some coven leader or something? Can't she man up and get her ass over here? I suddenly look over at Rosalie and scowl when I see her flirting easily with Emmett. Then I look over the recently dubbed hot and horny and see Alice smiling brightly at a newly arrived Jasper as he appeared to fumble over his comments. You seem a little distracted, am I not doing it for you? Hot and horny asked. I focus back on her, it's not that, I'm just making sure my friends are okay, they both kind of got picked up at the same time. Seemingly reassured, and with an annoying amount of confidence that I wish a certain vamp would soon acquire, she asked, so you think I could get your number? Before I could answer I felt a cold presence slide into the space next to me. I turned my head, barely noticing the annoyance that appeared on Hot and Horny's face. And lo and behold, I'm greeted with the smiling vision of my vampire. My attractive vampire. Whose legs look miles long in that short dress, and whose skin looks entirely lichab. Quickly ending those thoughts, I focused on her eyes, her stunning molten amber eyes. God, I can drown in those eyes. Okay, Swan. Focus. Can I help you? I asked, raising an eyebrow. She simply smiled, just wanted to say hello. I frowned, what, just hello? Well, this isn't what I wanted. I wanted romance. I want to be wooed. If this freaking vampire doesn't wise up soon, I'm going to. I couldn't figure out if I should start this conversation with a compliment, a horrible pickup line, or a simple hello. So I started with the easiest, and you choose what you'd like next. Okay, I'm happy now. I raised an eyebrow, I'm curious what pickup lines you've got, so let's hear one of those. The stunning blonde nodded and then placed her hand over her heart. Would you grab my arm, so I can tell my friends I've been touched by an angel? I try to keep a straight face, but I can easily feel the corners of my mouth twitching upwards. Before I can say anything she keeps going. And for your compliment let me just say, you look absolutely breathtaking tonight. I quickly turned towards the bar, trying to hide my blush. This damn vampire is too damn good at this damn flirting crap. Is that why she took so long to get over here? Was it some freaking strategy to get me thinking about her? 'Cause if it was then it worked. Is she like some master flirter? Tanya Pov. Holy crap, did she like it? She's not looking at me. She probably didn't like it. Stupid. Yeah, Tanya spent 2 minutes studying a freaking flirting how-to in the car right before you start flirting with your mate, and now you're failing. Oh my god, she's going to hate me and stop talking to me and not give me her number, and then she'll want me to go away, and she will flirt with the redeed and Bella Pov. Out of the corner of my eye I study the drop-dead gorgeous blonde and notice her smirk still focused on me. Yeah, she definitely knows how to flirt. I turn back to her and smile. Alright, I'll bite. I put out my hand. I'm Bella. Tanya Pov. Yes. Okay, stop, focus. You've got this. Bella Pov. Tanya's head tilted slightly and grasped my hand. Ah, yes, you are indeed beautiful. I am Tatiana, but you, my dear, may call me Tanya. I smiled at the beautiful comment. Okay, Tanya, what brings you over here? She smirked. My dear Bella, it would be entirely remiss of me if I didn't take the chance to come over here and attempt to get you out on the dance floor. I grinned. So you'd like to dance? She shook her head. No, I wouldn't just like to dance, there is nothing I'd love more to do. With that she grabbed my hand and started pulling me to the dance floor, her hand like ice around mine. I heard a startled cry and turned back to see an annoyed looking hot and horny, so I gave her a one-armed wave and a smile before facing forward once more. I listened to the music as she pulled me through the other dancers and found it was some random fast-paced song the DJ was using to pump up the crowd, but it worked for me for now. Tanya finally seemed to figure we were far enough in and let go of my hand. I immediately missed the cool sensation. But every thought in my head came to a screeching halt as Tanya began to dance. As her hips began to sway, the rest of the crowd seemed to spread out and give her space, a circle spreading out around us. Dear God, those hips have to be illegal. Then she looked at me. And the eyes too. Am I melting? I think I'm melting. Finally it looked like Tanya had decided the distance was too far apart and took 2 steps forward and placed her hands on my hips, pulling me against her. The crowd seemed disappointed there wasn't more of a show, but I could care less. I could feel her cold hands through my dress and her breath on my face. Well, I am totally screwed. Pampov. I smirked at my rose as her eyes narrowed at pickup line. Did you just ask me if I ate cereal for breakfast? My grin grew even wider. I was curious if you had lucky charms, cause you look magically delicious. Any other being would see how her face tightened and her jaw clenched and quickly run for the hills. But I knew my mate. I easily noticed the slight turning of the corners of her lips, the mirth in her eyes. Rosalie loves the cheesy one-liners. Finally, after a quick staring contest, she rolls her eyes and her stance relaxes. Alright, Em, I could tell our little game was over. You win on that one. Congratulations. I whooped and jumped in the air, ignoring the shocked looks around us. It always more fun winning our little game. Losses leads to a lonely and horny Emmett. I looked back to Rose to see her scanning the crowd of people, most likely for Bella and Tanya. Curious myself, I looked for them as well. It was rather difficult through the pulsing bodies and flashing light, but I got a glimpse of them. I nudged Rosalie and pointed in their direction. I could see flashes of them through the crowd, but it didn't look like they were dancing to the music, rather just swaying side to side, looking into each other's eyes. It was very romantic. I am so going to be teasing the crap out of Blue at school. Tanya Pov. I ignored the loud bass and the shouting and hollering next to us. I just focused on the chocolate orbs in front of me. We simply swayed side to side. I imagine the human's instinct kept them from jostling us. I opened my mouth to say something, what I don't know, when out of the corner of my eye I noticed an annoyingly familiar redhead making her way through the crowd. My instincts kicked in, and I tightened my hold on my mate, pulling her body against mine. All thoughts of the redeed left my mind when I heard Bella gasp at the sudden sensation. Venom pulled in my mouth as her eyes widened. My gaze was pulled to her lips as her tongue darted out to wet them. Instinctively I swallowed, as my eyes once again landed on those enthralling orbs. One of us leaned forward. I could feel her breath on my skin. Her eyelids shut as we got closer. Or mine did. I don't know. I cupped her face in my hands and suddenly a second warm body crashed into mine, and a liquid splashed all over my face, body and dress. A snarl tore from my lips as my eyes snapped open and came into contact with a smirking redeed. Oh my God, I am so sorry I didn't see you there. I could easily see through the facade on her face, she clearly did that on purpose. I could ignore the wretched smell of alcohol, the now sticky sensation of my dress, even the wet sensation my hair on my head. All of that meaningless. What I couldn't ignore was what she had done. She interrupted what would have been the perfect first kiss with my mate. She would have to die. The redeed's eye widened, and she took a step back in fear as my glare hardened. Some natural instinct of hers must have taken over and noticed the predator that she had unwittingly angered. I took one step forward before I felt a hand grab my shoulder. I turned to his when I was hit with a massive sensation of calm and relaxation. My fists unclenched and my stance relaxed as I succumbed to Jasper's gift. I looked up and recognized the worried look of Emmett as he held my shoulder. My glare softened to a frown. I immediately turned to Bella to see a sad look on her face, and the guilt hit me hard. I had just ruined the night. The car ride back was silent. Not a comfortable silence of mates, but rather an awkward silence of those who do not know what to say. They vampires plus one human had quickly evacuated the club after the event. It had been clear that the Cullens were planning on taking Bella home, but I had simply taken the keys out of Emmett's hand. I opened the door to Carlisle's BMW for her to sit shotgun, then Simple got in the driver's seat and left. Emmett would find his way home with the rest. However, since then the silence had engulfed them. I made no motions to turn on the radio, and neither did Bella. So we sat. Out of the corner of my eye I would see Bella occasionally open her mouth and make motions to say something. But then she would stop, her mouth would close, and her hands would fall to her lap. Somehow we made it back to her home, never once breaking the quiet. I pulled into the driveway and we both stared up at the dark house. Slowly I turned my head toward Bella, watching her as she stared up at the looming structure in front of us. Seemingly sensing my gaze, her eyes turned to mine, followed by the slow turn of her head. So. Bye. We both started, stopping when we heard the other. At any other point this probably would have made us laugh, but now in the quiet, it just made the atmosphere that much more tense. I made a motion to talk again, but Bella beat me to it. I should probably head inside, Charlie is probably worried about me being home so late. I frowned but nodded. Okay, I replied quietly. She looked at me intently for a moment, then sighed and reached over to open her door. Click. The door unlatching was all it took for my instincts to kick in and for me to lunge across and pull the door shut again. No. Her eyes were wide as she gazed up at me. I simply stared back at her, unsure what the hell I was doing. Slowly her eyes wandered down and looked at our positions. When her eyes widened even more and her face flushed, filling the car with the intoxicating scent of her blood, curiosity overcame me and I looked down as well. My eyes widened as I realized I had practically jumped on her, straddling her thighs with one hand on the door to keep it shut and another on the seat cushion behind her to keep her in place. I looked over to what was supposed to be my seat and realized I had moved so quickly I had snapped the seatbelt strap. If I was human I would have blushed. I'm sorry. I wasn't just. She stopped me mid-ramble with a quiet, "Why?" I stared back into her soft brown eyes, trying to come up with an excuse. I couldn't just say the vampire in me didn't want to watch her leave. It wanted me to claim her, to hold her, to keep her. I couldn't just say that, so my mind rapidly searched for a response before latching on to one. "Your number." I practically shouted, my nerves showing through. Her eyes grew a questioning tint, so I rapidly explained, "You said you would give me your number." Her face cleared of confusion before it turned to an almost sad look. She quickly rattled off some number, and my vampire memory immediately saved them. Then the silence fell once more. After a few minutes Bella began to squirm as I stayed frozen in my position above her. Still, I didn't move, my eyes locked onto her face. Bella's eyes shifted side to side, and some part of my mind must have realized that I was making her uncomfortable. "Oh," I said, "wait aloud, here, let me get off." Suddenly there was a hand grabbing my shirt. I stopped and looked at Bella. She seemed to have lost her nervousness and gained a spark of confidence. "Screw this." Her face shot forward. Her eyes closed. Her lips slammed into mine. She kissed me. She is kissing me. A moan rumbled up my throat as our lips crashed. My eyes drifted shut as I sank into the kiss. Oh. My. God. Ended.